Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
So we're now into our final 24 hours of Olympic sporting action, and this is the final night session. Australia's medal tally, which includes 17 gold medals, is the best we've had, but are there more medals on the way tonight? There are chances right across the evening, and a historic first ever medal for the Boomers beckons in their bronze medal encounter with Slovenia. That is the headline acts of tonight from the basketball courts, and there's headline acts right across track and field. As we wind down into the final hours, the sporting events do thin out a little bit as the athletes gradually depart Tokyo. Welcome to the final night session of the Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you on this Saturday evening on SEN's Olympic coverage for Mate Internet and Mobile, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. Just a tinge of sadness, I guess, about tonight. We've still got sports tomorrow, but it's only in the day. So this is our final night session taking the sport. We'll be with you again tomorrow on SEN with the Olympic coverage of the closing ceremony. But this is the final evening of sports in the Olympic Games, day 15 on this Saturday, the 7th of August. So history will be made in one way or another, as it always is. Every day of the Olympics, history is made. It gets put into the record books, and let's hope that the Boomers can etch their name into the record books with the first medal at the Games. They take on Slovenia tonight at 9 p.m. What we've seen today we saw canoe sprinting in some of the final events on the waters. The canoe sprints for Australia. We had two of our teams make the finals, the women's K4 and the men's K4. Both of them qualified straight from the semi-finals. In the women's events, the four of Jamie Roberts, Joe Brigden-Jones, Shannon Reynolds and Catherine MacArthur finished 7th in the final, and the men's K4 of Lockie Tame, Riley Fitzsimmons, Murray Stewart and Jordan Wood finished 6th in the final. We've also just seen diving. The diving men's 10-metre platform final has been run and won, where Cassiel Rousseau of Australia represented us very, very well by finishing 8th in the field of 12. He qualified in the top 6. He started a little slow. They have 6 dives in the final. His first 2 were a little shaky, but from 3 onwards, through his final 4 dives, he was very good, Cassiel Rousseau, and got his name up into 8th in what was a great battle between the 2 Chinese divers and also Tom Daly of Great Britain. But it was the Chinese who got the medals in the end, and so they'll walk away very happy. Well, they looked like the winner looked like he was happy. The loser didn't look all that happy in the end with the diving medals. Cao Yuan winning the gold and Young John winning the silver for China, but Tom Daly with a bronze, one of the more accomplished Olympians to come out of the UK. The water polo earlier tonight as well, the final Australian team to take to the waters of the water polo, and it was in the 5th and 6th place playoff. Australia got the win with a 14-7 win over the Netherlands. So Australia, our women's team, the Stingers, officially finish 5th in the water polo. The men were knocked out a couple of nights ago at the end of the group phase. And we had the marathon earlier this morning as well. It was the first event right off the top. The women's marathon, the men's marathon tomorrow. But the women's marathon, we had Ellie Pashley finishing 23rd. We had Lisa Waitman finishing 26th. And we had Sinead Diver finishing 10th. She's a naturalised Aussie, formerly under the Irish flag, but now Australian. Into her 40s she is, and she finished 10th in the marathon in her 40s, which is unbelievable from Sinead Diver of now Australia to make the top 10 of the marathon. So let's hope we can have some similar success tomorrow in the men's. Coming up tonight on the agenda, so I mentioned the Boomers before, we've also got the modern pentathlon. We are into the final 2 phases of the modern pentathlon. We'll have the third third of the 5 legs to go in about 10 minutes from now, where Ed Fernan will be our competitor. We had Marina Carrier yesterday, who did really well in the show jumping, so hopefully Ed Fernan is of similar ilk in the show jumping in the event, which goes in about 10 minutes, and then the laser run later tonight at 8:30. So those are the final 2 events of the modern pentathlon. We have also got the men's Madison, which kicks off in about 10 minutes in the cycling, which we had a lot of fun watching yesterday with Georgia Baker and Annette Edmondson. Our pair in the men's Madison tonight is Kellen O'Brien and Lee Howard. So this is basically a long-form endurance tag team race between teams. So Kellen O'Brien and Lee Howard will be racing as a team under the Australian banner, and they tag team as they go around the circuit 120 times in the Madison tonight. So looking forward to that, which gets underway in about 10 minutes. Then in the track and field, the athletics, we have a couple of medal hopes in the athletics tonight. We have one in the field and one on the track itself. So in the field, it's the women's high jump. Nicola McDermott and Eleanor Patterson, having qualified through the women's qualification phase a few nights ago, into the women's high jump final. That goes at 8:30 Eastern tonight. And then in the athletics on the track will be the men's 1500 metre race. Stuart McSwain and Oliver Hoare are in the final. Hopefully they can do well. They both raced brilliantly well to finish in the top 5 of their respective heats to get into the final. Let's hope they can do something similar. Stewie McSwain and Ollie Hoare in the final of the men's 1500s tonight. And then, as I said, the main event that we've all been hoping for, it's been one of the medals that we've been banking on, or that we've hoped we've been banking on at these Olympic Games, is the Boomers. They have one last crack at getting a medal. They didn't make it to the gold medal match, which was played earlier today, but they have a chance at bronze. They take on Slovenia tonight. It tips off at 9 p.m. Eastern, so we are just under 3 hours away from the Boomers getting things started in that match. Slovenia, they're a force now with Luka Doncic. This is the first time they've been at the Olympics as an independent nation. They were formerly competing under Yugoslavia pre the 90s, but since the 90s they haven't made an Olympic Games. Now with the weight of Luka Doncic in their team, he has basically carried them through the qualification stage and through the Olympics itself into this bronze medal match. Can the Boomers upset Slovenia, or upset Luka Doncic specifically, and win that bronze medal? It will be our first medal in the men's basketball program ever at these games if we can do it. So that's going to be our main event later in the night, and we'll cross in and out of the athletics as we do that as well. Plenty of other sport coming up throughout the night as well. Away from Australia, we've got the men's baseball final between the USA and Japan, perhaps the 2 best baseballing nations in the world. So that is the final of the men's baseball coming up tonight. We've got the gold medal match of the handball, France and Denmark, later in the evening. That'll end our evening tonight. And the football gold medal match as well, the men's. It was a spectacular final yesterday between Canada and Sweden for the women's gold medal, which went to a dramatic penalty shootout, which Canada eventually won. The men's gold medal match, well, if we get something half as good as that, we're in for a treat tonight between Brazil and Spain. Brazil and Spain, 2 heavyweights of world football. That is going to be the men's final of the football tonight. On the athletics track and field front as well, so away from the 2 that we're looking at from an Australian perspective in the high jump and the 1500, the women's 10,000 metres goes, the men's javelin final as well will be in contest, and then the 2 relays to finish us off will be the women's 4x400 metres and the men's 4x400 metres. It was a pretty dramatic night in the 4x100 metres yesterday, with Jamaica blitzing the field in the women's and then Italy getting the job done in the men's 4x1. The 4x4s are tonight, so we look forward to that as well. The men's Madison is about to go. We'll take you to the velodrome in a second. In 60 seconds from now, we'll come back on the other side of this. Men's Madison is our first event of this night session.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pies.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. XERO.
Event number 1 in this night session is about to jump. We're going to take you to the Itsu Velodrome in just a moment for the men's Madison final. It's an epic event on the velodrome. It's roughly 8 to 10 teams or so in pairs. So it's a tag team event. You cycle around. You have to, at the end of every 5-lap spell, compete for a sprint. The first over the start-finish line at the end of the said sprint gets or accumulates points, and that's how they differ the team. So it's the points ranking, and it's 120 laps, so it'll go for about half an hour or so. So this is it's a really epic event. It's a tag team as well, so the riders of the pair, they'll tag each other in and out on the velodrome, and it's going to be one heck of a battle. We'll take you there in a moment for Channel 7, who bring us the news every night. Know the news with 7 News. When it impacts your community, knowing matters. To know the news, watch 7 News at 6. Our commentary team, thanks to Channel 7, is Scott McGrory, the great Anna Mears, and the voice of cycling himself, Phil Liggett.
So he went to the road for a decade. Now that it's back at the Olympic Games, he flew his family home to Australia just for this opportunity.
I didn't know that about Lee. I actually coached Lee back in the day as well, and he never mentioned that to me.
Well, there you go. Very
Let's
exciting.
hope he morphs into a new Scott McGrory in about 45 minutes' time and takes the gold medal. He's riding here along with Kellen O'Brien, 23 years of age, so a little bit younger than Lee, but I've seen Lee over the years. He's a very fast rider, and it's good to see him. I hope he's on form, because the Aussies, for me, are in amongst the favoured riders to get on the platform. And dear me, we would like to see another medal from Australia. We're underway. Now, as I always say, keep your eyes on the television at home now. Don't go and make the tea. And I hope the cameramen are listening, because it does get complicated. That's why we brought Anna Mears with us. Right, Scott?
Something like that, Phil, for sure. It does get very fast, very complicated. And we can see the Australians, they stand out, which is good, right in the middle. So one rider from each of the pairings into the race to start with. You can see all of their teammates up along the fence now, and they choose when they have to come into the race. Once they come off the fence, they must stay circulating the top of the track. They're not allowed to stop at the fence for any time of recovery at all during the race. And when they come up to their teammate, put their hand out, grab hands, and they do a hand sling, throw each other into the race. Very fast, very furious, quite technical and complicated as well, as they try to position themselves in the right spot to go for each of these intermediate sprints after every 10 laps. And Phil, you know why it's called the Madison?
I do. It was first run off in the United States at Madison Square Gardens. That was where they call it Le Américain in French, because it really is a product of American cycling in the days when cycling was extremely popular. And now we're watching an attack straight away by France here. 4 teams for me to watch out for. One is changing on the inside at the moment, is Italy. That's Consoni, just been pushed in by Elia Viviani in the white jersey. I think it was the other way around, actually. That's Consoni coming off. Now, it takes approximately 1.5 laps to get round the track to re-find your partner. And one of the tactics is to find your partner at the right time, so you throw him in with something like fresh legs for the sprint at the end of every 10th lap. At the moment, it's routine. Believe me, it will change.
France on the front. The first rider to attack was the youngest man in the race, Donovan Grandin from France. And you can see now, half a lap up already, and we've got something on the inside of the track. So there has been a mishap, a crash with one of the riders on the inside. It was the New Zealanders. So that's not a great situation for New Zealand, but this is already becoming quite dangerous. So the French team of Thomas and Grandin, almost a half a lap up, and the team of Great Britain now starting to squeeze the accelerator on the front of the peloton. So it's looking fairly straightforward for now, but here we go. The first of the sprints. France look like they're chasing the first 5 points on offer.
And this is Benjamin Thomas for France, who's just taken the lead ahead. He's judged it right, you see. He might change, or he might just take the lap himself. He's going for it, checking whether the group are. He gets the 5 points over the line. Looks like the UK gets second there as well. So they've made a good start. I think that'll be with Ethan Hayter. It is. There he is. As we're watching now, the French making their change. Grandin is the next man in here. Now the chase clearly on, the gaps are opening. And there's the confirmation of the first sprint. Remember, there are indeed 20 sprints, and take laps when and if you can.
And we can see, Phil, as well, how the British team have done the same as what the women did, putting on the fluorescent helmet, so they're clearly identifiable in the peloton. And this is where we saw the New Zealanders go down. Yeah. So, and very quick up as well. Very, very quick to get back up indeed. Now, if one rider crashes from a team, if they're in the peloton at the time, when the peloton catches their teammate on the outside of the track, they must jump back in to the peloton. So in that situation, it was a crash while it was in the race. So the New Zealand second rider, he had maybe half a lap or so until the peloton caught up to him until he had to come back in. If both riders go down, then they're allowed 5 laps to get themselves back going again and into the race.
Well, I hope you saw the women's Madison, first time ever for a women's Madison in the Olympics. Yesterday, it was a terrific race, but the UK, the British team, they just ate everybody alive. They only missed out on 1 or 2 sprints the whole hour of racing. So they did dominate, and of course they carried off the gold by a mile. Now, nice to see, moving up to the front now is Kel O'Brien.
There's a good example of the change there, Ellie Viviani. And this is Lee Howard coming in. So Lee Howard with the white helmet and the moustache, as Anna Mears points out every time as we see Lee. And the black helmet, the taller of the 2 riders, that's Kellen O'Brien.
Yeah, Kel comes from a BMX background, actually, and he was part of the team pursuit squads for Australia that won the World Championships in 2017 and 19, and he finds himself in this Madison with a veteran of this event, even though it hasn't been at this level for some time in Lee Howard.
Coming up towards the next sprint now. We've seen the Great Britain team on the front quite a bit, so it costs a lot of energy to do that. Lee Howard is the rider from Australia that we've just gone past, and attack over the top now, and it's France again, so they attack to go for the first sprint, and they're going to sprint it out and get the 5 points this time.
The danger's looming there, because in second place, I think it was Lasse Hansen of Denmark. They are the world champions from last year in the red jersey there, so they've gone through there in second. So they're making the mark, and they are amongst the favourites. For me, it's going to be between Denmark, Australia, Great Britain, Italy, and I think France also making a mark here.
New Zealander having a bit of trouble there as well, just down towards the back of the peloton now. So we saw the black colours of New Zealand just pulling his foot out of the pedal, sliding onto the top tube of the bike, not crashing. As a male, I sort of go ouch to that one.
I wasn't going to go there, Scott.
France dominating so far, but this has been a bit different to the women's race, Phil. The women, the Great Britain team, they just absolutely motored from the start, and this time it seems a little bit more cautious. Everybody's a bit more nervous, and the pace hasn't been absolutely flat out.
I agree with you entirely at the moment. Consonet is on the front. He's a very good roadman sprinter as well, where he has a professional team. As we're now starting the moves, the Netherlands have been excellent during this week of track cycling, and they're threatening again on the front with a fine change there.
Young Willem van Schip it is, Phil, and he has Yuri Harvick as a teammate. Now, his uncle is Danny Stam, who was actually in the Madison race at the Sydney Olympic Games with Brett Aitken and I, and that's what it was. So it was his front wheel being clipped. Look at this. Oh, that was so close. Wheel coming out of the pedal.
Goodness me.
Onto the top tube. Wow, it doesn't get any closer than that.
Well, his heart was in his mouth there for sure. At least I think it was his heart, but he struggled around there a bit. as he's got back. Remember, they're on a fixed wheel. If you're watching cycling for the first time, there are no brakes on these bicycles. You slow by the pedals and the momentum of the velodrome. Obviously, if everybody was snatching for the brake levers, there would be utter chaos. So there's only forward momentum on the track, and the G-force when you go into these steeply banked corners is incredible as the body compresses. On the bell this time, so it's 170 to go when they come round. This will be sprint number 3, and so far we've seen France, Great Britain, Denmark, Italy and the Netherlands competing for the points, and again it is Great Britain launching the attack, and this is looking omelette for Australia getting there in second place. I think it was Kell O'Brien.
Lee Howard it was.
Oh, it was Lee
white
Howard.
helmet.
Yes,
so white helmet, Lee Howard. Black helmet for Kell O'Brien. And Ethan Hayter. He's riding with the Omnium champion from last night, Matthew Walls. He was incredibly strong, wasn't he? Rides for the Bora team on the road. He's a sprinter, youngster. And Ethan Hayter with Ineos now as well. So both road professionals combining well so far for Great Britain here.
So we're 30 laps into the men's Madison. This will go for a while. It's 200 laps around the velodrome, so 50,000 metres will be ridden in this race. I think I said 120, which was the women's, of course, yesterday. 200 laps around the men's Madison. We'll take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side and we'll pick it up with Australia currently sitting in equal third after picking up their first points in that most recent sprint, with France and Great Britain on 10 points each, Denmark and Australia on 3 points each. You get 5 points for winning the sprint, 3 points for finishing second in the sprint, which is what happened to the Aussies, and then 2 and 1 for the top 4. We'll come back on the other side of this and we'll continue with the men's Madison from the Velodrome, Tokyo 2020.
We've been there for every game of 4 and 25. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 25. Oh, yeah.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 25.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 25. Oh, yeah.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, Mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 25. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 25. Oh, yeah. Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 25.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy W1 Daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
We are a quarter of the way through the men's Madison. We'll take you back there in just a second. Channel 7, you can stream every Olympic sport on 7 Plus. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. There's plenty on 7 Plus at the moment. I've got the modern pentathlon up on the 7 Plus on the screen next to me, watching what Ed Fernand's doing for Australia in leg number 3 of 5 in the modern pentathlon. He's doing the show jumping right now, so he's actually just gone. And you start off with a score of 300, a perfect 300. If you get penalties along the way, then you get deducted points. So he had a few deductions, but he's down at 288, which still leads the 4 riders who have gone out of the 36 riders. So he's at the top at the moment, Ed Fernan. Hopefully he can stay up near the top through the modern pentathlon and get himself back up the overall rankings, because he's 35th overall of 36 riders. In the men's Madison, Australia still only have the 3 points to their name. They've had 2 more sprints since we last spoke, and they haven't been able to accrue any points. The UK, 13 points. France, 11 points. Netherlands, 9. Denmark, 6. Belgium, 6. Australia, 3. So Australia are sitting in outright 6th so far in the men's Madison, having just crossed the quarter-way mark. We're 4th in the peloton at the moment, so if we stay there, then we'll get points in the next sprint when it comes around, when the bell rings. The look at the medal tally for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. China have 38 gold medals to be on top. The US have 33, Japan 24, Great Britain 19, Russia 17, Australia 17. That's the top 6, with Germany and Italy next in line, but they have 10 gold medals. So Australia pretty safely now in the top 6 with 24 hours of sport to go at the Olympics. Can we overhaul Russia and the UK? Probably not the UK now, with 2 medals ahead of us, and they'll probably get gold here the way they're going in the men's Madison. But maybe Russia is the one in our sights for the last gold medals, if we can find a gold medal from somewhere in these last couple of hours. Right, let's take you back to the men's Madison. I think they've just had the latest sprint. So let's see how we are going with Phil Liggett, Scott McGrory, and Anna Mears, your commentary team.
In first place, so 2-time world champion. And it was only a couple of years ago, back-to-back world championships in 2018 and 19 for this German pairing with Theo Reinhardt. But they know how to win a bike race at this level. Morku about to change to Lasse Norman Hansen. So the Omnium Olympic champion from London 2012. And the current World Madison champions. Lee Howard now coming in as Kell O'Brien gets a little bit of a rest. And while they are paused, Phil, I do like to mention this with Kell. Kellen's full name is Kellen Michael O'Brien, and his family are very much into the music. They're singers and play a lot of music instruments. And he was named after Michael Kellen Hutchins from In Excess fame. So, he likes to play a guitar as well. Pretty handy on the axe, from what I understand.
You can see that Great Britain's built a little bit of daylight now, with 15 points ahead of Denmark in equal second, with France on 11, the Netherlands on 10, and Australia still on 3 and slipping down the list now into 7th place. The team that I'm expecting fireworks from, and they're going to have to rely on gaining a lap, is Italy. They're in the white jersey, moving up on the shoulder. There's a tight one. They all try to get over the top of each other at the same time, but Italy, and this is Consoni on the front just now, they're the team that have done nothing, and they're gambling, I think, Scott, on going for a lap when the opportunity comes, because they're not taking part in the sprints.
Well, all of the big teams, with the pace as it is at the moment, you can see when the race is really strung out, they're going fast. When they're bunched up, it's a bit slower. They all know it's dangerous to be too far back, so they're fighting to be at the front but not on the front, and that's creating this chaos, this washing machine effect. They're coming around now for the next sprint, and Spain is trying to get themselves in the right position to start take some points.
There's the bells. We go into sprint number 7 of 20 here. More points up for grabs. Spain start to intrude now, but the Danes are getting the hang of this now, the world champions in the red jersey, and they're going for everything they get. Italy, having criticised them for not trying for points, just got the 5 points there. And that was on the Italian there. That was Consoni, who takes the points out.
And after the sprints is where the opportunities come to attack. And it's strung out now, but there's just small gaps. Everybody will chase the wheel that's in front of them. Big change there. Kel O'Brien coming back in. And it's Yuri Harvick that comes and swings up for the Netherlands. Very experienced rider, Yuri Harvick. And I mentioned his uncle, Danny Stam. He rode, I think, maybe 3 Olympic Games Madisons with Robert Slippins, and many 16 races as well. He got into the sport because of his uncle. Went to the Amsterdam 6 Day and watched him race. And now we'll see if Yuri Harvick can get the medal that his uncle was unable to achieve in the Madison.
Well, Italy getting the points there, and that's going to give Great Britain still the lead here, 15 points. Denmark have closed to 14. France are very much on the frame. Italy appear for the first time in 5th place now.
Australia pushing through underneath New Zealand there. We can see the pace has gone off yet again. These sprints come thick and fast. They're only every 10 laps. That's half the distance it used to be. It used to be every 20 laps. Now it's every 10, so there's a lot more points on offer. But I can't help but think, Phil, that some of these teams are just hoping the race gets a bit faster and a bit harder so they can start attacking and hurting the legs of the fatigued riders to try and gain laps and chase those 20 points on offer.
Well, it's a consistent pace. For me, it was very hard. But for you, Scott, it's probably still quite easy. I don't know. 124 laps to go. Well, we're half distance at 100 laps. And anybody with a medal ambition have got to distinguish themselves in the next few laps. The attacks have got to come. 20 points for gaining a lap. But I should add, if you lose a lap, and as you get tired as possible, you lose 20 points.
One more lap until the next sprint. It's Grandin from France that comes around the outside. The Dutch make their change. Van Skip comes in as Harvick goes out. And also Belgium, Australia a little bit further back now. So with the speeds they're travelling, it's really hard to come from that far behind to get yourselves in the points. We haven't seen France for a little while, Phil, and now they are.
Well, there was a good change there by Australia, coming in at 200 metres to go, but they're too far off the pace to affect this result, as again it is Belgium who go over, followed by France in 2nd place. The Netherlands were there as well, and I think it's possibly Germany in 4th place. Can't quite see the colours, leaving 120 laps to go.
That's 80 laps in the leagues now. Plenty of races, 8 sprints that have happened. That good ride there from Belgium, that puts them up to 11th. Only 4 points off the overall lead, so it's heavily stacked now. The top 5-6 countries, there's still only 7 points between the top nations here. It's anyone's race.
Australia dropped down to equal 8th at the minute. There's the result of the sprint: Belgium, France, Netherlands, and it was Germany who crossed the line in 4th, taking 1 point. The overall situation now, that has put Great Britain still in the hot seat on 15. Denmark on 14, equal with France. 12 points for the Netherlands and 11 points for Belgium. So Italy briefly came into the top 5 and are now 6th in the standings. That's after 8 of 20 sprints.
We can see the first of the Australians, that's Lee Howard. Now he is part of the Team Pursuit team, but riding the Madison with Kel O'Brien to replace Cameron Meyer, who was going to do this event. And just shout out to Cameron and his family, just going through some personal challenges at the moment, so all the best to them. Lee, he's been a world champion in this event before, so he's happy to be in there though. And Kel O'Brien, well, he absolutely loves the Madison, but they've got a bit of work to do, Phil.
Now we're under the saddle of Elia Viviani here, the Italian sprinter, who's not had a very good season the last couple of years. He had a heart problem, as so often happens with athletes at a high level. He had a heart arrhythmia, but it's all okay again. He's back in action, but he will leave his professional team Cofidis at the end of this season. Find himself another team. I think he's found one already. But this is important to me. He is a brilliant championship rider. And he is, in fact, the Olympic Games omnium champion of 5 years ago in Rio. But I haven't seen too much of him yet. He's putting a lot of work on the shoulders of Consoni, another good sprinter from Italy.
It's a high average speed in the peloton as we come into the next sprint. That's what's made it difficult for these teams to attack. They really want the gaps to start to open up so they can start attacking and trying to take a lap on the field. First time I've really seen much from the Americans, but it's Great Britain looking for some extra points as well.
Echevarri of the USA taking out the 5 points there, so they're now on the leaderboard at the moment. At least I think it was, or was it the UK rider getting through underneath? We'll find out in the replay and the results.
I think it was GB in second place. Second place.
That would be right, yeah.
They've gone to 18, so 3 points for second place, from 15 up to 18 now for them. So they've got a 4-point lead in the overall classification and gone on with it as well. So found themselves slightly off the front. Hayter and Walls, wow. Not as a dominant performance like we saw from Kenny and Archibald in the women's race last night, but they are on form, the British team, in these bunch races, looking very strong.
Yes, well, I know that Matthew Walls will be living the dream. He's got 1 gold medal at his first Olympics. Couldn't colour. He really would not believe that. I mean, he's the riders who were winning the gold medals 4 years ago in Rio. He was just looking at them and hoping one day he could emulate them, and he's done all of that.
Well, what is standing out to me now as we see Denmark coming up across to Great Britain is the yellow jersey of Australia is really starting to struggle. They are off the back of the peloton. O'Brien and Howard are not in the hunt now. They were there early on in this race, but they seem to have disappeared.
Yes, and this is a move here by Great Britain and by the Netherlands. They've been joined by the Danes, who saw that because the British rider was trying to start a move to gain a lap, and the Danes were quickly after that because they are the most experienced, and I would still rank them as the team that could be toppling Great Britain by the end. Great Britain leads 18 points, Denmark with 14.
Now, Phil, we can see Kel O'Brien in the yellow jersey. He's back in the back of the peloton here now. Now, they were off the back of the group, and now he's come in. So something has happened with the Australians, and it does look like they have lost a lap. So I'm not sure if it was from a mishap or what, but the Australians have gone 1 lap down, which means they are 20 points down behind everybody else.
They have, and it must have been behind our camera there where they lost that lap. But they've plummeted from 8th to 15th in the race with a minus 20 points, which rounds up to minus 17 because they had 3. Half distance, 100 laps to go, sprint this time. Denmark still there, having taken that sprint, followed through by the UK, by Great Britain, Matt Walls there, and Ethan Hayter. And they're settling down to follow the Danes wherever they go. Denmark got 5, Italy 3, Great Britain 2, and the Netherlands at 1 point. The same teams now, all of the time, as we get into the second half of the Madison.
So we are at the halfway mark of the men's Madison at the Zoo Velodrome. Australia, as you just heard, in a fair bit of strife, having gone down a lap. And when you do go down a lap, if you get lapped, you get negative 20 points to your score. So Australia is on negative 17 at the moment, having got 3 points from a sprint earlier. And actually, the DNF has just come up against Australia's name. So it looks like Australia, we might actually take you back to see if Phil, Scott and Anna have something on this. But Australia have DNF. This is a crash.
The Americans have gone down in the change, Scott. The 2 Americans have gone down.
And you can see Lee Howard on the inside going through in the yellow jersey as well. So we see the two Americans. They've been caught up in the change and crashing, and a bit of pain from one of them as well. But the Australians are off the track. The Australians are off the track, so it's not looking good. It does sound as if the Australians have exploded and have come off and out of the race.
It looks like they've abandoned at that point. Now, the two Americans, Scott, they're both off the track. So how many laps have they got to get back in this race?
5 laps to regain for them, up until the final 5 laps. So if you crash or have a mishap, it's 7 laps to go. You've only got 2 to get back into the race. And here's the attack of France. It was the... You could see there, Phil, that the commissaire was holding up 3 fingers, because once that crash happened, they then start counting how many laps the Americans have been out of the race. They've already been out for 2. They've got 3 more to get back in.
Well, these laps take about 9 or 10 seconds at the most at these speeds, so that's all they've got to get in, another 20 seconds or so. And this is a move by France here to gain a lap on the field, and that would turn the table upside down. From Great Britain, as we're looking here now at Grandin, he's taken over from his teammate Thomas and gets the 5 points on the sprint there, followed by... Oh, and it's the Danes getting the better of Great Britain there. So that's going to close the gap to the overall leaders. This is a move to gain a lap, and with it 20 points. A good effort by Thomas and Grandin.
We see Denmark going straight on with it after that sprint as well. So France really pushing it. They picked up the 5 points, so that brings them right up, only 3 points away from the overall lead. Of course,
so France are making the move out of the peloton on the track, and Australia, as you just heard, out of the race, as are the United States. They had a crash and they are out. So Australia, the USA and Canada are all DNFing at the moment. Ireland have just gone down a lap as well, so they are negative 12 points, and France are trying to go up a lap on the rest of the field to gain 20 points. So the men's Madison is getting interesting. There are still 86 laps to go. We'll come back with the completion of the race next here on SEN.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Cranberry skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Watched as Taylor kicks the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
Sports
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party, mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Watch us Taylor kick the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely party, mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Oi!
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means your tyre's safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you on this Saturday night. Our games brought to you by Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms. I'll be with you for the ceremony, so I'll be decked out in my Sportscraft gear tomorrow night when we bring you the ceremony from 8 p.m. here on SEN and SEN Flip right around the nation. In the men's Madison, we are 62 laps to go. Australia are out. The USA are out. Canada are also out. The current standings has France on top with 29 points, Denmark with 26, Great Britain with 23. So those three teams are the ones who are leading the way. The Netherlands on 16, Belgium 13, Italy 10. That's the top 6 in the men's Madison. It's getting exciting now. Let's take you back to Phil Liggett, Scott McGrory and Anna Mears.
14 of 20. The medals becoming clearer. Nobody as of yet have gained that lap. The French are actually losing ground, but while they stay out there, they've taken more than 20 points at the moment by just staying out and away from the peloton.
Here's the next big move. As I said before, while Denmark and Great Britain were doing a lot of the chasing of France, look for the opportunists to come. Germany, Spain, these are the countries that are sitting back just waiting to go whack. And that's what big Roger Kluge has done now. So they might be able to get themselves out there and on the lap. Belgium have gone out after them. The strongest of the rest appears to be Denmark and Great Britain. France are now in a big, big world of trouble as they go back through the peloton.
Yes, Germany get the 5 points now. They've overtaken France, who stayed there long enough to get second place, but they're back in the pack now. A good opportunist attack by Germany. They've not got enough points on the board, so they need the 20 points for lap in the field. Overall, France leads still Denmark, Great Britain, Belgium and the Netherlands. Belgium have come in now into 4th place.
That was a big move from Roger Kluge. A lot of desperation. Everyone knew that that attack was going to come. They didn't know from which team it would come from, but they also knew that this deep into a race that's so hard and fast, they have to react really, really quickly. And because so many teams reacted, that was to the benefit of France, because they were in a little bit of danger there of being out in front, working so hard for so long, and now the pace has come back off. France can just take a deep breath now and just think about the next sprints to come. They've got a 4-point lead over Denmark.
Yes, they're going to start marking their rivals now and their medal positions, and that's what they need to do. Great Britain need to make an appearance at the front, because they're losing a little bit of ground here. They're not yet threatened in the bronze medal position by Belgium or the Netherlands. Quite a few points needed there, but it's not safe as of yet, as there's been a complete rethink now. They're all slowed down. Tactics, opportunity ripe for a lone attack perhaps. This is Morco in the front, the world champion, or at least one half of it. He's the man that led out Mark Cavendish to his 4-stage victories in the Tour de France.
I just saw Spain go through underneath riders then, and I also watched them talking to each other just in the last change. So keep an eye out for the Spanish team. They're in the white halfway down. For now, it's another sprint, and Denmark, Lasse Norman Hansen over the top of Great Britain. Germany starting to put themselves at the front end as well. They'll pick up points here, but Denmark pick up the 5 ahead of Germany and then Great Britain. So this will tighten things up a little bit at the front. Keep an eye out for the guys in white, though, from Spain. I'm expecting them to go on the attack.
Yes, that might put them equal at first there. I'm not sure whether France scored. I don't think they did on that lap there. 49 to go now, so they're going to be equal first now, the Danish boys. So we get a nice view there. That's Lasse Hansen who got the sprint. They had timed their change perfectly from Walkoff to Hansen. Fresh legs took the sprint out. And Denmark, Germany, Great Britain and Netherlands. So France did not score, which means that Denmark are equal first on the track now. The world champions are biting back. And the French in the white jersey with the red and blue sleeves, the colours of the French flag, they are now going to have to mark the boys in red. There's the situation. In fact, that's strange, because they've got 5 points, so it's 33 for Denmark. They've got the lead outright by a point. Great Britain is in 3rd place, and no worries at the moment by Netherlands, Belgium or Germany. Remember, it's double the points. Instead of 5, 3, 2 and 1, on the last lap finish, it's 10, 6, 4 and 2. It can change on the very last sprint, and has done in the past. No one has managed to take a lap. I don't know about you, Scott. I'm quite surprised at that.
Well, I'm also surprised and somewhat disappointed. They are friends of mine, and I was hoping for the best with the Australians out of the race. And we heard that Lee Howard, we're hearing from Matt Carmichael that Lee Howard just didn't have the legs today. Kerble's feeling okay, but Lee just wasn't up for today's at Madison race. So disappointment for the Aussies. They certainly are good enough to perform at this level. They've done it before, but just not today. And here comes the next attack. The French are in it again. So the Swiss moved. I said look out for the Spanish. Here they are. So I was expecting them to go, but the French have countered this as well. So this is an incredible performance from the French. There's been a crash.
Oh, the slid down off the bank here. Looks like it might be Kluge who's gone down there.
Definitely one of the Germans. Don't know exactly what happened there, but you could certainly hear it. And it is Roger Kluge. So Roger Kluge is the man down. Two-time world champion, silver medalist also. And another sprint. France looks like they might get mopped up as they come into this last one. And Denmark in the mix again with Switzerland trying to pick up the 5 points.
Not a good time to switch to Kluge when the sprint is on, but it's going to be Switzerland who get it. Denmark gets second. Spain gets third and France gets fourth. So the challenge remains, but Denmark are beginning to fire now as you go into the last 40 laps.
So more points for Denmark and France there, who are on 36 and 33 points respectively. Great Britain on 26. That's where it stands at the moment. We are beneath the quarter mark. There's less than 40 laps to go in the Madison as the Germans hit the deck a moment ago. You heard that. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this and bring you the closing stages of the men's Madison.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games. For Mate Internet and Mobile, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. The latest updates from a medal event is that France have won the bronze medal against Serbia 91-76 in the women's basketball. So they've got a medal there. The medal tally for Rebel Sport, Sporting Dreams start at rebelsport.com. The medal tally right now has China on top on 38 gold, 34 for the United States, 24 for Japan, 19 for Great Britain, and 17 apiece for Russia and Australia. So Australia is 6th overall in both gold medals and also total medals. So in both of those rankings, they are 6th for gold and 6th for total medals, with our 17 gold, 6 silver and 21 bronze at these games. Sporting Dreams start at rebelsport.com. We are in the closing stages of the men's Madison. 16 laps to go. Let's take you back to Phil Liggett, Scott McGrory and Anna Mears.
Yeah, would actually put them on top of the leaderboard for the 20 points. It's as close as that just now.
Sitting in 4th place, Belgium on 21. They need the 20 points for a lap gain. And look at the speed of the peloton. Germany are back up and going with Roger Kluge. A bit of dust on his side as well from the crash. And look at the effort from the change of Belgium. You could see how much was put into that from Kenny de Ketelaar to Robbie Gis. They are desperate to try and get away from this peloton. Next sprint not too far away. Then double points for the last sprint. But they need the lap gain.
Denmark and France are initiating the chase of the Belgians here, and the British riders are swung up there, so Great Britain I think really are tired here, and they're going to hang on to this bronze medal slot at best, I feel now, and the Belgians are their biggest threat because they're mixing it with the leaders, and right on the front now are the Belgian team, followed by the Italians who've got themselves into it with Viviani in 2nd place. Now, hang on. Yeah, they've been caught, so they're a lap down. Viviani's lost the lap. Is that right, Scott?
Yeah, so Viviani had gone off Viviani and Cossoni had gone off the back of the peloton, or what's left of it. They've been mopped up by the Belgian team, so that's why they're just sitting on the wheel now. You can see the open face, the mouth of Consoni struggling just to stay with the Belgians, so it's another 5 points that will go to Belgium. So good riding by them so far, and we'll see who's at the front of the peloton or what's left of it, chasing. Robbie Gis, the youngster, is really going.
Well, this is Denmark and Great Britain. Great Britain could be snatching the 2nd place here, but there's no doubt about the winner. There he goes, as Belgium continues to take on. That's de Ketelaar on the front just now. And the field is cracked under the pressure here, applied by Belgium, who are trying to snatch the gold medal at the last knockings. Good change by the British riders here. There's the result. Belgium, Great Britain, Denmark and France. So a slight gain there. 3 very useful points for Great Britain. Amazingly, Viviani sat behind de Ketelaar there, has been lapped. Overall, though, Denmark hold a 4 or 5 point lead here over France, and 11 points back to Great Britain now. Belgium are closing in. They're only 4 behind Great Britain, and remember, with 7 laps to go, the last lap is double points. And we're getting to the point now where nobody is going to take a lap.
Well, it's so fast, these last couple of laps. Double points on the final sprint. Belgium starting to struggle now. They're in 4th place on 26 points. They need to take a lap to get the 20. I don't think it's going to happen now, but Great Britain have gone out after them. If they pick up the final sprint and get 10 points, we need to see Denmark. Well, actually, they'll still be. They're 11 points behind Denmark. So Great Britain cannot beat Denmark by winning the final sprint. France still can, though.
They're more concerned about holding on to the bronze medal now, because Belgium, if they get the 10 points on the line, Great Britain's going to have to be right behind them to protect their bronze medal. Other than that, it could even go, if the right order was behind them, Belgium could finish up in silver medal. Belgium are in the blue jersey here as they start the move. This is the Danes now with the French trying to protect their podium positions as we get 2 laps to go. Bell next time.
Well, the riders are on their hands and knees now, clawing their way around this track, spread out all the way around. It's desperate moments to try and pick up whatever points are left. 1 lap to go. It'll be 10 points to Great Britain, but what settles behind?
Well, a late attack, and take your hats off to the British riders here as we watch Ethan Hayter here come down the straight looking for those 10 points. He gets them. And up to Belgium comes over in second, France third, and Denmark in fourth place. They get the double points. One rider in between, I think, was lapped. And there are the Olympic champions. And there's no doubt about it, Bob. There's no doubt about it, Scott. Lasse Norman Hansen and Michael Murko have simply been the best for some years now, and they're now confirmed. The return of the men's Madison, and it is victory for the top two players of the Madison race. Well done to Lasse Norman Hansen, Michael Moorcock. The world champions are now also the Olympic champions. In second place will be Great Britain, with that late surge for double points, moved up into second. France is third, and Belgium will just miss out in fourth place despite that late attack. Mind you, France, I think, deserved the bronze medal. They rode a superb attacking Madison too.
Well, they finished on equal points with Great Britain. So that final attack from Great Britain to pick up the final sprint, double points, 10, that put them to 40. France picked up third in that final sprint, so they were equal on points with Great Britain, but Great Britain crossed the line before them. So on countback, they get the silver medal. That's how close it was. 3 points between first and second and third on equal points just on the countback. What a fantastic Madison race that was.
Indeed it was. Denmark get the gold medal, 43 points. And then, as they said on commentary, Phil and Scott's, it was Great Britain and France who finished on 40 points each in equal second. But on the count back, it is Great Britain who get the silver medal and France get the bronze. Belgium on 32 points, so that was the runaway top four. Then there was a big gap of about 15 points between Belgium and their geographical neighbours. The Netherlands in fifth, Spain in sixth with 14 points, and Switzerland had 18 points. 8 points, I beg your pardon, overall with the seventh place finished. And then it was Poland who didn't get points. Germany had -6, Italy -9, New Zealand -17, and Australia, the US, Austria, Ireland, and Canada all DNF, did not finish for those nations. In the men's Madison, so gold to Denmark, silver to the UK, and bronze to France. Coming up in an hour and a half from now, for the first time since Melbourne in 1956, there'll be two Australians, Stuart McSwain and Oliver Hoare, who'll dash for glory in the men's 1500-metre final. The Tokyo 2020 live free and in HD on 7 and 7+. The Olympic Games, the only place to see it all. That is coming up very shortly in the next hour or so. We've also got the women's high jump, which will be featuring two Australians, Nicola McDermott and also Eleanor Patterson. So those are the two events that we look forward to in the track, or on the track and in the field. And on the basketball courts will be the Boomers doing battle with Slovenia for the bronze medal. That's in 2 hours from now. So we have a little quiet patch in sport at the moment as far as Australians go. Ed Fernan is competing in the modern pentathlon. They're in the show jumping stage at the moment, and he's doing okay. He's holding his score nicely of 288. So you start off with a score of 300, and that's what you hope to keep by the end of your run. If you incur any penalties for knocking over a barrier in your run, then you get deducted points. So 300 is the perfect score. Ed Fernan had 288, which is keeping him in good stead at the moment. They've had about half of the field race or perform rather in the show jumping leg of the modern pentathlon. So about 18 or so, 20 or so of the field of 36, and Ed Fernan of Australia is sitting in fifth overall in the show jumping. So he's been a little sluggish, to be fair, in the first two events of the pentathlon, the fencing and the swimming. He's second last in the overall rankings, but hopefully this will be able to propel him back up the order as it did Marina Carrier yesterday, going from outside the top 20 into the top 10. So hopefully Ed Fernan can repeat what Marina Carrier did yesterday for Australia in the modern pentathlon. For the time being, though, there's a bronze medal on the line in the handball, and this is one sport that we haven't given too much love to over the course of the Olympics, simply because there aren't any Australian competitors in it. But the bronze medal is on the line here. The gold medal is coming up later tonight between France and Denmark. But the bronze medal match is between Spain and Egypt, and it's all locked up at 23 goals apiece, with about 7 minutes to go in the second period. So let's take you in to the handball, Egypt and Spain. 23 points apiece.
Spain, for example, only scored 4 goals in the second half in 13 minutes. As Egypt really tighten up their defence.
Changes at the back now for Spain as back on come Garcia and Sarmiento in the centre and left back positions. Sarmiento quick looking for the gap. Garcia with his big long range shot. But also happy to try and find the gap if it's there.
Speaking of him, he's fouled. But there's more example here of this tight Egyptian defence. Spain scored 19 goals in the first half, only 4 so far in the second. There's a 9-metre shot and it's there. Well, something a little different that time from Garcia.
It's what he's on for, and the quick changes between attack and defence. Goal is scored very well indeed. Immediately they sprint off and back in come Guardiola and Migallon in the centre of the defence.
Efficiency still good, 71%, but interestingly, Egypt's is rising, 66% now. That gap a lot closer than it was earlier.
Both teams are shooting above their averages in the competition so far.
Egypt again. And they lock it up again.
Great goal by Eldera, who had a spell playing in Denmark for Ribe Esbjerg and then moved to Georgie. See it again. Picked up a knee injury though, and in the end, long recovery, decided to abandon, and they agreed to tear up the contract, and he went back to Egypt. Luckily though, he's back to his good old form now, number 39.
Oh, nice recovery there. Garcia once more, back-to-back goals for him. Omar. Oh, it's deflected in. Another goal for Egypt, and Omar scores his 5th.
Got a 2-minute suspension as well. Guardiola is off, and that's his 2nd of the game, and that's a big problem for the Spaniards. Catches him high, Omar. He still gets the shot away with an awkward bounce. Somehow gets past Perez de Vargas. The merest of touches, and the bench get their wish.
Keep an eye on that on Guardiola, who's on more 2-minute suspension. He'll be red-carded. Spain playing with an empty goal at the moment. Halfway through the second half, it's locked up at 25 apiece.
It seemed like too many steps there. He shuffled quite a bit. Gorbindo goes in. Entre Rios.
Being good defence there by Egypt.
Doing a big shift, the Spanish captain here today, Raúl Entre Rios. Not enough space though to bounce that ball and go through.
Garcia. Spain's 2 goals. That's come off an Egyptian player, so it'll be Spain ball.
Bindo had a chance there. There was a bit of a gap and he hesitated and passed to the wing instead. Gets deflected.
This time it's Garcia providing for Figueras, and it is Spain back in front by 1.
Forcing the middle in the end. Garcia tries to draw one of the defenders away and then pass the ball on that side, so the defender is behind the line.
They're doing well treasuring possession when they're on 2-minute suspensions, aren't they, Spain? They're scoring quite regularly through these 2-minute suspensions. Oh, what a stop there from Perez de Vargas.
Very important one while they're short-handed, and they will be so annoyed with themselves. Those are the chances they can't afford to miss. Eldera, lovely block by Mamdou to create space. But what a save.
Yeah, that was special. Spain score again. There's only 5 seconds left in that 2-minute suspension, so their keeper Perez de Vargas will come back on. Oh, good stuff from Hindawi. Both keepers in fine form at the moment.
Staying back there a little bit to stop the quick pass out to the centre player. Block on the line, and Garcia takes advantage for the shot, but it's well read.
And Hindawi, very good keeper.
Cleaning up going on, and Perez de Vargas, who made that last save for the Spaniards, who's he comes good at just the right moment. When you think back to that quarter-final against Sweden, when he made those stunning saves late on in the game and it turned things around, he's really one of those men of the moment.
There's no doubt that goalkeepers in this sport can be match winners. As Egypt now play with 7 attackers.
And on the line has gone Messili alongside Mamdou, and the defence held back and a bit of space. Kada with his third.
Oh, Hindawi can't get back in time. All that good work on attack has been undone. Hindawi very close to stopping that one. Very impressive goal, but Perez de Vargas, look, he knows there's an opportunity at the other end of the court. Oh, that was agonisingly close.
I have to say, I'd be tempted when they're playing 7 against 6 to put El Taya in goal, who's a bit quicker.
Well, there's 7 out there again. Yeah, it's a good point you've raised, though. Well, there's another goal, and here comes Perez de Vargas again. Can they score again? They're going to hold it back this time.
Look at the height on Hassan Kada, right in the corner. Brilliant.
The height these players can jump, so much more amplified on these slow motion replays. They are tremendous athletes.
Kada, just 21 years of age and stepping into big shoes with Ali Zain injured today, and he scored for the 21-year-old, another, the Zamalek contingent.
Spain continue here. Back to Garcia. Almost stolen by Egypt, it's still there. Passive play warning, easy save for Hindawi, who's made a real difference in that Egyptian goal in the second half.
Garcia almost flicking the ball with rubber wrists around into the line. Didn't come off, and it forced a rather weak shot in the end by Sarmiento under pressure. There was the flick of the wrist. Did very well indeed to get the block in, El Mazri.
Hindawi now has 6 stops from 14 shots. He's at 43%. Egypt are at 27 for the game.
Egypt go back to a 5-1 attack now. Oh, good playing defence. And again, Garcia went out, stopped the pass, and he forced him into a shot under pressure, and Vargas mops up at the back.
And of course the ball would stop just out of arm's reach for the Egyptian to grab it.
Look at that. Hesham wanted the ball. Garcia, though, cut the pass. And Kada had to take the shot. If he'd landed, it would have been a full
Vamos a darte unos minutos de descanso ahí en ese lado de ella, ¿vale? Raúl, te colocas en el centro y te vas a defender ahí en la zona de segundo. Atacas tú en la zona lateral. Intentemos hacer una permuta ahí con él, para ir a buscar allá, ¿vale?
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. Tyrepower.com.au.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo Games 2020. Jordan Canellis with you on this Saturday night session for Mates Internet and Mobile, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. So the men's Madison, which we heard earlier, Australia, unfortunately, no result there. We finished with negative 17 points we had at the stage. That we DNF'd, but no points overall because we did not finish. So Australia, no result there. The gold went to Denmark. The silver went to Great Britain, and France got the bronze. Live sport around Tokyo at the moment. There's not a heap going on at the moment. There's, in fact, just 3 events happening right now. We have there's a karate, or the string of karate bouts that are happening at the moment, so one after the other on the mats. There is the modern pentathlon, the show jumping in the modern pentathlon. There's the rhythmic gymnastics, the 4th rotation of the individual all-round. Our Australian girl, Lydia Yakovleva, got knocked out yesterday, so she didn't make it to this phase. And the handball, the bronze medal match of the men's handball between Egypt and Spain. It's been a pretty even match, low-scoring match as well, 28 points apiece as we take you back in, nearing the end of the second half. Let's take you back and get a couple more minutes of the handball between Egypt and Spain. Bronze medal on the line.
It's in Clerios.
Good defending at the moment, 2 on the line, not giving much away, although Omar briefly lost and Trerios could have proved costly, but they managed to close the gap behind. Second line is in with Fernandez, flattens the defence, and Deutsche Bank takes advantage.
What a goal from him in Spain. Still half a step in front of Egypt. Oh, great pass. Al-Wakil decides the angle was too tight for the shot there.
Picking up the ball, he did very well indeed not to step in the area. He had to jump for it and pass the ball before he landed again. Randu trudges in as they go back to 5-1. They seem to be alternating at the moment. Different attacks. El Amar looking for Eldera, but he came in a little late. And again, Garcia, who's doing a very good job in defence, covered it.
Been great on attack too, Garcia. It's messy there from Egypt, but they still have possession. Has to play warning just yet. Hisham.
Good defence. Garcia again, who stopped Eldera from getting the ball out and flicking it to Hisham, who was then going to move it out to the wing.
Now the pass to play warning for Egypt. Good defence here by Spain. Whoops. It was always destined to be Spanish ball. Well done to the Spanish defence there. They played really tough.
looking at the referee, and I did wonder if that came off a Spanish foot as it dropped. There's the loose ball.
One more look at it. Ooh, actually, might have come off the knee there of one of the Spanish players into the area.
Well, you get away with that, but...
It's going to go down as an Egyptian turnover. Spain can take a big step forward if they can score, and they do score! And it's the captain, Incredios, who scores for his team. Leading from the front there. Second goal of the game, and all of a sudden that is an important score, that one. Time ticking away.
Omar just not finding a way through, and again with those seconds ticking away, goalkeeper comes out and we're back to 7 against 6, and it's Mesili who goes in on the line.
Omar tries to find some space. 2-minute suspension's been given. Guardiola.
So Spain are leading this bronze medal match in the handball, 30-28. We're about to take a break and have new audiences join us on the other side of this. Jordan Canellis with you, taking you through your night session on day 15 of the Olympics. We'll join after this.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely piney mates of 4 and 20 pie.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Cash flow, but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games, the final night session from the Games. There's 24 hours, maybe less than 24 hours left now in the Olympic Games as far as the sport goes. This is the final night session of sport. Tomorrow night, it's just the closing ceremony, so all the sport will be ended by about... roughly 7 o'clock, I think, is when the last event ends. The last event tomorrow will be the water polo gold medal match. So by the time that finishes, it'll be all done. So we do have about 24 hours left, and this is the final night session of sport. Welcome to all of our new listeners joining us, especially those listening on 1620 AM Gold Coast, to our coverage of the games for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from just $59. Search Mate online, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. The results that we've seen today, the canoe sprint we had earlier in the afternoon. We had 2 of our K4 pairs, the 4-person kayak in the 500 metres, make it to the finals. In the women's, Jamie Roberts, Joe Brigden-Jones, Shannon Reynolds and Catherine MacArthur finished 7th in the final. And in the men's, it was Lockie Tame, Riley Fitzsimmons, Murray Stewart and Jordan Wood who finished 6th overall. We had the diving earlier. Great from Cassiel Rousseau to make the diving final, where he finished 8th overall with a total score of 430.35, and started a little slow with his first 2 dives, but his final 4 were very good, and so he got himself into 8th in the men's 10-metre platform diving final. We also had the water polo tonight. It was the 5th and 6th place playoff between the Stingers and Netherlands. So this is the women's water polo. Our Stingers, the Australian team, won their match in the water polo by a score of 14-7, so securing the 5th spot overall for for the women. And we also had the marathon early this morning, where the highlight was Sinead Diver in her 40s from Ireland, but now representing Australia, finishing 10th in the marathon. So very well done from Sinead Diver in the marathon early today. The event we just had a few moments ago, which completed, was the men's Madison. 200 laps around the velodrome, and Australia unfortunately didn't get the result they were after. They DNF'd our pair of Kellen O'Brien and Lee Howard not finishing the race, so they didn't get any points in the end. Denmark got the gold medal, Britain got the silver, and France got the bronze in the men's Madison around the velodrome. We're keeping an eye on the modern pentathlon, where they are nearing the end of their third leg of the five, obviously, in the pentathlon. So this is the show jumping event on the horses. The way the show jumping works is you start your run with 300 points to your name, and every barrier that you knock over when you go over a jump deducts you a certain amount of points. So 300 is the perfect score. Only 4 riders have a perfect score of 300. Our sole Australian in the modern pentathlon in the men's, we had the women's yesterday with Marina Carrier, but the men's is today, and our sole Australian is Ed Fernan, who has 288 points here in the modern pentathlon, the show jumping leg. So he's doing very well. He's in the top 11 at the moment, with about 6 riders still to go. So he's going to get himself a nice little bevy of points to add to his overall standing across the 3 legs so far, with the laser run to come later in the night, which combines the 4th and 5th legs of the pentathlon together, shooting and running. So that'll be one of the events to look out for later in the night. It's actually a very fun event, the laser run. It's pretty high pace. It's very quick. I think it only goes for about, the women's yesterday went for about 12 to 15 or so minutes, maybe 20 at the max, depending on the late stragglers. So it's a pretty fast pace for a run combined with shooting. So that'll be the laser run later tonight. The men's handball has just come to an end, and the bronze medal is Spain's. So the handball bronze medal goes to Spain as they beat Egypt 33-31. The gold medal match will be later tonight, France and Denmark. The events we are looking forward to tonight is from the track and field. There is one field event and one track event featuring Australians. In the field, it'll be the women's high jump. Nicola McDermott and Eleanor Patterson are our competitors in the high jump, which kicks off in an hour from now. 8:30 Eastern is the high jump. And then in the men's 1,500 metres, Stuart McSwain and Oliver Hoare will be competing for Australia, and that one jumps at about 20 to 10 Eastern time, so 9:40 Eastern time for the men's 1,500 metres around the track of the Olympic Stadium. There are other events, obviously, outside of just what's happening with the Aussies on the track and field. There's also the women's 10,000 metres, the men's javelin, and the women's and the men's individual events, the 4x400 metre relay. So the women's 4x4 and the men's 4x4 to end off the night from the athletics venue. Aside from that as well, the other headline event, and the one that we'll be sticking with for the majority of this evening in about an hour and a half from now, is the men's bronze medal match in the basketball, Australia and Slovenia. Can the Boomers notch up their first medal at the Olympics? So many times have the Aussies finished 4th. We've had 4 fourth-place finishes at the Olympic Games over the course of our history, and never have we got a medal. We came so close, agonisingly close, in Rio 2016, bar for a few calls at the end of the last 2 matches in the semis and in the bronze medal match against Serbia and Spain. Can Australia get the bronze as they take on Luka Doncic and Slovenia later tonight? Doncic, arguably in the top 5 players in the world, in the NBA certainly, and therefore that translates to the world. So you could argue that is, a lot of people would say, is comfortably in the top 5, maybe top 3 players in the world at the moment. Slovenia have certainly been carried by him through their qualification stage pre-Olympics and now into the Olympic Games themselves. So it's a pretty big night ahead for both Australia, who have been yearning this medal for so long, and Slovenia, who are in the Olympic Games in the basketball tournament for the first time off the back of what Luka Doncic has been able to do since they became an independent nation. Of course, they were formerly part of the Yugoslav nation, so they competed as that pre-90s, but not since the breakup of Yugoslavia have Slovenia been at the Olympics in the basketball. So it's pretty historic either way. One nation is going to get their first medal in the Olympic basketball program. That's coming up at 9 p.m. tonight. Let's take you into the final stages of the modern pentathlon show jumping. There's a couple of riders still to go as we build up to the big event starting in about half an hour from now. So the show jumping, Ed Fernan has had his run completed. Let's have a listen, though, to the final couple of show jumpers in the men's modern pentathlon.
Just needs to be careful on the related distances that he doesn't get in too long. It is a very scopy, rangy looking horse. Collected nicely off that corner. But you see there, just in. Should have checked slightly sooner, just got in a little close, but the horse recovered. Didn't even touch that pole. A longer stride there. Now the treble, he just needs to sit up nicely, which he's doing here, setting the horse up, and it should make for a smooth journey through. Just letting it get a little long towards the end. This is a horse that wants to move forward, so he just needs to be aware of that in those combinations. Going long now. He just needs to be careful coming into this final one. And he didn't agree. The horse and rider weren't quite sure on which stride they were going. And that was a bit of a demolition, a bit of a shame, an end to what had been quite a nice round.
Yeah, just falling away at the end there. Svikovs gets a 285. That pushes him up to third in the overall standings. And now we're down to just 5 riders coming up.
Well, it was all looking so controlled, but we did know that the horse has a long stride and he was just eating up the ground. And here, they just disagreed on when to take off. But very committed by Up To You, very honest indeed.
Well, this is where it starts to get very nervy. These are the top athletes now, and it's Alexander Livanov of the Russian Olympic Committee on Merlo Castillon.
Well, Livanov will know the consequence of a good ride. It really is the top end, and we've seen the order spread out below these riders with plenty of faults being racked up. And this isn't the start that Livanov would be hoping for. Too close to the first and just not seeing a stride here at the moment. He's being penalised with those poles going down. And he's lucky that that's all that's happening. 2 poles down already at this early stage in the course. Going long, over 5. He needs to be careful in the double if he carries on this long stride. So, just needed to check a little bit in the middle there. That's now 21. Not really meeting any of these jumps too smoothly, but I think getting in close to that fence 7 helped him meet 8 on a better stride. He would have been too long otherwise. And the treble, he'll need to really, that might have helped him just to set up. Is he going to ride too far forwards? He's really pushing it. Can the horse still get the strides in that he needs? Can he pick up over the last? He does very nicely. Merlo Castillon. He's already had 3 down. Can he keep the rhythm here and make sure he doesn't get too flat over this last jump? Or met the 12th on a perfect stride to end the round nicely.
Bit shaky at the start, but pulled it back together. The Russian Olympic Committee athlete Livanov on 279 moves up into 4th in the overall standings.
It didn't start well at all. It looked like it was going to be a bit of a cricket score. The poles were falling thick and fast, but they found their rhythm later on.
So now Lithuania is represented by Justinas Kinderes, who is riding I'm on Top.
I remember this horse earlier, quite striking with his white face. And that high knee action as well. Kinderes having a bit of a disagreement with I'm on Top. And we saw a nice round by Robert Kaza with this horse. Well, second refusal, you do need to move on to the next fence, so that'll be fence number 3. This would have shaken the confidence of both horse and rider. Kinderes is very experienced at modern pentathlon riding. He will have just really lost some valuable points. Those 2 refusals. 27 points he sits on, but he'll have time penalties as well. 2 refusals wastes a lot of time. He'll be kicking himself literally. That's why he didn't ride this positively early on. Another pole. I think this ride is going to drop Kinderis dramatically down the standings. The horse on, he saw the long stride, he committed. That's fine. He wasn't really committing early on though, was he? And that's where it mattered. We're getting close to the time allowed when the clock will start to turn into penalties, and the red at the bottom, you can see those seconds adding up. It's going to be a painful score and put Kinderis totally out of the standings after this. Let's hope he can just bring it home clean over these last 2. Got it incredibly close, but rescued over the 12th.
Well, it just goes to show 2 refusals eating up all the time, and the 2:47. He was lying in 4th in the overall coming into this. He's going to be a lot further down now.
Well, that's where the problem was. Other than fence number 2, it wouldn't have been too damaging a score. 2 refusals and the time with the disaster for Kinderis.
Well, next up, it's Ilya Palaskov from Belarus, and he's on Kidoso 2.
Can Palaskov take advantage of some of these poor rides that have gone before him? Already 7 points off the potential maximum of 300. But we've seen many do that and then recover in too close. But he's riding forwards. Almost recovered. That is another knock of the pole as it hits the ground. And takes another 7 points off his total score. In too close again, and you'll get stuck on the bigger spreads if that happens later on in the course. He's got 2 big oxes coming up now, but these poles are dropping like flies. Taking the long line into 7, and the horse just looks like he's backing off ever so slightly, and this is where Palaskov needs to keep his leg on all the way into the fence. Keep squeezing with his seat, with his legs, telling the horse to keep that energy going forwards. Just getting a little long, catching it with the back feet. These holes are going to be very costly indeed.
Well, 262 for Palaskov is not what he came here for. He goes to 814 points, and that will push him right the way down.
Well, those poles really just kept dropping, didn't they? Catching on the back feet at the end of the treble. A painful score for Palaskov.
2 to go here. Can Korea's Jinhua keep up his form here? He's riding Cairo.
Well, a lot of pressure on Jung. Saw his teammate have a good ride earlier. It started nicely for the Korean. See the horse just super keen again. He is pricked, tail held high, just knocking the front part of that oxer nicely over 5. Concentration you can see on Jung's face as he's doing his best to set his horse up and give him the best opportunity of clearing these obstacles. That is the job of the rider, to prepare your horse so it can do the work over the fences. In a tiny bit close, but it but still perfectly doable. Long over 9. Can he get himself back together ahead of the treble? Oh, well ridden through there. Checked nicely ahead of it to stop the horse getting too long, and then rode positively through. We like to see. Well, very nice ride for Chung.
Well, 293 is going to keep Chung right up there, and in fact he goes up to the top of the pile on 847 points. He's just above Jan Kuf, the Czech Republic athlete, and his teammate Jun Wong Tai, Koreans running well.
Set the horse up perfectly for that treble. Well ridden. I think that's some sort of celebration.
Very happy. Now for our last rider, the leader here, Jo Chung from Great Britain, and he's on Clintino.
He will have noticed some of these poor scores going before him. He knows this is really an opportunity to bank a good ride. Sloppy at the start. You can hear the vocal encouragement coming from Chung. He encourages Clintino over the fences. A nice line, slightly left behind. They recovered that nicely over 4. Just a little tiny bit of a pause on the corner, but riding forwards into 5, meeting on a nice stride. He sets Clintino up on a bit of a long stride going in, and Clintino, they're able to bring it back and get that second stride in comfortably. Going long, and that was well ridden through there. Put it on a nice long stride, carried it through. That will have saved some valuable time. Now setting up nicely. This is looking very good for Chung. Just getting in too close, a little bit far forwards as he took the middle part down. That's 2 poles down for Chung. He just needs to sit up nicely and encourage the horse over 12, and he will be delighted. Come on, Jan Bartu, pumped with the 2 British rounds. Performance director for the British team, and we just saw a glimpse of Jabina Maslin, the riding instructor, who will have done her job.
286 for Jo Chung of Great Britain. He goes top of the overall on an 8:59. So Jo Chung will be pleased. Could have been a bit better, could have been more, but 286 not bad. He's top on 8:59. Jung of Korea sits second on 8:47.
Well, it didn't start well for Chung, but he kept his composure. Just a little of a rattle in the middle part of the treble, but other than that, it all looked very good for the British athlete, and he has kept his dreams alive.
Well, that concludes the riding display of the Tokyo 2020 Modern Pentathlon results.
Well, here we have a roundup of the results in the ride. Just 3 clear runs from Gustino, Dogue and Vlak. Morosi would have been pleased with the fact that he was on Farome. And we see Wong Tai and Chung down in 11th and 14th place, but their ride was strong enough to put them in 1st and 2nd in the overall. Further down the list, these athletes are going to have a big task coming in to the final event, the combined run shoot. Points put together over all the 3 events that have happened so far. We'll go to a staggered start for the athletes based on handicap, with the athlete that's amassed the most points starting first.
The finish order of the later run will be the whole ranking for the whole event.
Well, here are the
2020 Olympic
standings after the ride. Chung, top of the pile from Jung. Kuf of the Czech Republic in third, with the second Korean sitting in fourth. And this gives you an idea of the order that these athletes will begin the laser run here in the Tokyo Stadium, which is coming up very soon indeed. As we start to dip further down this list, things become increasingly more difficult. However, a good run shoot can push you right the way up the order, so you can't quite write anyone off just yet. Perhaps other those that were eliminated from the ride.
That's the end of the third leg of the modern pentathlon, the show jumping leg, which has come to an end now, and the next and final event of the modern pentathlon, which combines both the fourth and fifth legs together, is coming up in about 40 minutes from now, about 42 minutes away. This final event, the laser run, which combines a run and a shoot together, so running and then rifle shooting together in the same event. So they run for a bit, they stop, have to compose themselves to shoot, and then they run off again, and then do that a couple of times in circulation before finishing off the final leg. So that's the show jumping piece done. Ed Fernan, the Australian, finished 12th in the show jumping, so this has been his best event so far. In the first event, the swimming, he finished 36th overall with a time of 2 minutes 10 in the 200-metre freestyle. In the fencing, across the two different legs of the fencing components, he finished 35th overall, or 35th in that discipline. And then in the show jumping equestrian discipline, Ed Fernan of Australia finished 12th in that leg. So he's helped himself up the overall leaderboard, but not by too much though. He's 29th overall, but he was sitting in 35th of 36, so he's got himself out of the bottom two spots in the modern pentathlon overall rankings. So he's 29th in the overall rankings after finishing 12th in the equestrian discipline, with the laser run to come at 8:30 Eastern Time. So that's what's been happening in Tokyo so far. We are in a bit of a lull, admittedly. There's only two sports that are live at the moment, which is karate and wrestling. That is the only sports happening right now in Tokyo. So they are in a bit of a dip at this stage, and it'll pick up again in probably not that far, actually, about 10 or so minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, there'll be a handful of things which jump again. Some of the events that are going to be of interest in the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes. So at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the gold medal match in the baseball starts. So 10 minutes from now, the gold medal baseball match starts between the USA and Japan, the two best baseball nations on earth. The final equestrian event is on as well, the jumping team final. No Australians in this one. The artistic swimming, formerly known as synchronised swimming, starts at 8:30, where there are two Australians. Sorry, there is an Australian team involved in this. The teams are comprised of 8 athletes, so there'll be 8 of our Australian women competing in the artistic swimming. The modern pentathlon, as I said, at 8:30 Eastern, and then a little bit later on in the night is when we begin the athletics as well. So that starts at 8:35 with the women's high jump, and then 8:45 for the women's 10,000 metre final. So we are in a bit of a lull just for the next 10 or so minutes in the Tokyo 2020. Karate and wrestling are the two events that are on at the moment. We will come back on the other side of this, and we'll have a listen to some of the divers from earlier, because we did have the diving 10-metre platform final. Cassiel Rousseau of Australia competing. Tom Daley as well, one of the world's best from Great Britain, competed in the event too. Cassiel Rousseau finished 8th. Tom Daley took the bronze medal. We'll hear from them next here on our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games on SEN.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet? Mate. Choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
We've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Cranberry skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicks the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Cranberry skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicks the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you in this night session. We are, as I said, just in a bit of a quiet spot of the night. Some karate and wrestling is on at the moment, but the baseball is about to start in a few moments. The gold medal match between the United States and Japan, the two big heavyweight nations in baseball worldwide. Obviously, we know the Americans are with the Major League competition, but the Japanese National League is the next biggest competition in the world, and they are nuts about baseball. Behind sumo wrestling, which is their national sport, and also soccer, baseball is right up there with one of their. In fact, baseball is arguably bigger than soccer in Japan, so they are nuts about baseball. So it's going to be a pretty big gold medal match in the baseball. So we'll take some of that in a moment. The diving earlier in the evening, it was Cassiel Rousseau of Australia who finished in 8th position overall. He started a little slow, just getting his first 2 dives a little bit heavy on the entry, so he got himself maybe a few less points than what he would have liked, but he picked it up really nicely with some very clean diving from dives 3, 4, 5 and 6 for Cassiel Rousseau of Australia. Australia and finished in 8th position overall, so a very, very good result in the end. He said he had no real goals or expectations of himself once he made the final. He just wanted to have fun, so there wasn't any pressure. He wasn't putting pressure on himself to win the gold or medal at all. So I think he did it. He went out and did exactly what he set out to achieve. This is Cassiel Rousseau of Australia speaking in the aftermath of the 10-metre diving platform final of Australia. Cassiel Rousseau.
So it was a 1-2 finish for China here in the men's diving and an 8th place finish for our own Cassiel Rousseau. Cass, you just dived in a men's final at the Olympics. Can you believe it?
Somewhat, yeah. In that final, I just kind of felt like a tadpole in swimming around with sharks, so it was just crazy. To even be part of that final was just nuts.
Your rise, 4 years ago, from what I can understand, you were scared of heights and you were in the circus, and now you're here. The rise has been meteoric. Where can you go from here?
Well, all of these guys have like 3 to 4 times more experience than me, so all I want to do is just get more experience and just see how far I can go in this sport.
Obviously, your granddad had fantastic success in this sport. What does it mean to you to be able to follow in his footsteps and be here today?
Not in this sport. He did cycling.
Sorry, in the Olympics. Yes.
It just means a lot to me. I kind of, I don't know. It just means a lot.
Anyone you want to say hello to back in Brizzy?
Yeah, just the family. Got a lot of support. The boys from school and the Siege boys as well. Yeah, just got a lot of support from a lot of people.
Mate, Australia's fallen in love with you. Well done. 8th place in the Olympic final, and I reckon you're going to go even bigger and better next time.
Thank you.
Congrats, mate. Well done.
Cassiel Rousseau of Australia after finishing 8th in the men's 10-metre platform final, the 20-year-old who has only been diving for about 4 years. So if that's what he can do in 4 years, imagine what he does in another 3 years between now and Paris 2024, and then even after that he can make LA 2028 too. So there's certainly a handful more Olympics on the way for Cassiel Rousseau of Australia. One of the most popular figures in diving around the world, and certainly one of the biggest sporting names from the Olympics in the UK, is Tom Daley. He is a star of diving. He won bronze in this event, the 10-metre platform, back in London 2012 in his home events back when he was a wee lad, a teenager. In Rio 2016, he got bronze in the 10-metre synchro platform. And then in Tokyo 2020, he got the bronze here in the 10-metre platform earlier today, plus also a gold medal in the 10 metres platform synchronised event. So the two divers diving together. And that was his first gold medal back at the start of the week. So he's got his first gold at the Olympic Games. He's got a bronze from today earlier on the 10-metre individual platform. This is Tom Daley speaking again with Ryan Daniels of Channel 7.
Well, it's a bronze medal for Great Britain's Tom Daley. It caps off a fantastic week for you, Tom. A bronze medal, a gold medal. Can you believe the week that you have had?
I'm over the moon. If someone had told me I was going to win a gold and a bronze at these Olympic Games, I would have bitten the hand off. So the fact that I've got this medal around my neck, it means so much. There's so many people that come behind an Olympic medal. When you see athletes standing on the podium, like their coaches, support staff, all of the people that are in their team, their family that are behind this. And, my husband and my son are like my rocks, and they have really helped me feel loved and cherished, and they've been able to help me fly higher than I ever thought I might be able to. So I've got a lot to thank for my family.
They'll be watching you and they'll be so proud. I read how much it means to you to be a role model for the LGBTQ community. Something like this really does great things for kids who might be sort of unsure and scared when they're young and they feel bullied.
Yeah, I feel extremely lucky to be from a country where I can come and represent my country, have a husband, have a son, because there are 10 countries here at these Olympic Games where being LGBT is punishable by death. So there is a lot of work that needs to be put in, but I was the kid that I felt like alone, I felt different, I felt like I didn't quite fit in, and I really hope that this shows over these Olympics that no matter how different and how on the outside you feel, there is a chosen family waiting for you, and you can achieve anything.
Well said, mate. And just lastly, everyone in Australia's fallen in love with your knitting this week. You've knitted a cosy for your gold. What are you going to do for the bronze?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest. I've been asked to knit, you can imagine lots of athletes have asked me to knit medal pouches, so I've got a list of orders as long as my arm. So I definitely want to make one for my synchro partner first, and then, I don't know, we'll see what kind of thing I come up with this. Maybe I'll do a sock, just because why not?
Tom, I've got to let you go. Everyone wants to interview you. Congratulations again. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Tom Daley of Great Britain, who won bronze in the 10-metre platform earlier today, and took gold with his diving partner Maddie Lee in the 10-metre synchronised platform earlier in the week. So he walks away from Tokyo with a gold and a bronze medal. So by far his most successful Olympic Games. Tom Daley, he is a 3-time world champion as well, and twice of them being in the 10-metre platform. So he was exceptional. He couldn't quite get the job done today in a pretty stiff competition with the two Chinese divers. It was Cao Yuan who won the gold medal for China, and it was Hong Jian who won the silver medal. Yang Jian who won the silver medal for China in what was a really, really good competition. There were two Russian divers as well. There was the 15-year-old from Ukraine, and then Cassiel Rousseau who was right there with them. It was a really, really good competition. Tom Daley is one of the he's one of the most, I don't know, he's one of the sweetest athletes you'll ever see at the Olympics or on Earth, really. His knitting, as Ryan Daniels there from Seven pointed out, if you haven't seen it so far, go online and check out Tom Daley's Knitting. He's got an Instagram account where he posts all of his latest creations of his knitting work, and he's brought his knitting equipment with him to the Olympic Games. He even had it there poolside with him. So in between his dives, he would sit down and start knitting because it helps him relax before each dive, takes his mind off the stress of the competition. And he's posted some really nice things on Instagram. Here's a little clip of Tom Daley talking his way through how and why he made himself a little cozy, a little if you know what a tea cozy is for a teacup, it's like a little pocket that he's made for his gold medal that he can store his gold medal in. This is straight from Tom Daley's Instagram on his gold medal medal cozy.
I don't normally post things that are not necessarily knitting related on my Made with Love page, but myself and Matty, my synchro partner, won the Olympics yesterday, and I thought I'd come on and just say the one thing that has kept me sane throughout this whole process is my love for knitting and crochet and all things stitching. So I want to say thank you to all my followers on here for actually following along. But not only that, this morning I made a little cozy for my medal to stop it getting scratched. So here it is. It slots in like this, and then I've got Union Jack on one side and the Japanese flag on the other, and it all tucks in nicely to have a little pouch for me to carry around my medal without it getting scratched. How about that?
Tom Daley, straight from his Instagram. That's his little his talking through, and you can see it there obviously on the video on Instagram if you go on and log on and have a look. Pretty much as he explained it, he's got the Union Jack, the British flag on one side, and he's got the rising sun of the Japanese flag on the other side of the little pouch where he puts his Olympic gold medal in. So he might have to make himself one for the bronze as well. Now he's got two walking away from Tokyo, Tom Daley there and Cassiel Rousseau before him from the 10-metre platform diving event earlier in the afternoon. We'll take a break here on SEN's coverage of the Games Tokyo 2020. We'll come back on the other side of this, and we'll head over to the baseball. Coming up later tonight in about half an hour from now, bidding for gold are Nicola McDermott and Eleanor Patterson in the high jump, and Sinead Diver, Lisa Waitman and Ellie Pashley in the marathon earlier today. Sinead Diver finished 10th overall. What a great result that was for her. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. We are looking forward to the field events, the high jump and the track events as well. Ollie Hoare and Stuart McSwain in the men's 1,500 metres. That's two of the main events coming up later tonight. Plus the men's bronze medal match. The Boomers against Slovenia. Can Australia finally get its first medal in men's basketball? We'll find out as they tip off in less than an hour from now. That's on SEN. Tokyo 2020 coming up tonight.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the gold rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket. Performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? That's storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Tokyo 2020 here on SEN. Jordan Canellis with you. The final night session of sport. Tomorrow night there is a night session, but there's no sport. It's the closing ceremony tomorrow. So we'll have that for you at this time on SEN. 8 p.m. is when it all gets underway. So I'll be with you for that. But this is the last night session of sport, and we are about to enter the real thick of it in a few moments. In about 20 minutes from now, there'll be a multitude of events which begin. The gold medal match of the men's baseball final has just begun. It's the USA and Japan battling it out with each other. We are into the bottom of the first, so the USA didn't score in their first innings. Just double-checking it was the USA batted first. Yes, it was. So top of the innings, no run for the USA. Japan batting at the moment. It's 1 out. So 0-all on the scorecard as we take you into Yokohama and tune in to the gold medal match, the USA and Japan in the baseball.
Furunaga looks on. So Yoshida Masataka, the Oryx Buffaloes player, plays his NPB baseball in Osaka. Spent his entire career there. 3 times in the Pacific League's best 9, the sort of postseason all-star team is Yoshida.
Defense shaded slightly to pull.
Pitching from the stretch, of course, Martinez with the runner on first. That breaking pitch just missing low. Slider, I think. Ball 1. Sosha knows he does have a deep bullpen. He doesn't have many position players on that bench, but if Martinez starts to get into serious trouble, he will not hesitate to go to the pen and go all the way down. He's got starting pitchers who can come on in relief. He's got the guys who have relieved throughout the tournament. Fastballs in there, count even 1-1.
You get the feeling the way the Team USA have selected their roster that if they're going to win this one, they think they're going to do it with the people on the hill.
If they're going to do it at the plate, it'll be with the 9 guys already in the lineup, you would think as well, given the bench we're looking at. Bubba Starling injured. Not sure about his availability. Switching outside, and Martinez struggling to stay ahead in the count early in this game.
Starling with a collision with the center field wall, making a play, and really haven't seen him back in the lineup since.
Yoshida, very upright batting stance, but when it comes to the plate, you see those hands move back. And that pitch outside corner. Good location that time for Martinez. Count 2-2.
Good velocity from Martinez and good tailing action as well. If he can locate there, he'll be in very good shape tonight.
Yoshida, not a quick base runner. Double play ball could be in order if Martinez can tease out a grounder here. 2-2 pitch smack. That'll be the line drive grounder. Snagged by Casas at first. And straying off the bag was Yamada. So a very hard hit ball, but fortune favoring the Americans on this occasion. 1 inning complete. Still no score in the gold medal game. Frazier, Falia, and Westbrook. First 3 up top of the second inning against Morishita Masato. Japanese pitcher has embroidered 1 letter from each name of his parents and his sister on his gloves. Says he hasn't been able to focus on baseball without the support of his family, so he decided to do that for them.
Leading off for the United States of America, the
not have asked for a more efficient start in the first inning. 11 pitches thrown to get through the top third of the American batting order. And now Todd Frazier. See that 176 batting average, that does not begin to tell his contributions to this team. Leading by example off the field, getting a few big hits on the field. 2 for 5 against Japan in a previous meeting. Slow curveball called in. Top of the strike zone. Frazier didn't like the call.
Say, come on. Give me that one.
Home plate umpire, the Chinese Taipei, Chi Hua Wen, calling the balls and strikes here. That was definitely right in the middle of the strike zone. Frazier just fouling it back.
Yeah, Frazier was right on that one.
Very international umpiring crew tonight, by the way. Korean Kang Hwang Ho at first base, and Nicaraguan Jairo Mendoza at second base, Canadian Trevor Grieve at third, and then left and right field umpires from Puerto Rico and Cuba. A special occasion when you trot out the left and right field umps. Just there to call whether a ball lands fair or foul. 0-2 pitch to Frazier. Misses low away for ball 1.
Location though from Rishida. Tristan Casas snare that line drive to turn the double play to end the previous inning.
Ball bounces up there, count even 2-2.
Keep an eye on Kai behind the plate. You'll see him do his hand motions. He's almost coaching the pitcher before they throw.
It's this one right down the middle if that top of the chest is indicative. The 2-2 pitch. Foul tip, and Ty gets a face full of ball there for his troubles. Doink.
None the worse for wear.
Yeah, it's a quick readjustment. He's right back on the horse. It's this one low. 2-2 pitch. Curveball hung up there, but Frazier well ahead of it.
The breaking ball was hanging a bit up on the zone, but Frazier just out in front of it a little bit.
So slow, that curveball. The contrast in speeds. He hides the velocity well. So is Morishita. You see, it's nice to have a few people in the stands behind home plate. Maybe all of them wearing badges of some sort, but still. 2-2. That's the fastball. It's poked out to right pretty deep. To the warning track goes Suzuki to make the catch. Loud out. Todd Frazier.
Good at bat from Frazier. Drove it the opposite way, but stayed in the yard.
No baseball saying you got to hit them where they ain't, as far as the fielders are concerned. A couple of hard hit balls, well within reach. Several fielders thus far. As Eric Falia at the plate. 4 for 16. Former College World Series winner with UCLA, the Bruins in Los Angeles. I think an Olympic gold medal game counts as a slightly more exalted situation than even a College World Series finale.
It's a rare thing, the chance to play in a gold medal game.
See Falia there at the plate almost double clutching, waiting for the pitch to come after that long leg kick on Morishita. Falia, a bit of a character. He helps keep the American locker room loose. It's the shimmy on his walk up to the plate for each at bat. He's got a nose ring. He's got the playoff beard growing as well, you might say. In the count 0-2. Curveball misses high.
Hitters always look to try and get timing against the pitchers, and that high leg kick and the pause motion from Morishita would be something that the Americans really haven't seen. So it may take them one trip through the batting order to get their timing right.
To curveball, that's hit into the hole right side for the first American hit of this gold medal game. And that was a patient swing from Falia. Waited for that ball to come to him.
Curveball, and Falia just waited on it, picked out a hole and drove it into right. U.S. with a runner aboard with one out.
Falia pretty slow normally around the base paths, but he is in second place with 2 stolen bases at Tokyo 2020. He's had only 3 stolen bases in the whole of his minor league season in Tacoma, the Seattle Mariners farm team. He's got Jamie Westbrook at the plate as Morishita looks behind himself. First pitch check swing. Did he go around? No, he did not, says Kang Wang-ho.
Westbrook much more comfortable since manager Mike Scioscia changed around the batting order. He was leading off earlier in the tournament, really struggling. Since being moved down the order, he's being much more productive.
And a solo home run to make it 2-0 for the Americans in the second semifinal, the game against the Koreans. That's solidly hit. Left center field gap, but overcomes Gita. And quickly retreating back to first goes Falia.
The catcher, number 8. Very nice running catch by Yanagita. Not an easy play. Not quite into the gap. Yanagita was playing shallow and he had to run back as well as to his right. He was actually running away from the ball, making the catch. Very nicely done.
So Westbrook, hard hit out again for Morishita, and that brings up the catcher, Mark Kolasvari. 4 for 17 in the tournament, but had a very solid game against the Koreans last time out. 1 for 3 with a walk. 2 runs scored, had the only stolen base of the game for Team USA, strangely. Throw to first, runner back. Kolasvari playing minor league baseball in the Cincinnati Reds organization, the Chattanooga Lookouts in Tennessee. That ball is skied to deep left center field, back toward the wall, but again, just space enough for Yanagita to make the catch. And so 3 fly balls to pretty deep.
Just make sure to always follow instructions.
Yokohama Baseball Stadium, but still no score. An inning and a half between the USA and Japan.
So we can continue to enjoy the Tokyo 2020 Olympics without further restrictions.
皆様にお願いいたします。会場やその周辺で発表、併設された指示には必ず従ってください。私たち全員が新型コロナウイルスへの責任を意識し、指示を懸命に実践すれば、東京2020オリンピックをさらに制限なく楽しむことができます。
And a reminder, while in this venue, you must wear a protective mask at all times. Other than when you are eating or drinking, please abide by this rule. Wear a mask to avoid the spread of COVID-19. And for safety of yourself and other spectators, please wash and sanitize your hands regularly. Sanitary desks are located throughout the
middle of the Japanese order coming up following the line drive double play to end the bottom of the first. Yoshida, the unlucky instigator of that double play. Suzuki, Asamura, and Inagita. Japanese batters due up against Nick Martinez. See the fiddling around in the dugout there by Gita, the center fielder, who tracked down 2 of those well-hit fly balls in the top of the second. Martinez, who before going to Hokkaido, the Nippon Ham Fighters in 2018, he played with several Japanese players at the Texas Rangers. So he had an inkling of what baseball in this country was like before coming here for the first time.
Slider there, showing the breaking ball.
Suzuki had a solo home run against the Americans on day 10 of this Olympic fortnight. Really more like 2.5 weeks, given the early start to the softball and football competitions. But we are almost to the finish line overall. 1-1 pitch, bouncing up there, a 58-footer, as they say. Counting a 2-1 to Suzuki. Suzuki, the most valuable player of the 2019 Premier 12 tournament, which served as the qualifying route to Olympic baseball for Korea and Mexico. Ball down the right field line. I'm not sure anyone spotted it. Well, certainly Casas hadn't, but Eddie Alvarez certainly had. Able to scoot over and catch. Suzuki.
It would have been a tough chance for Casas. He would have had to take that one running away over his shoulder, so he gives way to Alvarez. See the wind. It's been a factor right through the Olympic baseball tournament. Could have just blown that sky-high pop-up just out of range of Casas.
Always a better angle on that pop-up for the second baseman or the shortstop on the other side of the diamond rather than the corner infielders. Yes, with 1 out, Asamura Hideto comes up. 4 for 15 in his Olympics, but last year's home run leader in the NPB, the Japanese top professional league. He hit 32 homers for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. In there for strike 2.
Martinez settling in there with that 4-seam fastball. Good velocity, 150 kilometers an hour, mid-90s stuff.
1-2, slider, not challenging the plate that time. Trying to get Matsumoto to chase one. Matsumoto married to an actress and sports reporter in Japan. We know all about being on television in front of millions of people, as will be the case in Japan tonight, as that pitch come on and missed. And the first strikeout of the game for Nick Martinez.
Nick Martinez with the high cheese. Asamura just cannot catch up to it. Threw it right by him. Good look at the pitching motion here of Nick Martinez. Had 9 strikeouts in his first start. That's his first strikeout tonight.
Team USA earned run average 2.18. That's basically means that opposing teams will only score just over 2 runs per game. Taking ball 1 high is Gita and Agita Yuki. These 2 teammates of each other in Fukuoka on northern Kyushu, the southern and westernmost of the 4 home Japanese islands. Gita, 2-time NPB most valuable player. Behind in the count 1-2. Get a lot of club teammates coming together for the first time on their national team, but it's rare to have 2 club teammates face off in an Olympic gold medal game. Trying to brush Gita back off the plate. Takes for ball 2. No quarter offered, none given in the early stages here. 2 pitch, cut on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts from Nick Martinez to end the bottom of the second. And a little pitcher's duel in the offing. In Yokohama, no score, 2 innings done. This quest for the gold medal continues.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. We heard the first 2 innings from the men's gold medal baseball match between the USA and Japan. No runs scored through 2 innings so far. We'll keep an eye on that match as it goes on throughout the course of the night. The final event of the men's pentathlon is about to commence. It's the laser run, which combines 2 disciplines together, the shooting and the running together. So they run for a set distance, then they stop and shoot a rifle at a range, and then they continue running on to complete the pentathlon. It's just begun. Ed Fernan is our Australian competitor here. So let's take you in to a bit of the pentathlon with the high jump not far away, the baseball still going on, the basketball to start in about half an hour, and the men's 1,500 metres later on in the next hour or 2 from now. So we're keeping an eye on the high jump final and the men's pentathlon final, the laser run, which has just commenced now.
Making sure those athletes stay close to the line.
Well, that is Chung, and Chung out of the shooting range. You can see the empty positions. And now we see the other athletes clocking up the shots, looking for 5 green lights. And the nerves in this first round are going to be running high, and the gap that the leaders have opened up from that first shoot. I think it was a strong shoot. We didn't get to see the numbers, but now a huge pack lead. And there's our leader, Joseph Chung, looking in control. He has kept that gap after the first shoot, so holding his nerve. And once he's had the first shoot out of the way, he'll certainly be feeling more confident, and it will be his race to control from the front. The chasers doing what they can. Through the 400-metre mark for Chung. Just get a split. That's halfway through the first run. There we get a marker, 8 seconds back from Chung. So he's eaten up 4 seconds, but he might be just going out hard early on. We can see his teammate, Chung, 16 seconds behind. Jan Kuss, the Czech Republic, running on the shoulder. Here's our second place athlete. Nose changes for the top 2. 1 and 2 on the vest, representing first and second when it comes to positions.
Well, Chung up front and now goes into the raised back bend. Climbs up over the ramp, comes around that hairpin and comes into what will be the finishing straight.
Now we've just got a glimpse of the chasers. And there is German Jun chasing down the British athlete who leads, looking composed. Jung Jinhua, heavily taped on his calf. See Chung now starting to think about the shoot, just wiping the sweat out of his eyes. He's going to need to focus. Being chased down by the Korean duo. Cook still in the mix. That's second, third and fourth, that group you see there.
Well, we are in the range here with the leader as we look back at his teammate, Jamie Cook. Cook currently running in 9th place, and straight out of the range for the leader, Jo Chung.
Well, that was incredible shooting by the Brits, and he has just put the pressure on the rest of the athletes. You can see them struggling. It's Jung who's out in 10 seconds. Jun taking 11. I'd love to see the time of Chung because he flew out of the range, but now the positions are changing for the chasers who are really having their eyes on those medals. Well, are we going to see these two working together? Sitting in second and third, the Korean duo.
Does look that way, doesn't it? They are pulling each other along. That does help to have a teammate on your side. And they've dropped Jan Kuff just by a few yards. The two Koreans there running it as a pair.
Well, very little changes with the distance at the front. We'll get the split in a moment as they go through the halfway marker. But Jung and Jun looking comfortable. There's the time of Chung. And we'll now get our first indication on this second lap. Well, he's opened it up by another second, so it went down to 8. It's back up to 9 for Joseph Chung at the front. Kuf just trailing by 1, trying to get back onto the shoulders of the Koreans.
Yeah, Kuf now overtaking the Koreans. You've got to pace this one well. Can't go too hard too early. Could be that these athletes have decided we'll try and keep the gap as it is. Cook moving up the field as well, the other Brit.
Jan Kuf having a strong run here. He looked as though he was getting dropped slightly by the Koreans on lap number 1. This is the second lap now. Coming towards the end of the second lap, and Jan Kuf looking very strong as we see Jun. That's Jun Won-tae just leaving his teammate Jung slightly in his wake as they come down the ramp and towards chute number 3.
Jo Chung up front, leading the way, crosses what will be the finish line. And he's chased down by Kuf and the 2 Koreans, Jun and Jung. And it's a third visit to the range now for the leading 4. Jo Chung almost at his shooting spot. He looks down the field.
Well, look at the pack. You can see Timoshenko, the shadow of Cook, as he just goes out of the screen. Valentin Prad was closing in that group, but right now all eyes are on these 4 and those green lights. Chung just having a slightly surged it. He needs one more green light. He's got it. He's still out in the lead, leaving the others battling on the range. And it's leaving neck and neck. Jung and Jun. Kuf just losing a bit of time on that chute. At the moment, it's a battle between those 3 as they try and chase down Chung.
We are going to cut into the modern pentathlon. We'll come back in a moment because Nicola McDermott and Eleanor Patterson, our Australians, are about to jump their first attempt in the women's high jump final. The first 3 competitors have gone. So Irina Gershchenko of Ukraine and Marie-Laurence Jungfleisch of Germany have both cleared the first height, which is set at 184. Mirella Dimareva actually missed her jump. And Maya Nilsson has just made hers. So 184, the first 4 competitors have gone, 3 successful, 1 not so successful. Nicola McDermott and Eleanor Patterson are among the next handful of competitors to go. Let's take you into our commentary team of Dave Colbert on the grounds of the women's high jump.
Nilsson. She is a 21-year-old. I had her around the wrong way with Levchenko, European under-23 silver medalist from Sweden. And that will bring up Eleanor Patterson. Been a great return to athletics for the former Commonwealth Games champion, a couple of years out of the sport, didn't make it to the Gold Coast. Made her Olympic debut in Rio. In she comes fast on the approach. Good clearance. It's the way to start the competition. Moved to Alex Stewart up in Sydney, training partner of Brandon Stark, who had a great competition, didn't he, in the men's. Did 2:35 in his first attempt, and in the other games that'd get you on the podium. Ended up finishing in 5th spot, so it's a good opening jump for Patterson. Vukovic of Montenegro. Another one, an Olympic athletics medal, and she's happy to get her competition off to a good start with a good clearance. 197 is her lifetime best. World Junior Champion back in 2010. So that will bring up ladder scheme. As we mentioned, 3-time World Champion. She's one of the authorised neutral athletes that competes on the international scene. World Athletics allowing some Russians to compete after all of the disgrace that they brought to international sport, the Olympic Games in London. She was barred from competing in Rio because of that, but she has been competing on the world scene, and I do have to say that most of the competitors are okay with that. She has been injured, but has been the dominant force in high jumping over the past 3 seasons. Those World Championship victories. But this is her Olympic debut. She goes clear. So this opening height, 184. Zanalayeva of Uzbekistan has also joined the passes, along with McDermott and Mahuchik. So Cunningham, prodigious talent, won the World Indoor Championships when she was 18 years of age. I was a minister and in fact now the team chaplain with the LA Raiders. Celebrated NFL career, Pro Bowler 4 times. So Vashti has been a big name in the US since she burst onto the scene. Out of Las Vegas, bronze medalist at the World Champs last year, and she's in the mix here. She's one of the ones to watch for a medal.
So Eleanor Patterson cleared the first height of 184. Nicola McDermott of Australia has chosen to pass the first height, so she'll go straight on to the second height, which will be 189 in a few moments' time. The modern pentathlon is coming to a close. This is the final stages.
And there is the new Olympic champion for Great Britain, Joseph Chung, makes history here. It's a silver medal for Ahmed El-Gendi, also breaking into the record books, and an impressive finish there for Chung Won-tae of People's Republic of Korea.
Well, what a run from Jo Chung. He actually got overtaken on the final lap, but the British athlete fought back into the lead and then kicked on in the final bend. It was the first individual men's modern pentathlon gold medal for Great Britain goes to Joseph Chung. Jim Fox did it as a team in 1976. Steph Cook did it as an individual in the women's event in 2000 in Sydney. Kate French did it here in Tokyo. Jo Chung becomes the Olympic champion.
Well, what exciting moments here. What an incredible competition for all of these athletes. And there is a star in the making, Ahmed El-Gendi. He flew through the field. That was an incredible run shoot for the young Egyptian. Joseph Chung had just a little extra in the tank when he needed it. Yankov not able to stay with the leaders. And there are gold and bronze medalists being congratulated by the Frenchmen. As the final places sprint for the finish here at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, where we have just witnessed history in the making.
So those are the closing stages of the men's laser run in the modern pentathlon. Joseph Chung of Great Britain takes the race win and also takes the overall win in the modern pentathlon, with Ahmed El-Gendi of Egypt doing likewise, so second in the laser run and second overall, so he gets the silver, and Jun Won-tae of South Korea who gets third in the overall pentathlon. So that's your gold, silver and bronze. Australia's Ed Fernan finishes 31st overall, as he came over the line last in the shoot run, or third last in the shoot run, I think he was. Yes, 12 minutes 05, Ed Fernan. So over the line, 34th position, and overall 31st position. So 31st he finishes in the modern pentathlon, does Ed Fernan of Australia. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this. The women's high jump continues, so all competitors have gone for number one. Mirela Demireva of Bulgaria was the only one to fail her first attempt at 184. She made it on the second, so off we go now into the second phase of the women's high jump. To 189 centimetres they go. The women's 10,000 metres run is about to begin as well, and then we'll have in 15 minutes from now the Boomers in their game against Slovenia. Bronze medal on the line. You feeling the nerves? 15 minutes away. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this and we'll take you around the grounds from what's happening from the basketball courts to the track and the field.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket. Performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. So, gold for Great Britain in the modern pentathlon through Joe Chung, who wins it for the UK. Sporting dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. We have a look at the medal tally. Great Britain sit on top, beg your pardon. China sit on top. Great Britain have now 20. Actually, let me refresh the page here. They have 19 gold medals. That should be 20 now, I'd imagine, after that one's just passed through. So 20 gold medals for the UK. China sit on top with 38 medals. The USA 34 and Japan have 24 medals, gold medals to their name. Great Britain 19. Russia and Australia both have 17. So Australia, you'd think, are firmly placed now in the top 6, with a bit of a gap between 6th and 7th, with Australia 17 and then Germany and Italy next best with 10, so 7 gold medals away. And you'd think we'd be able to hold our spot here in the top 6. The women's high jump has gone. The women's 10,000 metres has also just started. Let's take you over to our coverage of the track event, women's 10,000 metres race.
Long, she's tall, long legs, and she hurt her ankle as well in that race. So it's going to be interesting to see how she's come back from that 5,000 metres, because she did say that her ankle was sore and she's done some training sessions since, but she's asserting her authority in terms of she's right up there in the 4th position at the moment.
So G'day's about 7th and Hassan's about 4 from the back. I don't think the Kenyans can really challenge. Chelangat we saw there. Obiri's the one, but not Cheptai Chelangat. No, they can challenge through Obiri, obviously. So Hassan, we've talked about it before, so she's in the orange vest of Holland, and she's out of shot for the moment, but she really does get herself into some awkward positions which she can extricate, and we do see this pace at a solid clip here.
And why not? Veronica's coming off a national record in that 5,000 metre final. She's confident. She finished 9th in that race, and if you're confident, why not take the pace up, make it a little bit faster? She knows that she can't outkick. As we see, the Ethiopian has just stepped off the track.
Jeez, that was, let's have a look.
We've got G'day. It wasn't. It's Gebra Celesma.
Okay, so that is a big shock. So Gebra Celesma off here. So she was second behind G'day in the trial, and was amongst the favourites. So that she must obviously have had a problem coming in, because she hasn't lasted long at all. If they get to 3 minutes here, they're on 30-minute pace, so they're a bit over for the first K. So, yep, 3:02. So it's certainly genuine. That's a shock, isn't it?
That is a shock to have lost one already. They do often name alternates, so if she was injured coming in, they could have swapped the athletes around very close to the Olympics signing off. So it's a shock. They anyway, we're down to 2 Ethiopians.
And one of them is in second place at the moment, and that is G'day, who's the world record holder. Got a very lovely style, and just behind her is the mighty Obiri as well. So 2 greats from Ethiopia and Kenya. As Veronica leads, Hassan, where is she? I'm just having a look. There she is. So she's got herself, she snuck her way up, hasn't she, into about 6th position.
She's closer up than she's been in any of her races early in the race, which is Maybe
1500 she got going, didn't she? And then really put the foot down. She wanted to break Kipyagan, couldn't do that, but she's decided here she doesn't want to give G'day and O'Beary too big a start.
I think that if you're tired, you need to convince your legs that you're not. Yeah. And by putting herself up into the race early, she can sort of try and trick her legs into getting into that rhythm that she needs to find.
Cheptai sits on the back of O'Beary and Khan behind her. Not many from that Rio final, just Khan, Grovdal and Lati, and none of them got close to the medals. Khan was in the mix for a while, so Chillingat there. Veronica McColgan inside, so that's not a great place for the big Scot who runs for Britain, obviously, because she is awkward. Grovdal as we go back, Sakafian and Scott. Scott was in that 5,000 metres as well. So it's a solid tempo, but not enough really to break anybody about. But the gap between first and at the back now is widening, as you can see. It's out to about 60 metres, I guess.
And there's Klosterhalfen, the German athlete that we spoke about, who had that fabulous 5,000 metres in Doha World Championships. She's had a bit of a sketchy season. Talk of whether she's been injured and how she's tracking along, but at her best, she's a quality athlete. Fast over 800. She did fabulous things as a 17-year-old when she burst onto the scenes. She's doing some weird things with her arms at the moment, though, the German athlete.
She's about 12th, isn't she? One off the inside. Chillingat dropped off a bit again, has had a superb Olympic Games, a couple of gold medals in the men's 5,000 and a breakthrough in the women's steeplechase and a silver and a bronze in the 10. It's a solid clip, so 6 minutes obviously gives you a time of 30 minutes, and only a handful of women have broken that, and 4 of them broke it at the last championship, so slightly outside of that, but we know the pressure will come on in the second half of the race.
And all the Kenyans are still up there. The 3 Kenyans who come in with good credentials are still running really smoothly. O'Beary's got that distinctive arm action.
She does. It's great to watch. The ponytail flaps around at the back. It's so efficient and has been so effective. She's such an honest racer, O'Beary. And there's Barter from the back there. So one of a couple of Swedes in the race. G'day looks good, doesn't she? Hassan, she would have to have worked her way through the first part of this race. I think you're 100% right there. So Chillingat there second, and O'Beary sits in that 4th position, as we said. So with that ponytail there, that arm action, which just sways a bit, doesn't she?
Yeah. No, with Hassan, it's the complete opposite way of we've seen her in the 5,000 metres, where she's happy to sit back sometimes and just wait till the move happens. But she's up there. I think she knows that she's coming here. She broke that world record, and then she only got to hold on to it for a couple of days before G'day then went out and broke it at the Ethiopian trials. And with athletes like G'day and O'Beary in front of her, she needs to make sure she covers the moves and she doesn't do the sudden change of pace, because that'll just add to the fatigue she's probably felt in her legs overnight.
So we're working our way between 2 and 3 Ks in this 10,000 metre straight final. One big surprise early with the retirement of Gebre Salama, but G'day's there, O'Beary's there, and Hassan's not far away. A pause for a moment as these women continue on their march towards the end of what should be a fantastic race here.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket, performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Let's go, guys.
Well, it's certainly been a remarkable story for Luka Doncic and Slovenia, a population of just 2 million on their Olympic debut, and they are playing for a bronze medal. Just outstanding work by them, and we know Australia's long history of trying to win that bronze medal. 15 Olympic Games and four times, and so much invested into this, and what a matchup it's going to be.
It is, and getting back to your point, Bogues, I take the view is I'm going out there and doing everything I can to try and take Luka Doncic out of the game. And you're right, on the offensive end, you can expose him. They do a good job of trying to hide him and camouflage it. But yeah, you're trying to do that. But down the other end of the floor, even if it means double teaming and running the risk of exposing someone else, I'm doing everything I can, because you take Luka Doncic out of this team and it's a completely different look. And just, he's been worn down as well. He's doing a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of work. And at the end of that game against France, he looked a little fatigued.
And he certainly
This is our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games here on SEN. Jordan Canellis with you, taking you through the evening. This is the Boomers match about to start, the bronze medal game between Australia and Slovenia. Don't forget, for Channel 7, new SAS Australia is about to begin in the Special Forces. You're expected to have the physical fitness of an athlete. If you think the Olympics looks tough, wait till you see these Aussies try to make it through SAS training. This is not a game. New SAS Australia coming soon to 7. In the women's high jump, Nicola McDermott has just gone. This is Dave Colbert's analysis.
That tracking camera as we travel along the bar and into the bags. And as is the custom, Nicola takes out the notepad and pen and writes down her thoughts. I said before that Coach Matt Horsnell's at home. He's actually there, so that is good news. Eleanor Patterson, her first attempt at 189. A lot of speed on the runway. She comes in a lot quicker. Different sort of style of jumper to McDermott. A bit more speed, whereas McDermott's a mix between the power and the speed. So both the Australians clear, Bruce, at 189.
So they are both into the next phase. 193 will be the next height for the bar at the high jump. The women's 10,000 metres is on at the moment. They are coming up to the 12-minute mark, so still plenty of time left in this race here in the women's 10,000 metres. The men's 1,500 metres is not far away either. That'll be in about 40 minutes from now. So the men's 1,500 metres will be the next race to run on the track. The men's javelin is also in action tonight. That gets underway in about a minute from now. There's no Aussies in that one. The women's 4x400 metre relay final and the men's 4x400 metre relay final will be the other events on the track tonight. But the only two athletics events featuring Australians is the men's 1,500 metres with Stuart McSwain and Oliver Hoare, and the women's high jump with Eleanor Patterson and Nicola McDermott. So as soon as those jumps come through, we'll bring them to you. Just an update on the baseball. It's Japan 1, USA 0 in the bottom of the fourth innings. We'll have men's football over the course of the night as well. And there's a gold medal in the handball coming up later on in the evening. But the men's basketball bronze medal match is about to tip off. Australia and Slovenia. Neither of these nations have won a medal in basketball. Slovenia haven't made it to the Olympics in basketball until this year, off the back of what Luka Doncic has been able to do as one of the best players in the world. The Boomers have finished fourth 4 times at the Games. Can they finally achieve their first ever medal at the Olympics? So we've got eyes everywhere across Tokyo. The basketball bronze medal match about to tip off. The women's high jump with McDermott and Patterson. The men's 1,500 metres in 40 minutes from now with McSwain and Hoare, and many other sporting events on over the course of the night as well. Tip-off about to take you there to Tokyo. John Casey, Andrew Bogart and Andrew Gaze are your commentators, all thanks to 7.
You're able to get that gold, the bitter taste in your mouth from the USA game. You got to regroup and win what is still a third place. So it kind of messes with your mind as an athlete at times, but we've never had one. We'll take it.
Is it about to be the biggest night in Australian men's basketball? The bronze medal game of the Tokyo Olympics is underway, and Slovenia control the tip and will have first opportunity. With Dragic handing over to Doncic, who immediately attracts a double team. They invite Toby into it. Dragic fires outside, can't connect. Mills with the rebound.
And Slovenia also like that up-tempo game as well, so keep that in mind.
Well, there you go, Bo. Straight away, Joe Ingles goes at Doncic, makes him play some defence and doesn't move his feet, and an easy opportunity for Joe Ingles to get things going for the Boomers.
First score for the Boomers. Here's Doncic now. Again, the double team comes out. Feibel right there with him. Chanchar fires from deep. It's off the front of the rim, and Feibel works it to the advantage of Ingles.
And they take a lot of threes. Almost half their field goal attempts are coming from the three-point line.
Ingles to draw a foul. Couldn't get a whistle on that occasion. Now puts it on the floor and once more wants to get down low. Off glass and from close range. Ingles has the first 4 points of the game.
Well, let's hope this continues. He started the same way last game, and then we kind of went away from him. And we need Joe Ingles to roll to win this game.
Mills passes into Nikolic. Back to Ingles. He looks for Kay. Pass off the mark.
Now that's one you've just made too. Go ahead and shoot that. You want to get everyone involved, but Joe's got to be a priority. He started this way against the United States. Remember, he hit the first 2-3 balls to really generate some confidence. And again, here tonight, there you see the wrist issue, the left wrist. They've got some strapping to try and help Luka Doncic out.
Yet another thing we can blame coronavirus for, those first-play glass screens on the side of the court.
Yeah, that's what he collided with and suffered the injury. Well, they've lost their defensive assignments there. And Zoran Dragic open, scoring for Slovenia. It took 90 seconds. Landale hands over. Mills. Tough shot. Can't complete it. Doncic the rebound. Kay hits the deck. Doncic off and running. 5-on-4 fast break here for Slovenia. And the pass from Doncic off the mark went straight to Kay. Now Ingles, they've got numbers up the floor here. And Ingles pulls off the three. Can't get it to go.
Almost ran over a few little floor screens there too. Still cleaning up the wet spots.
Doncic against Mills. Single coverage for the moment. Landale arrives now with a double team. Forced to share it around. Dragic inside Ingles. Pass. Feibel, who got a piece of it, knocked it down into Dragic and out of court. Excellent defensive play.
Well, it was the little reach in, the ball pressure, the deflection comes off the chest. Here you see it. Just the help coming and just a good hand. Lucky he did, because I think it was going to be an open two if he didn't get that little deflection.
Slovenia 1 of 4 from the field so far. Boomers 2 of 4. Ingles picks up the dribble. Feibel down low. Landale working on Doncic. Spins baseline, helps himself to his first score.
A nice easy one to get things started for Jock. Mismatch. And Luka Doncic looks like he does not want any piece of fouling tonight.
He doesn't look, I mean, very early days, and I think Australia doing a good job, and they're going at him, as you suggested, Bogues, every single time on the offensive end. Any opportunity that when Doncic is guarding you, looks like you've got a license to put some heat on the rim. Down the other end, he's just a step off in his pace.
Very complacent, very complacent.
Ingles bounces into Doncic, called for the offensive foul.
You can at least fall over for an offensive, Drew. I think that's the rule. If you don't go down without flopping, you can't call offensive.
Yeah, look, we get a look at it on the replay. There's definitely contact there. Wasn't a lot of it though.
Tough one. And look, Joey's not a big fan of the weight room, so I doubt he's pushing him that far back.
Doncic fires from deep, and it's off the mark. He's just looked a little out of sync here at the start of this game. And one wonders about how much influence that wrist injury is having on him. Certainly his demeanour suggests it is. He's got 2 turnovers. That was his opening shot, and it was wild. And now whistle provided here. Foul's going to be called on Nikolic. It's going to be the first foul on Slovenia so far.
And the Boomers haven't panicked defensively. They're sticking to what they've done the last couple of games. This start by Matisse in a starting lineup made me believe that we're not really going to double Luka whenever he's ISO. We're going to play honest one-on-one defense, quick show on the pick and rolls, and we're kind of staying home.
Boomers have had the better of the start as Exum checks into the game. And another whistle off the ball here. Foul's going to be called on Blacko Chanchar.
And they're running a set there for a single screen on one side, double on the other for Paddy to come off those action off the ball. And want to make sure we get Paddy going. Didn't shoot it all that well against the United States, and for us to get a number that we can defend, he's going to have to play a big part of it.
Fires the three on cue and comes up with a finish. Australia lead by 7 here after 3.5 minutes.
And I think the Boomers watched a similar tape of what we were discussing. Lucas seems to be in every single action for the Boomers.
Yep.
They're attacking him in switches. They're trying to get him on mismatches that they are finding favourable, and I think it's going to work long term.
It is. Almost every basket Australia has made has come with Luca in some way involved in the coverage.
Here's the game working on Exum. Shot clock rolls to 10 for Slovenia. Doncic tried to step beyond Exum, forced into a tough shot from behind the backboard. Wanted a call, conversing there with the referee. Couldn't get any love. Mills elevates. Can't get the three to go. And Slovenia will come up with the ball.
There was an opportunity. Luca, renowned for engaging with the officials. Even in the NBA, he got to the limit before you get a suspension, and just a little bit of argy-bargy.
I like it. Dante Exum has come straight in. He's not taken a backward step. Luca clearly frustrated. It's been a pretty poor 4 minutes from Luka Doncic. Bar that. Speak of the devil.
The glass.
I don't think I love the aggression of Dante Exum, but you don't want to poke the bear. You're talking about one of the greatest players in the world right now, and when you provoke him, and boy, that was not a lot in that. That's just a lot of ball there, and he's still able to knock it down.
It's a tough one, Drew, because when you're a role player like Dante,
there you go.
He's trying to find his way.
Yep.
You got to kind of push back a little bit and make your presence felt, but. Yeah, maybe we'll go back on my word and probably not poke Luca as much as Dante did, just chicken into the game.
Particularly when he's in a bit of a funk. Keep him in his funk. Don't get him up and about and trying to make a point. And Chris Golding checks into the game.
Mills gets away from the up-tempo. Blasic supplying some pressure up the floor. Decides to fire the trigger on a three, and he's fouled in the process, so Luka Blasic just a little too close there, and Mills is off to the free throw line.
The Paddy stamping his authority the last couple of possessions. Nice 3-ball, then the missed one, and again stayed aggressive with it and was able to draw the foul. You can see the attention he's going to get. As soon as he steps over that halfway line, they are trying to have a similar focus on Paddy Mills as Australia is trying to apply on Luka Doncic.
Mills 12 of 15 from the free throw line at 80%, top 10 in the tournament at Tokyo. Coming into this game, averaging 20 points a game to be top 6 and top 5 in assists, top 10 in steals, and has hit 18 threes at 44%. He's again being leading the charge for the Boomers.
Just going to cut in as Nicola McDermott is in the high jump.
Jump, strong form. She likes the way things are proceeding so far. 2 jumps, 2 clearances. It's a good start. Minimise the misses, build the confidence. And she is happy. So Patterson not too far away, but that's a good clearance. Bruce?
Nicola McDermott clears 193 in the third phase. Back to the basketball. Eleanor Patterson not far away for her third jump. Boomers 13, Slovenia 7.
Beautiful pass to Landau. But you see, Slovenia, they're happy to be in a half-court sets. They don't like to run a lot, although they score a lot. If that makes any sense. They get down there, get into action real quick.
Take quick shots if they're there.
And quick shot, yeah, but it's not always in transition where they're picking up a lot of points. In fact, off turnovers, they're last. They only average 9 points a game off turnovers. So even when they're getting some steals, they're not always attacking on it.
Yeah, it appears defensively they're more stay in your stance, contest, get the rebound, rather than trying to deny and really put pressure on to get steals, much like we are. with the Boomers.
Nick Kay picks up the foul. 14 fouls now in Australia in this quarter. Toby from close range comes up with the finish. Slovenia close to within 4. They were down by as many as 7 in this opening quarter as Exum exploring. Picks up the dribble now. Landale going to Ingles. Joining in Golding. Now Exum, 7 on the shot clock. Back to Golding. Darted here by Zoran Dragic. Fires the 3. Can't convert. And Toby grabs the rebound. So inside the last 4 minutes of the opening quarter. And a foul's going to be called on Landale here. And free throws to come now for Slovenia.
Back to the high jump for 30 seconds. Eleanor Patterson at 193.
So in comes Patterson. First attempt at 193. Good clearance. So the two Australians are going very well early in this women's high jump final. The next height for them is going to be 196, so it will start to get interesting. But Bruce, so far, you're ticking all the boxes here in the women's high jump.
So Eleanor Patterson and Nicola McDermott through comfortably into the 4th jump, which is 196. The women's 10,000 metre final is about 5 minutes from ending, so they'll have another lap or 2 to go before they complete the 10,000 metres. Luka Doncic taking free throws here. Jock Landale has 4 points. Joe Ingles has 4 points. Paddy Mills has 5 points for Australia. With the Aussies, the Boomers leading 13-11 after Doncic made good on his free throws.
Cut to just 2. Australia with problems in terms of the foul count. This is Exum. Lob pass from Landale. Just telegraphed it. And it was cut out there by Chanchar. And here's Zoran Dragic pushing to issue. Nothing on offer. Lazic. Lob pass for Toby. Running out of real estate. Cut outside. Penetration came in from Dragic. And he travelled. And they'll turn it over. 4 turnovers in this opening quarter now for Slovenia. Australia has 3.
And this game is being played very physically. The officials are allowing a lot of contact. And I think that works in the favour of Australia because we go a lot deeper, use a lot more players, and it wears you down when you trying to run a cut and getting bumped all the time.
As long as the whistle stays the same throughout, that's the problem. If it fluctuates quarter to quarter and you think you'll be more aggressive defensively and they blow a cheap one on you, it's tough.
Mills can't convert. Exum kept it alive. Ingles back to Exum. Now he wants to work baseline. Left the ball behind. Stripped of it by Doncic, and we're going to see free throws at the other end now.
This could be a review. There's a case for unsportsmanlike. Luka has petitioned it.
It is coming from behind. Dante just lost the handle of it.
Nothing there, I don't think. I think it's just a regular foul. For sure, but I've been wrong many times.
Just able to influence the game in so many different ways there, Doncic. And yes, the error was there in terms of the ball handling from Exum, but invariably Doncic is around the action and making things happen. And he's going to the free throw line again where he's 3 of 3 so far.
And dangerous territory, you know. We've had Luka in a good position. He's 1 for 4. He has 2 turnovers. Now we're giving him another 2 free throws. He's currently 3 for 3. Goes 5 for 5 here.
And I don't like this boat.
Yeah, he's walking in feeling good about himself.
I don't like whenever they go to the review because Dante was in a poor defensive position. There's the foul has been called and they're looking to see if this is going to be upgraded to 2 and the ball. And it's that grab there. See the grab? Perhaps?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure this is going to end in 2 and possession. You can argue the merits of the rule, but the rule is there, and it's just when you're from behind.
In slow-mo, it looks way worse, and that's what the referee's looking at. So when they look at it in slow-mo, you're calling it 9 times out of 10. So that's going to be a tough one. Give him some free throws and the ball back, and what was a decent 7 minutes for us now, that could be erased.
What a tournament Doncic is putting together as well. Second in scoring at 24 a game. Second in rebounding. Leads the tournament in assists. And it is an unsportsmanlike. So 2 free throws and possession. He's top 10 in blocks as well. In the 5 games, 4 of them he's had a double-double. He'll start 5 at the end of the tournament. His name's there.
He can get... Oh, absolutely. He can get a little wonky from the free throw line. He's 69%, but he's already, like you say, he's 3 of 3, but he's gone through stretches where he can get the yips.
Brian Gorchin just requesting an explanation. Slow-mo replay really didn't do Dante Exum any favours there. Doncic was 73% from the free throw line to Dallas in the NBA. Took 471 free throws, so he's been there a lot.
Well, he gets fouled 8 times a game, which is highest in the competition.
Free throws here for Slovenia. Let's take you back to the track as the women are rounding for the final lap in the 10,000 metres. It's an epic battle between 3 at the front.
Hassan looks at Gezahani. G'day holds them. Hassan hasn't gone yet. Little over 200 metres to go in the 10,000 final. And the 2 fastest women ever. And Gezahani sits on them. Hassan hasn't struck yet. G'day just in front. They've got to get around runners here. This is clever by Hassan. She went and Gezahani's at her back. G'day's broken and Gezahani's going to have a crack at Hassan here. Hassan's clear. She's going to do something that no one's ever done. Firstly, it's 5 and 10. She joins the Barber, but it's a medal in 15-5. Home she goes over Gezahani, and the world record holder is 3rd.
G'day's in all sorts. She did all the work. Amazing by Hassan. You see the athletes on the track. They are absolutely spent. Gezahani is ecstatic. Hassan is calling for water and for ice. She's absolutely spent. This has got nothing left as we see O'Beary crossing the line in 4th.
It's phenomenal what she's done here. She fell over in the 1,500 metres after she'd run a 5,000 heat a couple of days ago. Chased the field, picked herself up, came back in the heat of the night and won the 5. She had the disappointment last night in the 1,500 metre final after running a semi. This is her 6th race. And to get a medal in the 3, it's breathtaking. It's set the standard for a long, long time. And Veronica made the pace early, Klosterhaven. These are great athletes and they've been run off their legs and lapped in many cases. God, how clever Hassan was when she went, because G'day couldn't get out from behind the others. She was beaten anyway, but when she went, and for a moment I thought the Bahrainian might have a real chance.
Well, Gezahani ran the race of her life, didn't she? The interesting part was G'day's race plan was to run the sting out, but she just, Schweizer, the American, is absolutely spent as she goes to the infield and takes out some of those runners who still have another lap to go. But that's the conditions, and G'day, what she didn't take into account was by trying to take the sting out of the other athlete's legs, in particular Hassan, she took the sting out of her own.
So Sifan Hassan from the Netherlands, one of the best long-distance runners in the world, middle to long-distance runners in the world, has got the double. She wanted the triple of the 1,500 metres, the 5,000 metres and the 10,000 metres. She gets the 5 and the 10. So she won bronze in the 1,500 metres the other night, where Jess Hull and Lyndon Hall were both competing yesterday. The 5,000 metres she got gold in, and the 10,000 metres she gets gold in. Sifan Hassan, the world champion in the 10,000 metres from the recent World Athletics Championships in Doha 2019. So she gets the gold medal now, beating the Bahraini runner Kalkadan Gezahani in 2nd, and the world record holder here in the 10,000 metres, Letessen Bet G'day from Ethiopia, with Helen O'Beary from Kenya finishing in 4th. But the gold goes to the Netherlands, silver goes to Bahrain, and bronze goes to Ethiopia. In the high jump, a quick update on this one. So McDermott and Patterson of Australia haven't yet jumped 196. They're just waiting for the final competitors to clear 193. The basketball coming to a close in the first quarter. Australia lead by 3 points. It's 20-17.
Outside. Shot clock works to 6 here. From close range. They can't complete it initially, but a clean-up too from Giga Dimex.
That was inspirational, the way they were flying around the defensive end in those rotations, and just at the end, weren't able to come up with the O boards.
Last play of the opening quarter. Australia up 1. Mills isolated top of the key. Pulls up for the 3. Can't get it to go. And Slovenia hit the fire away at the end there. But 1 quarter done here at quarter time in the bronze medal game, and Australia with a 1 point lead. It's Australia 20, Slovenia 19.
1 point lead for the Aussies. Paddy Mills has 7 points. He's also got 2 rebounds and 2 assists, so a good start for the skipper. Jock Landale, 4 points. Joe Ingles, 4 points. He got the game's first 4 points for Australia. And for Slovenia, Luka Doncic has 6 points overall, with Mike Toby, the next top scorer, on 4 points. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We'll get the next jumps as they come through from Eleanor Patterson and Nicola McDermott. We've also got kickoff coming up shortly in the men's football gold medal match. That will be underway soon between Brazil and Spain. That's in about 9 minutes from now, so 9:30 is when the men's football match starts. The gold medal in the baseball is at the top of the 5th, with Japan still leading 1-0 over the USA for the baseball gold medal. Quarter time in the basketball, though. The bronze medal match will have the second quarter next here on SEN.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
We've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely finding mates of 4 and 20 pie.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. Tyrepower.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil today at hockeyone.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
We are into the thick of it in the night session here. Day 15, Tokyo 2020. Back to the basketball. It's just the first minute here of the second quarter. It's 1 point Australia the lead, 25-24. Back to John Casey and the two Andrews, Bogut and Gaze.
Up the floor, Ingles puts it on the deck and draws a foul. Murek's never had position. Ingles took advantage of that. He's a high IQ player, Joe Ingles. And he knew that he had Ulrich out of position. So he elected to take him on with it. Nick Kay. Looking at Dimets, feeds Mills, who fires again. This time he's caught it a little deep. And off and running Luka Blažić initially, but now Luka Rupnik takes over. 5 points apiece here in this second quarter. 90 seconds played. Get the ball down low. Jito Muric fires and gets a user-friendly roll as well.
It's a game of runs, isn't it? 6 or 8 points either way. Advantages going to both teams, and Paddy Mills coming out in a real aggressive manner from the three-point line.
Kay got it from Golding. Mills wide open. Didn't get the three to go. Golding went down on the play, wrestling with Rupnik. He's quickly up the floor and feeding Blažić, who knocked down one. This time can't. Ingles the rebound. He too wants to play up tempo.
What a pace they're going at right now, Drew. This is a track meet. Track and field over here tonight, because it might be here in the old stadium.
Ingles, his three is short, and the rebound snatched by Prepelic.
And let's not forget, this is one of the highest scoring teams in the competition. The highest. So I'm not sure getting up and down and this quick action like we're seeing is in Australia's best interest.
Strong work down low from Dimets as he muscles his way in and adds another two. Slovenia with a three-point edge here, and he likes it, the big man. It's 28-25 Slovenia.
I think Gordon agrees with you, Drew.
A timeout taken in the basketball. We'll take a timeout of our own. We'll come back in 60 seconds.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Watch this Taylor kick the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 25.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Tokyo 2020 on SEN for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. They've just resumed from the timeout in the basketball, but Nicola McDermott is about to go for 196. Let's take you back live to Dave Colbert. Nicola McDermott about to jump in the women's high jump final for the gold medal.
Always that big smile. Positive affirmation. 196 first. So that curve's important. You can sometimes get in a little bit too close and overreach. Concentrates on that fourth and fifth stride, and that's what she's busily writing down at the moment. What do I think about that before she heads to the stands to chat to Coach Matt Horsnell, and then review, compare notes, marks, and out of 10.
So Nicola McDermott misses her first go at 196, having cleared 189 and 193 in her first attempt, but she'll get two more goes at 1 metre 96 in a second. That's actually, we'll cross back into the high jump when Eleanor Patterson goes. She's 2 up from now. Back to the basketball for a moment.
In for Slovenia. The Rupnik's foul was their third team foul in this quarter. Kay needs help. Exon, pass deflected to him. Shot clock works to 5 for Mills. He's going to have to make something happen very quickly, and he does, and it's something very good as well.
That is one man that he's not going to die wondering. He's going to get him up, and he needs to have that aggression for us to stay in the game right now.
He's got 8 of Australia's 11 in this quarter. Offensive rebound and the easy two. Clean up there for Dimex.
What about Dragic with the good hands? As soon as that ball came to him, nice assist off that rebound.
Now going to be called here, Žiga Dimec. So that's going to be team foul number 4 on Slovenia in this quarter. Australia has 2 in that category. At the moment, it's right on a nice edge here. Paddy Mills doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Probably sick of me hearing it. Everyone at home probably is too. We have to win the rebound battle or keep it close. It's second chance points are hurting us right now. And the assist to turnover ratio, we just cannot turn the ball over more than we're finding people for an assist.
14-11, Slovenia lead the rebound count at the moment. And came in as the best rebounding team in the competition, averaging 49 a game. This is Mills elevating once more. Knew the contact was there, drew the foul. Heads up play, and Mills is going to the free throw line for 3.
Yeah, he played it beautifully. He knew that they defense after he just made a tough one, comes off that on ball, and the defense was in sort of almost a drop situation, too far off there by Toby, and Mills knew the guy was coming from behind and just paused enough to wait for the contact and really played for that foul.
A great screen as well. I believe it was Nick Kane that possession to just get a little bit of body contact, made that route change, and then once he tried to pull the handbrake, Paddy just stopped and he ran right into it.
Quick spurt for Exum, who goes back to the bench. Took over 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. And Mills to the free throw line. He top scored for Australia in the semi-final against the USA with 15 and 8 assists. His tournament high so far for Paddy Mills is 25, including 5 of 8 threes against Nigeria in the opening game.
He did, but he was only 5 of 14 in that game against the United States.
And that's the thing, Drew. If he can have a game where he's in the 20s points-wise, but at a good clip of high 40s, low 50s, I think that wins us the game.
Well, with Drew Holiday on him, they took away his 3-ball. He was actually 3 of 5 from the 3-point line in that game. He just didn't get the same volume of shots up. And already in this one, he's been able to get off 9 3-point field goal attempts. And that is just sloppy play.
Take it. We need a few lucky bounces like that, but yeah, just a silly play there, throwing it right out of bounds.
6th turnover for Slovenia. Doncic and Mike Toby on a different wavelength.
And that's not probably even something that's in our schemes with Nick Kay. It just comes natural to him. He picks up, just causes a bit of havoc, and you might get one of those every couple of games. Yeah. That's an important possession to get back.
Just Golding for Mills. And he's shut down this time by Dragic, who was awake to it. Prepelic beats Dragic. Started it, can't finish it though. The offensive rebound and the tip-in belongs to Mike Toby.
Second chance points once again. Proving a factor for Slovenia.
Mills. Exploring now. Ingles back to Mills in the corner. They can't get there quickly enough to prevent Mills from knocking down the shot. He's got 21 points here in the first half.
He's taking matters into his own hands. He's got 14 field goal attempts, 11 threes already in the first half.
Got 14 of Australia's 17 points in this quarter as the shot clock rolls to 9. Slovenia off the mark. Golding doing a good job there. Resting with Chacha. Comes up with the rebound. Wants to go on with it as well. Takes them on. Good extension. Can't finish it. And Kleiber threw it down. There's a whistle on the play.
Well, I think he held onto the rim. Didn't quite get it clean. And when he tried to stuff it in, he actually grabbed the rim. So have a look here. Missed it and then hung on the rim. So that is a 100% correct call. Let it do that. Just missed time. Just a little hand in there. You saw that deflected it just enough to keep it out of Thibel's reach.
Boomers by 2. Interior pass was a good one for Toby. The pass of Chanchar set him a task, and now a whistle provided. And they've turned it over once more.
They are cutting those corners, Drew. Every opportunity in that high pick and roll. The big doesn't roll hard to the rim. He short rolls, and they're diving. I think the Boomers are aware. A little bit lucky he set that out of bounds. The Boomers are aware of it now.
Ingles picks up the dribble. Thibault inside Doncic. Wanted Landale. The pass was knocked down, though. It comes to Ingles. He works in the Mills direction. Shot clock to 6. Mills penetrates. Opens up for him. He adds another 2. He's got 23. And putting on quite a show. Doncic against Landale, goes on with the dribble, forced into a tough shot, didn't get enough on it. Landale gets after the loose ball, it spills to Ingles, and a chance here for the Boomers. He's starting to go their way. Nice pass from Ingles, better pass from Thibault, and Landale's finishing touches give the Boomers a 6-point advantage, and timeout called here.
What a pass. Amazing, amazing passing.
Timeout in the basketball. Australia's just managed to surge forward by 6 points. 35-41 is the score. The gold medal match in the football has just begun. Brazil and Spain are in the final of the men's football. We'll bring you the second half of that game once we finish here in the basketball later on this evening. Eleanor Patterson cleared her jump at 1.96 metre in the high jump, so she is through safely into the next round of the high jump. We are just waiting on Nicola McDermott to join her. She's got 2 more attempts at 1.96. But Eleanor Patterson will go for 1.98 in the next round. We'll take a break first, 60 seconds. We'll be back next with the basketball as we continue the second quarter.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket, performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Taking you back to the basketball, Australia 43, Slovenia 35. The Aussies starting to make a little move here.
Here's Mills once more. Well, they can't contain Paddy Mills at the moment, and Australia has exploded to a double-figure lead.
Off the turnovers, Paddy Mills twice. Little deflections, getting his hands in and coming up with some big plays on the defensive end.
25-16 this quarter in favour of Australia. And get Prepelic a good look in the corner, can't complete it. Dragic the rebound. Doncic looks inside, and he found the open man in Prepelic.
In the same position we were in the previous game against Team USA, a nice little lead going into half-time. We have to make sure we're not trying to win this game right now. Just keep playing the way we're playing and have a nice little lead going to half-time.
He was 41-26, up 15 on that occasion, Bogues. And right now, as we count down the last 3 minutes of the first half, Mills is firing again, this time unsuccessfully. Luka Doncic, 1 of 5 from the field so far in the game. Step back 3 against Landale, improves that percentage.
That is really tough. Step back, big guy, good control, not having a great game, and still got the self-belief and confidence to knock down a tough shot like that.
Timeout in the basketball. We'll take a 60-second break. We'll come back on the other side with the men's 1,500-metre final because Stuart McSwain and Oliver Hall are about to run. And we'll bring you the closing stages of the first half as well in the basketball, but the men's 1,500 to go next in 60 seconds.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our hockeyroos and kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. Australia 47, Slovenia 40 in the men's basketball. But the 1,500 metres has just jumped two Australian men in the field of 13, Oliver Hoare and Stuart McSwain. Let's take you to Bruce McAvaney and Tamsin Manu as they complete the first 100 of 1,500.
Well, so the Brits are in a little posse. Inga Britson goes early and McSwain tries to go with him. So, and Cherioit's in the bunch as well, so it's Inga Britson, Hoare and Fontes. Can McSwain get across in a hurry? He's covering a bit of ground and kicking up his Cherioit, so McSwain's on the back there. So the Norwegians decided to go from the front. Hoare sits second, the Australian. Cherioit sits third. And Stewie McSwain's in a good spot. He would like this. Romney's is inside of him. So Inga Britson, he's a strong 5,000 metre man. That will be his tactic, I think, to try and run Cherioit to a very, very hard 1,500. This is a good race for McSwain, I reckon. Cherioit takes over. Second, Inga Britson. And then Hoare and McSwain, and the two Australians sit third and fourth. There's a little bit of jostling behind them.
Brilliant. This is exactly what the Aussie lads wanted. They wanted it to be fast. Inga Britson went to the front. He also wants it fast. And they've drawn Cherioit out. And now the tempo is up.
Hocker three from the back. Whiteman leading the Brits. So Cherioit with that familiar style. Focused. Kipsang's trying to get out there as well. But it's Cherioit, Inga Britson, McSwain, Kipsang and Hoare. And then Whiteman. And behind him Kerr. Hayward further back. The Spaniards towards the back and Hocker. Whiteman gets to fourth. He'll be dangerous, I think, don't you?
Yeah, Whiteman's been tracking them really well and he's got himself up right behind McSwain and he's been running so well this year. But this is perfect for McSwain. This is like it is in Europe. It's like a pace race and he's in exactly the position he needs to be in. He's got that lovely open stride and it's fast. It's good.
So fast that Ollie's dropped off here, Ollie Hoare. It is a procession. It's like we get in the Diamond League races. Cherioit and Inga Britson and McSwain. Inga Britson had a look back for Stewie. They know each other oh so well, these three, with a lap to go. Kerr tries to get up there. Kipsang and now McCall makes a run. So Stewie McSwain in the last lap of the 1,500. It's been brutal. Can he hang on? Cherioit and Inga Britson up the front. McSwain third. Kipsang's going to go around him. Stewie looked at him. Can he respond? Kerr's going to go around him. No response yet from McSwain. Back to the leaders. Cherioit, 1.5 metres up. Kerr and Kipsang battling it out there. McSwain back to 6. Don't think there's a medal. Who gets the golden one? Cherioit hasn't got rid of Inga Britson. Don't think he will. And then Kipsang. Look at the Norwegian. Have a look at this. A Vorholm in that 400 hurdle. He's 20 years of age, this boy. He was 16 when he broke the 4-minute mile. And he's streaking away from Cherioit and Kerr and Inga Britson. Well, they reckon they're the Kardashians of Norway. They're bigger than that right now. Look at that. 3:28 in the final. McSwain and Hoare come across the line. He hammered them, didn't he? The 20-year-old. Gee, who is king of Norway right now? We thought we knew 3-4 days ago.
That was special by Jakob Ingebrigtsen. What a race. It played into Stewie's hand like we wanted it to play out. And Stuart McSwain gave us a great run. Ingebrigtsen, 20 years of age, and he is the Olympic gold medalist over 1,500 metres. Chariot did everything. He went to the lead when he had to. He pushed the pace. It hurt him in the back ends, but Ingebrigtsen, he just ran away with it. Now, our Australians were fantastic. They gave everything. They did everything right.
McSwain's run 3:31.91. The times are just phenomenal. We've never had 3:30. This is nearly 4 seconds faster than any other Olympic final. Of course, we had the Olympic record in the semi, but it's 3 and a bit faster than that as well. The first four under 3:30. So McSwain at 3:31.91. And Hall was in trouble early, wasn't he, because the pace was so much. Full marks to Chariot, full marks to him. But this is a god in Norway. His brothers, he's got two older brothers, and they've both been European 1,500 metre champions, just like Jacob.
Philip and Henrik?
Yep, Philip and Henrik. And we thought he might go 5,000. You could see on the turn, you could see that he was full of running.
And the way that it played out, the reason why the race was fast was because Ingebrigtsen was willing at the gun to go straight to the front and push the pace. He drew Chariot out. It was just fabulous tactics by Ingebrigtsen. And by drawing Chariot out, it meant that he ran himself into the ground and Ingebrigtsen could come back at him. We see Ingebrigtsen here sitting just right on Chariot, just waiting for the moment to strike, and when he went strongly. He looks at the scoreboard to see if anyone's coming with him, but they're all tired because the pace has been on, but Ingebrigtsen's holding his form, and what a fabulous effort. And Kerr in third. Kerr is the one who took that American soil record off Sebastian Coe, 1984 American record at the Olympics, and he finished in third place, so he's got a medal like Seb as well.
So Ollie Hoare 11th in 3:35.79 and Stewie McSwain 7th in 3:31.91. Davis, not what anyone wanted. It's the highest place Australian male in a 1,500 metre final since Herb Elliott in 1960. That's 7th place.
Yeah, it was an entertaining race, and I'll tell you what, if you have to be big to be bigger than the Kardashians, but I think you're right. It was a ripper.
It certainly was. Jakob Ingebrigtsen of Norway takes out the men's 1,500 metres in an Olympic record time. Let's quickly take you back to Dave Colbert for Nicola McDermott's second attempt at 196.
For Nicola McDermott here, and clearance and a good jump too, so back in it. We've seen Patterson go clear on her first attempt, and now McDermott with this good clearance gave herself a little bit more room on the takeoff. Perhaps took the run up back a fraction, and that's the timing all good, all over. We continue on to 198 in the women's high jump.
Excellent stuff from Nicola McDermott. So she missed her first attempt at 196, but we know it's in her. She's the first ever Aussie woman to clear the 2 metre barrier, which she did at the Aussie Olympic trials earlier in this year in April. So Nicola McDermott and Eleanor Patterson are safely into the next phase of the women's high jump final. The bar will be set now at 198. They're just waiting for the last few to clear 196. It's interesting actually already, even in the first 3 or 4 phases of the high jump, there's already been eliminations. So at the second height, which was 189, Maya Nilsson of Sweden was eliminated. Morgan Lake of the UK didn't even start, so the field of 14 was cut down to 13 right from the off. And then at 196, we've lost 2 competitors so far, with 2 more in strife. So Mary Jungfleisch of Germany had 3 failed attempts at 196. Mirela Demireva of Bulgaria had 3 failed attempts at 196. And now we are waiting on Maria Letsikane of Russia and Kamila Lichvinko of Poland, because they've failed their first 2 attempts at 196. And the Russian is up first, Lasitskane. And we're just waiting for her to clear her 196 attempt. So if she doesn't, and if Lichvinko of Poland does it, then the field gets cut down to 8. It'll be down to 8 by the time they reach 198. So we just wait. It'll either be 8, 9 or 10, depending on the last two jumpers at 196. Half-time in the basketball, so we had to forego the last 2 minutes of the second quarter to get that 1,500-metre final. But the score at half-time in the basketball has Australia comfortably in front, 53-45. There was a good burst of scoring, which we did hear a few moments ago for Australia, where they got out to 6, 7 and then 10 points in front. The margin is now 8 at half-time. So it's half-time in the basketball. The leading point scorers for Australia, well, Paddy Mills, oh my goodness, Paddy Mills has 26 points. That went from that went north very quickly for Paddy Mills. So he did all the point scoring just about. He has 26 points for Australia, including 4 from outside the perimeter after 13 attempts. So 4 from 13 from outside the 3-point line. Paddy Mills, he has 26 points, and he was the main reason why Australia were able to burst clear of Slovenia in that second quarter. Jock Landale has 10 points, and Matisse Thybulle has 7. For Slovenia, Luka Doncic has 9, and the next best is Jaka Blažić with 7 points and Klemen Prepelic with 7 points as well. So that's the current standings in the basketball. 53-45 is the current score. The Voice, the world's biggest show, has a new home on 7 with Guy Sebastian, Keith Urban, Rita Ora and Jessica Malboy, the judges. The Voice starts after the Olympic Games on 7. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We'll continue on. In fact, this was Eleanor Patterson's attempt at 196. Let's listen in.
What a race it turned out to be. So fast.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Now, Eleanor shares the lead with Gerashenko from the Ukraine. Has not missed. Nicola McDermott.
That was just a replay of Eleanor Patterson's jump at 196. As I said, they are both through to the next phase of the women's high jump. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. It is halftime in the basketball. Australia with an 8-point lead. Still 0-0 in the men's football final. Brazil and Spain competing for the gold medal in the football. So it's 0-0 after 20 minutes. A break. We'll come back after this with the continuation of the basketball and of the athletics. Nicola McDermott and Eleanor Patterson competing for gold in the women's high jump.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket, performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Calculating GST. Help. Bat automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your bat.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
SEN's coverage of the game, still half-time in the basketball. Australia lead 53-45. Here's Nicola McDermott's first attempt at 1 metre 98 in the women's high jump final. David Colbert, your commentator.
Gosford on the edge of their seat, Central Coast. Here we go. First attempt, 198, and goes clear and stays up, and that's a big jump if you want to be on the podium. Gave it a little tickle as she wrapped herself around the bar, and it stays up. Here we go, take a look. Backside maybe the heel just, but not enough to dislodge the bar, and you get busy with the notepad now, Nicola. Really gives herself a 10. But I reckon all the judges have marked that one highly. Yurchenko. So now these first attempts become important. Yurchenko, who hadn't had a miss, has had a miss. The first attempt here is the first of the tiebreakers. Yurchenko, in she comes, and a miss. So you also look at what is the championship pedigree. Yurchenko, silver medalist at the world titles in London, jumped 2 metres there, been a World Youth Olympic Games champion. This is a different atmosphere, the Olympics, battling for a medal. Patterson now. So she can move into the lead in the competition overall. She hasn't had a miss yet. She would go past her teammate McDermott on a countback. And Lee and Gather are on the edge of their seat. She will attack the bar with vigour. In she comes. First attempt, 198. Oh, that was close. Maybe just took off a fraction too far out. Has the exaggerated arm action, but she's got good elevation. So she knows that one was close. 2 more attempts remaining.
So Nicola McDermott cleared 198 with her first attempt, the only competitor so far to clear 198. So it's looking good so far for Nicola McDermott. Those who miss, though, they always get 3 attempts if they aren't able to clear it on the first 2. So 3 attempts at each height. So Nicola McDermott got through with her first attempt at 198. Eleanor Patterson missed her first attempt, just clipped it at the very end. Nicola McDermott gave it a graze on the way through as well, to be fair, on the bar, but it wobbled, but it stayed on the hooks. So McDermott through first attempt. Eleanor Patterson's first attempt, no good. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this and we'll take you back into the basketball, which is not far from getting back underway in the second half. The men's football gold medal finals, still 0-0 in the soccer between Brazil and Spain competing for the gold medal. Mexico took the bronze yesterday in a 3-1 win over Japan. Brazil and Spain at 0-0. As soon as there's a goal, we'll bring that to you here on our coverage of the Tokyo Games. SEN, Nicola McDermott, Eleanor Patterson in the high jump final. The basketball bronze medal match is at halftime. Australia 53, Slovenia 45. Second half not far away.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all-Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket. Performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Calculating GST.
Help.
Bat automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your bat.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
SEN Olympics for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. An update on the medal tally here on day 15, the second last day of competition, but the last night session of sport. Medal tally: China 38 gold medals, United States 34, Japan 25, Great Britain 20, Russia 19, Australia 17. So the Russians have won a couple of gold medals in the last few hours to break away from Australia. Looks like Australia will be finishing 17th unless we get a gold medal here in the high jump, because all competitors who are still alive in the event, and there are 9 left in the high jump, except for Nicola McDermott, have failed at 1.98 m. Nicola McDermott of Australia is the only one so far to get 1.98 on the first go. And as I say that, on the second go, Gerashchenko of Ukraine has cleared 1.98. She's pumped up. Eleanor Patterson is next up to clear 1.98 centimetres. Let's take you back to Dave Colbert. Update on the basketball with 3 minutes into the third quarter. It's been a bit low scoring in the third quarter so far. Jock Landale's just put one in off the glass. So it's Slovenia 49, Australia 58. 3 minutes into the third. So Australia a good 9-point lead. We'll take you back as soon as Eleanor Patterson has attempted her second attempt at 1.98 m. Back to the field.
McDermott. So one Ukrainian to the next, Yulia Levchenko. Hers was a pretty good attempt first time at 1.98. Fierce stare. Second miss. Starting to get a little more tense. We'll bring up Eleanor Patterson. First attempt wasn't bad, just came down on top of the bar. Australian coaching team in the stands. She's doing year 12 when she won that Commonwealth Games back in 2014. Would love a clearance here. Up she goes. No. That one looked a little tired. We'll have to come up with something for a third attempt clearance.
So Eleanor Patterson, 2 fails at 1.98 centimetres. Only 2 jumpers so far have cleared 1.98. Nicola McDermott with her first attempt, and Irina Gerashchenko of Ukraine with her second attempt. So we'll come back to Eleanor when she has her third and final attempt at 1.98. Right, back to the basketball now. Australia 59, Slovenia 49, bronze medal on the line. Still 6.5 to go in the third quarter. There's a penalty coming up in the gold medal match as well in the football. So we'll take you there as soon as that gets going. But back to the basketball for now. 10-point lead Australia.
Doncic against Exum. Trailer is Mike Toby. He's overdue. He knocks down the three.
Honest through that technique, Drew.
It's not ideal, but when you're that wide open, it can be effective. A lot of wrist action on it. And a much-needed three for Slovenia.
Here's Mills against Dragic with those three fouls down to the baseline. Foot violation called on Doncic. They'll reset to 14 on the shot clock for the Boomers here. Middle stages of the third as Ingles returns.
Affected that craft in those Slovenian chips.
They're just ringing the changes at the moment in the basketball. Gives us a chance to listen into this penalty between Brazil and Spain. Richarlison stepping up for Brazil against Unai Simon in goals for Spain. Could this be the go-ahead goal for the Brazilians?
Step towards a gold medal. Richarlison against Simon. And Richarlison blazes over. And of all the players that you would not expect to miss at this tournament, it's the man who's banging form, Richarlison. What a let-off for Spain.
Just got under it, well over the crossbar, and a let-off for Spain is quite right.
Incredible drama at the football as Richarlison, the man who has been the talismanic figure up front for Brazil all tournament long, has missed that shot at goal. It was a penalty, so he got right underneath it, scooped it up over the bar, and the match remains at 0-0 in the closing stages of the first half. Halfway through the third quarter here, Australia have gone ahead by 12 points as Paddy Mills gets more on the board for Australia. I think they're just about to take a timeout now, so our timing's been a little out here, but Paddy Mills up to 30 points halfway through the third quarter here. Incredible stuff. All the medals that we check in for Rebels. Sporting Dreams start at Rebels. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com. We'll take 60 seconds and back finally to the basketball after this.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Pelly, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Tokyo Games. So Brazil spurned the opportunity to go 1-0 up in the football final against Spain. Richarlison, who is one of the senior players in this otherwise under-23 squad, as they are meant to be in the football competition, plays for Everton in the Premier League, and he burns the chance to give Brazil the 1-0 lead. So Spain's still in it. It's in the 41st minute. They've returned from the timeout. Boomers 64, Slovenia 54.
Well, this time off the mark, and it came to Prepelic. Doncic, Prepelic, past Golding, skip pass, outside, and they get it to Toby down low. He did a good job, Nick Kay, but he's called for the foul.
Whoa. Let me see that again.
Well, unless they've called it both maybe on the second attempt, and it might be an N1. It looked all ball here. That's a travel. It didn't even hit the ball.
Looks like he hit the bottom of the board, potentially.
No, he didn't.
Nope. And they gave the N1 too?
No, I think it's just the two. But that is just an official anticipating
that never happened.
What happened rather than what actually happened.
They don't anticipate. They just call it by the book.
Well, they all made mistakes, and that was one of them.
And he gave Nick Kay his third foul. So he goes to the bench. Toby, only a 56% free throw shooter in the tournament, leads Tokyo gains 12 rebounds again. The margin cut to 8 as we count down the last 4 minutes of the third. Dragic giving Mills plenty of treatment off the ball, remembering that Slovenia have already got 14 fouls in this quarter, so they can't afford another one. As Ingles gets it now. Landale rolling to the hoop. He's got Toby out on the perimeter, out of his comfort zone at the moment for the big man. He goes to Mills, confronted by Toby. Shot clock works to 5 now. Mills against Toby. Good work, steps past him, helps himself to 2 off the window, and Paddy Mills continues to fire with 32 points.
I love that.
32 points for Paddy Mills. We'll just cut in again as Eleanor Patterson, her final attempt to stay alive in the high jump, 198.
Needs to clear this to stay alive. Oh, Millie! She nearly got it. And she's going to go out. All clear up to 196, and then the 3 misses at 198, and that was very close. And at the moment, she's in 4th. Great to have you back.
Eleanor Patterson, she's eliminated now from the women's high jump finals, so 198 seems to be it's the bogey height for a lot of these competitors. A lot of them are struggling at 198. There's only 3 that have cleared it so far. Nicola McDermott of Australia was the first to get it. Irina Gerashchenko needed her second attempt, as did Maria Lasitskene of Russia to get it as well. So Eleanor Patterson, the first to perish at 198. There are still 5 more jumpers to go at 198. Just looking here, it's Maria Vukovic of Montenegro, who also gets eliminated as well. So they're starting to drop like flies at 198, but Nicola McDermott safely through into the next phase of the women's high jump. The next height will be 2 metres, which Nicola McDermott has cleared. So we'll take you back there when she's back in action. But Eleanor Patterson out, unfortunately, for Australia in the women's high jump final. Nicola McDermott survives. Back to the basketball, the Boomers. Well, Slovenia's just starting to make a few inroads now. The lead has been brought down to 8. Still a solid, healthy lead though for the Australians. 70-62 is the score.
The rebound.
And those legs getting a little heavy with that step-back style play that Luka likes to engage in. He's getting a little tired.
Mills with it. Chanchar looking a little nervous. He shakes in and knocks down another 2. 36 for Mills. Timeout Slovenia. Australia by 10. 2:04 to play in the third.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket, performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Cash flow, but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Back from the timeout in the basketball. Paddy Mills, 36 points. Let's take you back in. Boomers 72, Slovenia 62.
Doncic calmly pulls the trigger on a 3. That one jumped out, couldn't finish it, and Chanchar couldn't grab the OR either, and now Mills. Landale against Doncic, kicks outside, Ingles for the 3. Couldn't finish it. 5 on the offensive rebound, and now a foul's going to be caught on Blazic, and free throws to come for Australia.
And great defence again by Jock Landale. John Riley, shout out to the former West Sydney Razorback and Townsville Croc. was emphasising that last time out. When you guys get switched on Luca, do not foul. Just contest late on that step back. Do not foul, get the rebound, get out and run. Perfect play by Jock Landau.
Exactly. Just make him shoot a contested one over a hand. That's all you need to do. If it goes in right now, okay, you live with that. And this is an area of Matisse Thibault that has plenty of room for improvement.
A little nervous and short with the opening attempt, and over-adjusted, and well-played Doncic to knock it away from the cylinder. But Australia by 10, 90 seconds out from three-quarter time. Good explosive move there from Clement Prepelic.
Once again, Luca just getting rid of it earlier. He's not trying to overdo things, and it's working for him. We're interested to see if he continues that in the fourth quarter.
Sobey onto the floor, gets it from Ingles. Landale for Mills. Shot clock to 10 and counting. Down to by Blazic. Now splits a double team. Kicks outside. Ingles. Yes!
We'll get to say the Slovenian bench there, Drew, as we'd love to see from Joey.
Margin is 11. Here's Doncic going to work, getting it done. Chance at a three-point play.
Well, it is. You saw down the other end now with Paddy, with that penetration. They get deeper on that help. Brian Goorjian doesn't like the call. You take a look, and it was the official on the weak side. And, I mean, that's two. And slight
hip check, just a little bit of a hip check, but
look at the frustration of Brian Goorjian. Still stuffing the stats, 13, 7 and 5.
Triple-double, Drew, 6 turnovers too.
4 of 13 from the field, 1 of 8 from the three-point line.
Coming off a triple-double against France in the semi-final where he had 16 points, 10 rebounds, 18 assists. First triple-double at the Olympics since London 2012 when LeBron James provided the last. Here's Sobey. Coast to coast, nothing on offer. Now he's lost control of it under pressure. Bounce into Prepelic, and now a chance for Chanchar. He may have travelled. That goes unwhistled as well. And here's Doncic. Decides to fire the three. Can't connect. Thought Muric almost got into the back of an opponent there, but it comes back to the Boomers now. And the shot clock 2 seconds inside the game clock as we head toward three-quarter time. Now 4 to foul Slovenia. There's Mills. Now single digits on the shot clock. Double team arrives. Goes to Sobey. In turn, Ingles. Quick release three. Yes! Joe comes to the party once more. Knocks down the three. He's got 13, and Slovenia can't get an effective shot away on the buzzer. Three-quarter time arrives here, and the Australian Boomers have an 11-point lead. It's Australia 78, Slovenia 67.
Well, the Aussies have just exploded out of the blocks here in the basketball, and Paddy Mills is doing it all by himself. 36 points for Paddy Mills. He's 13 of 16 from the floor. He's 4 from 14 outside perimeter, and he is setting up 6 assists as well. He has been huge. And Joe Ingles joining in on the party too with 13 points. Jock Landau, 14 points. Let's take you back to the high jump. Nicola McDermott as they begin the 2-metre mark. Nicola McDermott of Australia.
She'll give the big smile. She'll look up. The exultation. Crosses her fingers as she takes off here. Can she clear? She can! She can! She goes clear at 2 metres on the first attempt. And extends the lead. She has this natural reflex when she crosses the bar that she crosses her fingers. It's not something she does on purpose. See it there. Big jump. Write that down because you might be writing yourself into athletics history. Okay. Levchenko. 1 jump only. So she missed her first 2 attempts at 198. So this would be the 3rd consecutive miss if she doesn't make it. If she doesn't make it, she's out of the competition. And then we have 5 that are still alive.
So Levchenko, the miss, and she is out, and at the moment she's in 8th spot.
Well, huge from Nicola McDermott. That is huge, and we are on. This is real now for Australia. There is a medal here on the in the offing for the Aussies, as there's only 3 competitors left. So Nicola McDermott's, and I'm just double and triple checking. No, there's 4 competitors left. So not absolutely guaranteed a medal, but very, very close to getting a medal. Let's actually go back because Maria Lasitskene of Russia is about to go for her first attempt at 2 metres. So this will help get a gauge of where the competition is at. Nicola McDermott, first attempt at 2 metres, and she cleared it. She cleared it. No one else has cleared 2 metres yet, given there's only been 3 competitors who have cleared or who have attempted 2 metres. Maria Lasitskene of Russia, this is the 4th competitor to attempt 2 metres.
First attempt as well. If I have a look back at that results sheet, she also cleared 2 metres on her first attempt, so she's capable. No question about that. In she comes. 4-time world champion. Not quite.
So she couldn't get there either. So this is becoming a good thing for Australia. We'll take 60 seconds. We'll come back. Basketball next.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide, all starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the games from Mate Internet and Mobile. Award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Xero invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. That's Xero. Nicola McDermott still the only competitor to clear 2 metres. Everyone does get 3 attempts, however, at this height. Nicola did it in 1. The other competitors in the women's high jump haven't yet cleared 2 metres. Back to the basketball. Start of the last quarter. The Boomers 81, Slovenia 71. Paddy Mills is having a night out. He has 36 points from the first 3 quarters. Free throws here for Slovenia.
Not just the one. So Slovenia 11 of 13 from the free throw line. Australia 9 of 14.
I think giving Matisse a bit of a rest as well. It looks like Dellavedova will get the matchup. No, he won't. I'll tell you, we'll get the matchup on Luka Doncic.
Blazic attacks the rim, comes up with 2. Nice finish from him. Double figures now for Blazic. And another offensive foul is called here on Dellavedova. And Jaka Blazic is making things happen for Slovenia.
It is. It looked like a soft one. A little push-up, I guess, by Maddie Dellavedova. Let's have a look. The hit to the head, inadvertent, and just an unfortunate hit to the head, the left arm of Matthew Dellavedova.
The pressure extended. You like to see that big that inbounds the ball to the guard, circle around instead of middle ball screen right at the free throw line, just so there's a bit more ease bringing his ball up.
Grevelic found an opening off glass, adds another 2. Slovenia are close to within 6. Timeout Australia. 7:47 to play here, and after being down 14, Slovenia has reeled off 8 unanswered points and are right back in the picture.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Back to the basketball. The timeout has been completed. Australia by 6 points. Slovenia are just starting to work their way back a little bit. Still 8 minutes to go in the last quarter in the bronze medal match. Slovenia 75, Australia 81. Back to John Casey, Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogus.
40 seconds ago, Australia were up 14. They lead by 6. Exum just backed his way up against Doncic, who's ready for the challenge. It's going to be called on Doncic here. It's going to be his second personal.
A lot being let go because they were in foul trouble early in that second quarter with their physicality, and they've taken that gamble, and now the referees almost don't want to call that physicality early in shot clock, so the Slovenians are getting away with a lot, but playing the referee for it.
Landale uses Ingles. Now Mills. Kicks to Ingles. Landale was available. Ingles couldn't find a passing lane. Exum, 2 on the shot clock. A floater all the bottom of the net for Exum, who opens his scoring account.
Need that one. Good circuit breaker. Keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Took over 7 minutes left in the contest. Prepelic was trying to draw a foul on Golding, and it tumbles for Clement Prepelic.
Very, very tough shot. Coming off a pin down. Thought he was fouled. Tried to at least draw it. Knocks it down.
11-5 Slovenia in this final quarter. They are coming. They've got it back to within 5. Boomers need a steadying basket. Lob past the Landale. Sold him into traffic, but cutting across. Foul's going to be called here on Prepelic. It's going to be his third personal. And second team foul in Slovenia in this quarter.
Well, nothing as important as a bronze medal in the Olympics comes easy. And just when we thought the Boomers had a bit of breathing space with a 14-point lead, this has been an impressive comeback by Slovenia. Good, aggressive, weak side help. Clear foul.
A tough pass by Joey, a little bit of a lollipop in the middle of the floor, so just want to watch those get a bit more crisp.
Lusic hits the deck, back to his feet. Here's Exum, shot blocked to 5. Mills almost at half line. Fires the 3. Can't get it to go. It's off the mark, and a chance for Slovenia to edge a little closer here. Good start to the final quarter from Slovenia as Doncic isolated against Landale. Likes his chances into the paint, and that's why they've outscored Australia 13-5 in this final quarter and are back to within 3.
On a post touch for Jock Landale right now. In low.
And Mills, that's almost particularly unsportsmanlike foul on Jaka Blazic there. A brain explosion from Blazic when they had all the momentum.
Well, this could be the break that we're looking for.
And the whole way up the floor, Blazic was just in Paddy Mills, holding, shoving
the hole. Not a lot in it, is there? But just don't do it. Simple as that. Paddy puts a little bit of mayo on it. And it's going to end up in 2 shots in possession.
And a 4th team foul now on Slovenia in this final quarter with 6:05 to play.
That is the 4th free throw total of technical fouls and intentionals case.
I'd need to check.
Take a few more if you can too.
That's it, and this is a timely couple of freebies and then it's also a time just to regroup, regather. You get caught up in that panic, that helter-skelter of this onslaught by Slovenia. Make a couple of free throws, go back, get a play, hopefully make a basket, get that confidence and that comfort level back into the psyche with the Boomers right now.
Landale sits down, 14 points for him. Nick Kay comes back. Just 3 points for Nick Kay in this game so far, and also playing with 3 fouls. So it's Australia by 5 with possession. Inside the last 6 minutes, Mills goes solo, can't complete it. And a chance here for Rocco Chancha. Back the other way. Looked like an offensive foul, and is an offensive foul. Great defensive play from Exum.
It was, he picked it. Big fella, a little out of control. And that's one at this stage of the game. Poor decision. Big fella on the break. Harder for him to shake and bake. And Dante just stands there, hit right in the numbers. Perfect, easy call for the officials.
He deserved one. He's had a couple go against him that 50-50 calls. He's got 3 fouls, but this is Ingles with Australia on top by 5 here. Mills cutting to the hoop, wrap around pass. Exum, yes!
Huge! Not renowned for his perimeter shooting. Simple catch, open 3. Big time play, Exum.
Shot it so well this tournament, 57% coming into this game as we get on the break.
Here's a dunk. Boomers lead by double figures. 5 and a bit minutes to play in the bronze medal game. Well, they've weathered the storm. And now pressure right on Luka Doncic and Slovenia to try and make something happen. He's got Kay in front of him. He peels off the 3. What a player Luka Doncic is. Mills with it. Distracted a double team. Dragic tries to stay with him. He got down to the baseline and fills it up for 2 more for Patty Mills. 40 points now for Patty Mills, a career high at the Olympics. Point game, and another 3 from Slovenia. They are digging deep and coming up with the goods.
Well, Luka Doncic is digging deep, that's for sure. Back-to-back 3s. And what a duel it's been between Doncic and Mills in this last quarter.
Exum puts it on the floor. That looked like a flop. Ingles with a wide open 3. Knocks it down. 9-point lead Australia. Took over 4 minutes to play.
You look for those moments and some actions in some games and you think fate's on your side. Well, it's looking that way now for Australia.
Prepelic baseline. Beats outside Dragic. It won't fall. Ingles the rebound. Inside the last 4 minutes. Australia by 9 with possession.
And it's the offense dealing with this onslaught from Slovenia.
Mills has led the charge.
We're going to take you back to the basketball in a second. Australia have weathered the Slovenian storm. Back to Nicola McDermott in the high jump. She is guaranteed a medal. There's only 3 competitors left. This is 202. If she clears it, she's a pretty damn good chance for a gold. Nicola McDermott, high jump.
Consolidate her lead. In she comes. Up she goes. Bar comes down. Door now open. And the door is open to 2 very, very good competitors. Don't want to alarm you at home, but that's just the way it is. How good? 3-time world champion ladder skiing, number 1 in the world, Mahuchik. Ladder skiing. Remember, too young to compete in London. Russian Olympic Committee, Russian athletes banned from competing in Rio, wasn't allowed to go to the Games. Has to wait until this opportunity here in Tokyo to compete. Injured in the lead-up. In the meantime, she's collected 3 world titles. Past few seasons until this year. So she's a serious competitor. So this would take her back into the lead. First attempt clearance at 202. On her way. Fast approach clearance. McDermott nodding acceptance of what she's seen. Well, that's what we've come to expect from Maria Ladeskine. have to hand it to her capacity. Looked out of it, got up and over 2 metres. And now...
So Nicola McDermott fails her first attempt at 2:02. Maria Ladiskine of Russia, who is the world champion, clears her first attempt. So she now overtakes Nicola McDermott for the gold medal position. Back to the basketball, 3 minutes left. Australia had let Slovenia back in. There was 3 points the difference as Slovenia were on the comeback trail, but Australia now out to an 11-point lead, 97-86. 3 minutes to go in the last quarter. Bronze medal on the line.
Mills takes over. Now Ingles, shot clock to 10. Feet in the paint, outside, excellent. Past Doncic, who's called for the foul. It's going to be his third personal. And that is over the limit now for Slovenia. Free throws to come for Australia.
And the body language doesn't look great for Slovenia either. And there's an example of it. Can be misleading when you've got a superstar like Doncic down the other end.
And that's a hard thing, coming from a big deflating loss against France. Arguably could have won the game. Nicolas Batum making a huge block. Some teams that I've been part of, we haven't carried over well to a third place challenge and finish fourth.
So the margin is 13 with 2:40 to play. Toby from the elbow fires, caught it deep, Ingles the rebound. Can't afford to foul Slovenia.
Not looking for a shot unless it's in the last 6 seconds of the shot clock. Don't need anything quick.
Ingles hands over, Mills outside, Nick Kay for the three. Australia reaches the century, their highest score of the tournament. They lead by 16, tick over 2 minutes to play.
Game over.
Just need to play smart. Doncic, three is short. Kept alive there by Muric. He gets it down low to Jakoblasic, who adds the two. But it's 14 inside 2 minutes to play.
Almost better just dribbling the clock out and kicking that ball in the stands. Defense said, do not turn the ball over in the backcourt and do not take a quick shot in the half court. Hold it for 24 seconds. If you get a 24-second violation.
The only thing you consider is a wide open uncontested layup. And even then, I'm not 100% sure taking it. Just the clock is your friend.
Savvy play from Ingles here. And he went to the wraparound pass and it's deflected out of court. So Slovenia will pick up the ball. 1:43 left on the clock. Australia by 14. And Australia, having come up empty in 4 previous bronze medal playoff games, can't get excited just yet, as much as we would like to, as much as the scoreline suggests.
Yeah, very
the drought's going to break.
Every right to be excited right here.
Slovenia losing control of it. Dragic found it back. Bible rejected his shot. Kay to Mills.
Put that cue in the rack.
Exum. Now Paddy Mills. And they're going to slow it right down here and just milk the clock, as Andrew Gage and Andrew Bogut have requested. Time is their friend. Mills. Outside, Exum fires the three. It's all the bottom of the net for Australia.
This is icing right here.
Sign that man. Sound like Corey Homicide Williams. Sign that man. He's a free agent. Give him a deal somewhere in the NBA. I mean, you can do much worse as your backup point guard. Obviously, health is a key issue for Dante, but I mean, he's had a hell of an Olympics.
Australia by 14. It's Mills top of the key. With a 42-point game under his belt and 9 assists. He carried the flag into the opening ceremony here in Tokyo, and he's carried the Australians on his back here. What is going to be a famous win. Fly ball! Nice icing on the cake from this superior athlete. 16 the margin, and Joe Ingles won't even give them a layup. He pokes the ball out of court and says, earn it from there. They can at least enjoy it now. There's celebrations on the bench. They are going to the podium. Doncic fires, couldn't complete it. Tip in works for Mike Toby. It's all academic now. And they've called it off here, Slovenia. And after 65 years of blood, sweat and plenty of tears, the Australian men's basketball team's crusade to stand on the Olympic podium has finally delivered. The Boomers have claimed the bronze medal as they defeat Slovenia here by 14 points. Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogut been there, didn't come up with it, and votes for you, I guess. The fact that you should have been in Tokyo if it was last year, and here you are calling, we could be happier to have you here, but we know where you'd rather be.
Oh, it's sensational, knowing what we've gone through, not even the last couple of campaigns, but the history of the Boomers. Andrew Gaze.
Australia get the bronze in the basketball. Incredible stuff. Finally a medal to the Boomers after beating Slovenia. Paddy Mills, 40 points, contributing to Australia's 95-86 win. In fact, that's a delayed scoreboard. It was a 102. In fact, I'll pause here. Nicola McDermott for 202.
202, and she goes clear. She flies high in the Tokyo sky and she keeps her hopes alive. And breaks the Australian record. And if I was Ladeskine, I wouldn't watch either. What a jump. Well, you have to say now, no matter what happens, you break the Australian record, you jump 202. That's got all of Australia off their seat. Ash Maloney there in the middle with the Huff Daddy. And get writing, Nicola. Tell us all what you think of that jump. Surely that's got to be approaching the perfect 10. Okay, Mahuchik, I reckon.
Incredible stuff. Nicola McDermott, she gets it on her second attempt at 202. So now it's Maria Lasitskine of Russia and Nicola McDermott of Australia who have cleared 202. Yaroslava Mahuchik of Ukraine is the only other competitor in there. So these are the three medalists. They are just jumping now to determine in what order they get their medals. Final score in the basketball, as you heard a moment ago, Australia 107, Slovenia 93. Australia finally break through and get that first medal. Paddy Mills ended with 42 points. He shot 15 from 31 all told, 4 from 15 from outside the perimeter. He had 3 rebounds, 9 assists in the match as well. Joe Ingles with 16 points, shooting 4 from 10 outside from range. And then it was Jock Landale 14, Dante Exum 12 and Matisse Thybulle 11. Luka Doncic did all he could for Slovenia with 22 points but unable to get his team over the line. So Slovenia, must be said though, magnificent performance from them. This is their first time at the Olympic Games in the basketball competition for men, and a lot of it was done, you could say, off the back of Luka Doncic and what he did during qualifying and now what he's done in the Olympics itself. So Australia get the bronze medal. Historic moment for the Aussies. They're having a moment. We'll bring you the reaction as soon as it comes through from the Boomers camp. But this is the one that we've been waiting for. It's the medal that we'd been hoping for the most, and it's a bronze for the Boomers. The high jump is getting tense, however. Nicola McDermott, she's right in it for gold here. She is in the race for the gold medal at 202 metres. She's cleared that. The bar will be set next at 204. So they're going up now in 2 centimetre increments. Maria Lasitskine of Russia is through. Nicola McDermott is through. They are now just waiting for Yaroslava Mahuchik of Ukraine to get there as well, if she does. We'll take a quick break because McDermott has cleared her jump. In fact, she might be... We'll just go back to Dave Colbert for a second because she's lining up here, Nicola McDermott.
The world's best women going up and over. So if McDermott can clear this, she extends her Australian record, Oceania record as well, and she would move back into the lead and put Ladeskine under enormous pressure. She's in second. You have to think that she's in a good position for that, but she's definitely got a medal. Here we go. We ride them, don't we? We ride them with them. Focus on the bar. It wasn't a bad attempt. So when
Nicola jumped 2:01 in Stockholm. The bar went to 2:03, so that's the first time she would have jumped at that height. You don't jump at that height in training. It's not possible to replicate what it's like to jump at that height. So that's the first ever attempt she's had at 2:04, and it wasn't a bad one. So there you go. You can see marching across with the book to compare notes. Ladder skiing. As we've mentioned, it's been a tremendous competition. Credit where it's due. Third attempt at 196 to stay alive. Bit shaky at 198, and then she's caught fire. So this would extend her grip on the gold medal, and she can go clear. Oh, it's close. Just a reminder, every time we miss one here, the door remains open for the opposition. And now it's Mahuchik who all of a sudden can put herself back into the lead. She's in third place. She's had a miss, so she's only got 2 attempts at this height. She's quick up onto the runway. In she comes. Can she move into the lead here? Wasn't a bad attempt. She's only got one more jump to go. So Mahuchik's got one more jump to come. One jump only. Let's have a look. Again, it's just that run up, I think, with Mahuchik. She gets the position right in the right spot. So we've had 3 jumpers at 2:04, and we've had the 3 misses. So now we go back to the drawing board, back to the starting position. We're not quite equal, but it's close. Because if McDermott can clear this on this second attempt, then all of a sudden Ladeskine has to get it. If she does, Ladeskine would be in front because she cleared 2:02 on the first attempt. I know it's a bit complex, but you really do need the scorecard that I've got in front of me. I've tweeted it. You can have a look at it, and you can see the crosses and noughts and crosses everywhere. There's some happy and sad faces right there. 2 Ukrainians. Levchenko in 8th spot. She's on the right-hand side. On the far left was Gevashenko, who's in 4th. This is going to be a bit of memorabilia for Nicola. She likes to do this to confirm what she's seeing and thinking, but also to distract her from everything that's going on. So a slight pause while they just make sure the bar's all set. Once again, a little pause because we're setting up for a track event, and they haven't quite got the memo in Tokyo that it's called field and track and it should take precedence, but it's a regular occurrence for the field event athletes. Look at the stare on McDermott as she just goes through some rehearsals, mental imagery of what she needs to do. Mahuchik prowling. Ladeskine sitting down just on the left-hand side there.
this final race started. We'll bring that to you once it's complete. Of course, this is the final night of Field and Track at the Olympic Stadium. And you head to Sapporo in the morning for the men's marathon. It'll be the final event on the program from an athletics perspective. 3 Australians in action there. It's good focus from Nicola McDermott. Camera right there.
So while they have this brief pause in the high jump, we'll take a short break. We'll come back on the other side of this as there are 3 competitors left at 2:04. SEN's coverage of the Olympics continues next at the high jump.
Money by bundling mobile and internet.
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Nicola McDermott going for 2:04. This is SEN's coverage of the Olympics for Mate Internet and Mobile. Award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and zero invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero, XERO. They are back in readiness to continue on with the high jump at 2:04. Nicola McDermott of Australia. Can she do it for gold?
Just to reset, currently in second, can move into the lead, can set her second Australian record if she goes clear at 2:04. In she comes, bounds along, up she goes. Bar comes down. Big deep breath for Ladeskine. Bigger deep breath for Mahuchik. One attempt remaining for the Australian. Currently in second spot. Here's the leader, Ladeskine. With Mahuchik to come, who's in third. Eleanor Patterson finished in fifth spot if you're just joining us in this women's high jump final. First attempt here was pretty strong for Ladeskine. So the event leader, can she clear 2:04 and improve her position? That's a magnificent leap. What a performer she is. Replicates what she did in Doha, the World Championships, with the clearances at 2:02 and then 2:04. There it was both times on the first attempt. Here it's first and then second, but that's as good as a first attempt clearance given McDermott's situation. And that will mean that Nicola has to clear 2:06 if she decided to pass her one remaining attempt. I guess that will depend on what happens here with Mahuchik, who at 19 years of age has fought on strongly in this competition. She almost went out at 198. Then cleared 2 metres on her second attempt. You can see the scorecard there. So in she comes. misses. So remember, that's it for her. So McDermott has got the silver medal. Mahuchik confirmed in third, and the reason being that she missed that attempt at 2:02. She passed and then 2 misses at 2:04. So that's her third in a row. So at the moment, Nicola has got the silver, like Michelle Brown did in 1964 here. It's the only time Australians have had medals in the women's high jump in Olympic competition. And Nicola's going to take another attempt here. Can't improve her position. Aside, of course, from setting a personal best, another personal best. She's already got one. And with the medal, along with Kelsey Lee Barbers, it's their first Olympics in which Australian field event athletes, women athletes, have medalled at the Olympics. So that's creating some history. First time that 2 Australian women have medalled in field events in Olympic history. So here we go. It's been an entertaining ride. Can she get up and over 2:04? She's already set an Australian record. She's already got the silver medal. Can she find... Oh, no! That was close! How did it come down? I'm calling for an inquiry. What a jump. What a jump that was. And there's the champion. Well, if you're going to go down, you go down swinging, don't you? And that is what Nicola McDermott has done. Boy, that looked like it was staying on. There's the 2 Australians. Eleanor Patterson, hats off to you. 5th in the Olympic final, returning to international competition. And Nicola McDermott breaks the Australian record to win the silver medal. And this will be a story as well, because the Russian Olympic Committee athletes, authorised neutral athletes they're called in athletics, and Ladiskine has been one of the few that World Athletics have allowed to compete, and this is their first gold medal here in athletics. Deserved winner, has to be said. Almost out at 196. Third attempt clearance to survive. And Nicola's going to go over to coach Matt Horsnell and begin that celebration. So an Australian record and silver for Nicola McDermott.
So Australian medals coming about 15 minutes apart. The Boomers getting the bronze in basketball, and Nicola McDermott with silver in the high jump. You could hear her in the background just sobbing away, tears of joy that she gets the silver medal, tears of maybe partly of agony that she just missed on her last attempt at 2:04. Gosh, she was close. She was so close at 2:04. She got 3/4, 7/8 of her body over the bar and then just clipped the very edge of the bar on the way down and knocked it off its left. It only came off one hook. Half of the bar was still on the right hook. The leftmost hook was still on, so she didn't knock it clean off. It just dislodged ever so slightly on one side, and that's how close Nicola McDermott was to continuing the competition on at 2:04. But it does go the gold medal to Maria Lasitskine of Russia, who gets the 2:04. Nicola's her best attempt, or her best clearance, was 2:02, so she missed all 3 attempts at 2:04. So 2:02 was her next best. Lasitskine was the only one at 2:04. And Yaroslava Mahuchik, the 19-year-old from the Ukraine, gets the bronze with her best clearance at 2 metres. Nicola McDermott, what a journey. What a journey it's been on. If you think back to April at the start of the year when they were going through their championships, the trials at the Athletics Australia event to get into the Olympics, where she broke the record. She became the first Australian woman to clear the 2 metre mark. To then what she's been able to do so quickly after that, only months later, now at the Olympics, and getting herself all the way to be the second best high jumper in the world, right behind the world champion herself, Maria Lasitskine of Russia. That is one heck of a rise up the rankings. She has had an enormous last 5 months, Nicola McDermott. So well done to her. She's become the first medalist, the first female medalist in the high jump for Australia since Michelle Brown in the 1964 Tokyo Games, where she won silver in that event. events. So the first since then and the second ever, because Michelle Brown was the only medalist that Australia had at the Olympics in the high jump. So Nicola McDermott setting Australian records, making history as only the second ever woman to get a medal for Australia at the Games. And what a competition it was. These field events have been, I tell you what, the track events are great, but the field events have entranced me anyway, just speaking purely subjectively here at the Games. From the pole vault to Matt Denny in the discus to the javelin last night with our three Aussies, Barbara Mitchell and Mackenzie Little, and now Nicola McDermott here in the high jump. Plus we had Brandon Stark in the high jump not that long ago as well, a few days ago. So these have been some games for our Australian team, and then obviously the medalist himself, Ash Maloney, a couple of days ago. So from the track and field, we've got two medals to walk away from, with silver for Nicola McDermott, bronze for Ash Maloney in the decathlon in the last 48 hours. So it's been really good stuff. The Boomers winning bronze and Nicola McDermott winning silver is for Rebel Sports. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. There are highlights to get to from elsewhere around the Olympic Games this night session. It started a little slow. We didn't have anything really kick off until about 8 o'clock earlier in the evening. Now it's all coming in a flurry. We'll bring it all to you next here on SEN. Our coverage of the Games for Zero and for Mate.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket. Performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all-Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games for Channel 7. Know the news with 7 News. When we need to know what it means for our future, knowing matters. To know the news, watch 7 News at 6. What a night it's been. What a night it's turned out to be, with Australians getting medals in the last half an hour or so. The Boomers finally getting the medal that they so yearned at the Olympic Games, their first ever medal. It's a bronze for Australia against Slovenia, with a good win in the end, led by Paddy Mills. 107-93, the final margin, 14-point victory for Australia. Paddy Mills with 42 points. 42 points for Paddy Mills, 9 assists as well. He came up huge. Joe Ingles, 16 points. He was the next best with 9 rebounds as well. And then Jock Landale had 14 points for the Boomers. Luka Doncic, the star for Slovenia, 22 points, 8 rebounds and 7 assists. He had a really good night, nearing that triple-double, not quite getting it, but 22, 8 and 7 is a huge night for Luka Doncic. But Australia just couldn't quite get it done. Slovenia just couldn't quite get it done. Australia definitely got it done. Now, you look at the quarter-by-quarter scores, 20-19 for Australia in the first term. It was 33-26 for the Aussies in the second quarter, which is where the gap opened up. 25-22 for Australia in the third quarter, and 29-26. That 29-26 last quarter doesn't quite tell this full story, though, because Slovenia really came back. They were winning that quarter for a good portion of it and brought the margin all the way back down to 3 points. Australia had to see off Slovenia at the end, and in the end they did. They got the job done and extended the lead back out. In the gold medal match in the men's football competition, it's Brazil and Spain. Mexico won the bronze medal yesterday. The gold medal is being contested right now. They are in the 83rd minute. Brazil and Spain locked at 1 goal apiece. Brazil are on the attack here in their final third. We might actually just bring it in here because they are having a shot at goal, or about to have a shot at goal if they can complete this move.
Interesting there. Douglas Luiz, I think, telling one of his teammates just to stay back. It's a good ball into Claudinho. Won't fall to Richarlison. Brazil will come again. Guimarães. Arana. Corner.
So that's live. That's at the moment 1-1, Brazil and Spain. Now, this was a little earlier. This was the goal that put Brazil up right before half-time.
Claudinho. He'll have been drawn in. Claudinho's delivery. Difficult chance for Alves. Did well to keep it in. Cunha, 1-0. Brazil have the breakthrough before half-time. Matheus Cunha, their hero in the quarter-final. On the score sheet in the gold medal match.
So Cunha put Brazil 1-0 up a couple of minutes before half-time, and then halfway through this second half, Spain equalised.
Brian Hill over on this right-hand side now. To Soler. It's a good delivery. What an equaliser that is from Oyarzabal. Cool as you like with the finish. Cool as you like with the celebration. Spain level 1-1.
Mikel Oyarzabal, who's scored now 4 goals in this tournament, might be 3 now in this tournament, and scored the goal to send Spain as winners through the group stage against the Oligurus earlier in the tournament. He now has a goal here in the gold medal match. So that's where the match stands at 1-1 live. It is in the 85th minute, so they are winding down to the end of regulation time. Could it go the distance to penalties like it did yesterday in the women's final? Canada and Sweden going all the way to a dramatic penalty shootout. In the baseball, huge upset. Well, I don't know if you call this an upset because Japan are a world heavyweight when you stack them up as far as national teams go, but Japan have beaten the United States 2-0 in the baseball final. The Japanese scored in the 3rd and 8th innings. USA could not get a score on the board. The winning pitcher was Masato Morishita. The saving pitcher was Ryoji Kuribayashi of Japan. So Japan get the gold medal, another gold medal to the home nation, and it comes this time in baseball. So the updated medal tally at this stage: China have 38 gold medals, the United States have 36, Japan up to 27. I think that might even be a bit behind. It might be 28 now because this website, the official Olympic website, takes a moment or two to update once they put the official scores in. Every event at the Olympics, there's a certain process of officialising the results. So they're just officialising that now, if that's even a word. But 27 medals they have, could be 28. Japan, Russia have 20, Great Britain have 20, Australia have 17 medals now. 7 silver medals and 22 bronze medals. That 27 count for Japan is correct. So 27 gold medals for Japan, 17 gold for Australia, 7 silver now after Nicola McDermott silver in the high jump, and 22 bronze medals. Rebel Sporting Dreams start at rebelsport.com. Sportscraft, reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this. We'll hear the men's and the women's 4x400 metre relay finals. And then we'll take you back to the football, the gold medal match between Brazil and Spain, here on our coverage of the Olympic Games, SEN.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket. Performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games. Jordan Canellis with you. This night has turned good. This night has turned really good. We've had 2 medals in the last hour or so, last 40 or so minutes. The bronze medal for Australia, the Boomers, the men's basketball team. It's the medal that this group of players deserved. Sometimes I struggle when it comes to talking about if a certain athlete or a team deserves a medal, because it's one thing to deserve a medal, but you have to earn it as well. This Aussie team, it both deserved and earned its bronze medal. It's deserved it because of the group of players and the quality of the group of players that the Boomers have been able to put together. But they earned it as well. They earned it. They've worked hard. They've worked tirelessly over previous Olympic Games, and finally it's come their way after getting 4th position so many times. 4 4th positions in their Olympic history. Finally they get the medal. So they both deserved it and earned it, which makes it all the more sweeter for Australia. 107-93 was the score a little earlier on for the Boomers. Paddy Mills, he went out and got that medal himself. He did the job himself. He's a grown man. He got it himself. He worked hard for that medal, Paddy Mills. He played 37 minutes, almost 38 minutes of the 40 on the floor, scored 42 points. 15 of 31 all told. He was 4 from 15 from outside the arc. He had 9 assists, so he set up his teammates as well, which included Joe Ingles with 16 points, Jock Landale with 14 points, Dante Exum 12, Matisse Thybulle 11. Those were the double-digit point scorers. Luka Doncic 22 points, but this is a historic night for the Boomers. They get that medal that they have so yearned, that they felt they were robbed from getting back in Rio 2016, that they've been so close to getting in prior Olympics. They finally get it tonight with the win over Slovenia. A good Slovenia outfit as well. They dominated the group stage. They got through comfortably, or near comfortably in the knockout phase, and with one of the best players in the world on the floor for Slovenia. That was it was a match that was going to be hard, but Australia, they worked their backsides off, and they were leading that match by 7 to 10 points throughout most of it. Slovenia gave it a good shake in the last quarter, but Australia, they held on, they extended their lead, and they won by 14 points, 107 to 93. Nicola McDermott, what a last 5 or so months it's been for her after becoming the first Aussie to go over 2 metres in the high jump. She has then flown up the world rankings and now is second best in the world after getting silver in what was a nail-biting affair in the high jump. Maria Lasitskine of Russia was the one who got the gold medal. She is the world champion, so she was going to be hard to beat, but Nicola McDermott gave her a rattle, and 2:02 was her final jump. She clears an Australian record, Nicola McDermott of Australia. Eleanor Patterson finishes 5th overall with an equal season's best. So it's been a good night with the Boomers getting bronze and Nicola McDermott getting silver. Australia's medal tally now sits at 17 gold medals, 7 silver medals and 22 bronze medals. We'll hear from Paddy Mills very shortly. Firstly, though, we have a listen back to the women's 4x400 metre relay. This happened a little while ago now, but obviously we were taking the high jump final. This is the women's 4x400 metre relay. We'll have the men's for you after that as well, but this was how the gold medal race sounded, 4x4 around the track.
So from the outside, Great Britain and Belgium, United States, McLaughlin out pretty well, Cuba inside of those, and then Jamaica. So McGregor going well early, and then Poland, Canada and Netherlands. So the back stretch. And Pippi's gone out hard in lane number 9 for Great Britain. She ran one on the 400. McLaughlin's having a terrific run here for the United States, the supreme champion of the 400 hurdles. And so's McGregor. She's already up on Echevarria. So Jamaica, USA, Great Britain for the moment. They're the 3. What a stylist McLaughlin is. Pippi on her outside. Jamaica coming through. So from the queen to be, I reckon, McLaughlin, to the one that's been with us for so long. And she's on her last lap, Felix, in her storied Olympic career. McLeod goes, or rather Russell goes for Jamaica. So Alison Felix in the backstretch. Poland, Jamaica, Canada. Holland, Cuba, Belgium. And Great Britain lost some ground, didn't they? Williams in the back. So for Alison Felix, Tamsin, this would be a 7th Olympic gold medal. That's where Katie Ledecky and Caleb Dressel sit right now. Noni Phelps, Spitz, Lewis, Jenny Thompson, Matt Biondi and Ray Urey, and all sports are above them. So in terms of the American haul, so she's kept the Americans in the front spot. The Poles have done well here as Felix hands the baton over to Dalila Muhammad.
Dalila Muhammad has got the baton. Felix looked a little bit fatigued from that race last night. And they've actually left their US champion, Quinera Hayes, out of the team. That's how strong they are. But the USA team are still in front with Dalila Muhammad. And the Polish team, who had a great lead with Borgart on the second, is with Hulub Kowalik.
They are strong. And the Brits with Emily Diamond, who got a medal in Rio in their team. And Jamaica a 4th. But it's the Americans sailing away here. So the 2 400-metre hurdlers, Alison Felix, and now we're about to see their 800-metre champion, Athing Mo. So Jamaica having a big run here. Sharika Jackson, and a great battle her with the Canadians for 3rd for the moment. So from Dalila to Athing Mo, the Poles are 2nd. Canada just holding Jamaica. So Sage Watson to go. You would fancy that Candice McLeod would run her down for that 3rd spot.
Candice McLeod had a fabulous effort in that 400-metre final. She is on Sage Watson's tail and looking to go past her and push up to the Polish athlete Sveti Erstich. But it's all about a Thing Mo out in the front. As you see, Sage Watson and McLeod having a great battle for that bronze. But look at a Thing Mo, the tall, rangy 800-metre runner. She's a fabulous 400-metre runner as well and could have run that here in her own right.
She broke the American record when she won the gold medal here in the 800, and she's absolutely flying away. The Americans are going to win by about 60 metres. The world record's 3:15.17. It's the third fastest time in history, and getting through for second, Poland, Jamaica, Canada, Great Britain, and then the Dutch.
That's how it sounded, the women's 4x400 metre relay sprint around the track. The USA got the win comfortably, 3 minutes 16.85. 4 second winners from Poland, 3 minutes 20. So 4 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but when you see it, it's quite a distance. It's almost, close to 30, 40, 50 metres depending. So it's a big win for the United States. They smashed it from Poland in second and Jamaica in third. So that's how that played out. Alison Felix was part of that team as well. And at 35 years of age, after having a child, this is her first gold medal in these games, but she's won many gold medals before at the Olympics. It's 6 gold medals now for 7 now gold medals actually for Alison Felix. So she'd won 6 coming into these games, 7 gold medals all up in the Olympics, and 11 medals in total, which is just insane. Alison Felix, how good is she for the United States on the track? And this will be her swan song at 35 years age, and now with a family to look after. I think Mo was in the team as well, Sydney McLaughlin and Dalilah Muhammad, who have been stars for the United States on the track in these games. I think Mo was one of the stars of the games as well, winning the women's 800 metres a couple of nights ago, and now getting her second gold medal at the age of 19 from Trenton, New Jersey. Coming through. In the gold medal in the handball, France have a lead by 1 goal over Denmark, 24-23 in the second half. And in the football, we are into extra time. So Brazil and Spain could not be separated after the end of 90. So they are into extra time. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this. That was the women's 4x400 metres. So just the full standings again. The United States get the gold, Poland get the silver, Jamaica get the bronze. And then next after that was Canada, Great Britain 5, Netherlands 6, Belgium 7, Cuba 8. The men's 4x400 metres, we'll hear that next on SEN.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket, performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au. Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games. SEN Olympics for Mate Internet and Mobile. Award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero. Gold medal has been handed out. Another one to France. They've defeated Denmark in the handball final 25-23. The men's 4x400 metres. We heard the women's a moment ago. This was the men's 4x400 metre relay on the track at the Olympic Stadium.
At the end of a week and a bit of extraordinary athletics at the Olympic Games. Off they go. Belgium, Trinidad and Tobago, Botswana, Poland, Jamaica. Not quick, the Jamaicans early. The Americans are out well with Cherry. He ran so well for a personal best in the final. And then Italy with Ray going. And Bonifacia, who was superb through the rounds of the 400 metres. Americans with a pretty good start.
Yeah, Cherry's pushing up on Gay, the Jamaican on the outside of him. And Makwala is having a fabulous run, third from the left.
For Botswana, he is. Lendor going all right for Trinidad, but Makwala with the stagger certainly in front. So Botswana, Trinidad and Tobago, Poland. Chichiri has taken some ground off the Jamaicans when you consider how long the stagger is here. So they wait now. Botswana got the baton first. The Dutch are okay. It was the man with the baton that fell. So Botswana, USA, Trinidad and Tobago and back, and then Belgium. So For Botswana, it's TV, yeah. It comes across. For the Americans, it's Norman, who's in the final. And for Trinidad and Tobago, it's the 200-metre finalist in Richards.
Yeah, Richards, who wasn't as good yesterday in his leg, he looks like he's changed his rhythm and he's using that speed, and he nearly, Botswana really got affected. TB, and here comes Michael Norman on the outside with that nice relaxed form of his.
And now TB comes to the outside, and the others close up, don't they? The Poles and the Dutch. But Norman's got the job done so far. He's about to handle to Denman. Away he goes. Botswana's still in the mix. Jamaica have lost a lot of ground here. Hyde got it now from Taylor. They're way back to Jamaicans in second last with the Italians behind them. So in the back stretch, there's Denman in front. And Ngozi for Botswana. And for Holland, it's Van Diepen.
And Denman got to stay in this USA team, the only athlete that did, because he had the fastest split from that team yesterday in the heats. But Netherlands are having a fantastic race in third with Van Diepen, their 800-metre runner.
And Angela had a really good first heat for them to bring them home. Belgium, big run by Dylan Borlée. He'll give it to his brother Kevin, and now Jamaica come to the outside. So the final change. This has been a strong run by Denman. He gives it to Rai Benjamin. Remember that 400-metre hurdle final with Vorholm? And now a little bit of interference to the back, which means that those are up the front get away. Botswana surprisingly in second placing. Going for them is Indori. And third, the Dutch with Angela. And fourth, Belgium. And then Jamaica, Poland, Italy. And way out of it, Trinidad and Tobago. But the Americans have got the gold medal here.
Yeah, Rai Benjamin for the USA. They're home and hose. It's all about who can hold off for that silver medal. As you see, Angela Ramsey, who's got that back for Netherlands, he is chasing down Dory from Botswana.
So that's the battle on behind. But the United States continue to dominate the 4x4s. And home they come with their 400-metre hurdler. And it looks like the Dutch will get second. And they have, just from Botswana, in the last stride of the race. America by a long, long margin. They had a cracking team in there. They had those stars from the 400 plus their 400 hurdler. And for Holland
and Belgium have missed that podium again. They've finished fourth.
And the Dutch women come out. We just first medals ever for Holland and Botswana in the 4x4.
That was the men's 4x400 metres. The United States getting the gold medal, so they did the double one after the other. The women's 4x4 and the men's 4x400 metres on the track. So Michael Cherry, Michael Norman, Bryce Dedman and Rai Benjamin get the gold for the United States. The Netherlands came in second, which was a great result for them. Their women's team in the race prior in the women's came, I think they were second last or last. So this was a huge result for the Netherlands to get the silver. And Botswana, whose runners had been doing really well in the track events. They were pretty well placed as well in the 4x100 metres yesterday. They get the bronze. Belgium, Poland, Jamaica, Italy and Trinidad and Tobago were the other final runners in the 4x400 metre race. We were talking yesterday with Ryan Gregson, our track expert here on SEN, about how fast the track at Tokyo has been, how fast the actual surface of the track is, and that's again exhibited by all the personal bests that have been set. So the United States run a season best, the Netherlands run a national record, Botswana run an African record, Belgium run a national record, Poland run a season's best, Jamaica season best, Italy national record. So they're all setting records. That's 7 of the 8 teams in the men's 4x4 all setting some kind of record or season best. So pretty extraordinary stuff there on what's been happening on the track. Elsewhere in the fields, we didn't take much of this earlier in the men's javelin. We had a gold medal go to India in the men's javelin. It was Naresh Chopra who took the gold earlier. Jakub Vadlejich of the Czech Republic took silver, and his compatriot took silver as well. Just getting the final names for you here. I've lost my page on the javelin. I'll get that back for you in a second, but it was 2 Czech Republic athletes who got the silver. Vidislav Vesely was the bronze medalist for the Czech Republic. So that's how the track and field events have wrapped up for the night. There's still a couple of medals to hand out, though. We've got a men's volleyball gold medal match on right now, and the men's football match is on at the moment as well. France have a 2-sets-to-love lead over Russia, so they've just taken the gold in the handball. They might take it in the indoor volleyball as well. And the men's football match is in extra time. They are about to end the first period of extra time, and still Brazil and Spain can't be separated. It's 1-1 with the corner to come up here for Spain. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We'll hear from Paddy Mills, who was rather emotional after winning the bronze medal for the Boomers in the men's basketball match earlier tonight. 14-point winners over Slovenia. We'll hear that next here on SEN and take you back to the football where Brazil and Spain are in extra time here on SEN.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means that...
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket. Performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Tokyo 2020, night 15 coming to a close. This is the final night session of the Olympic Games. We have afternoon sport tomorrow from the morning through till around about 6:30 by the time the last event finishes. The last event tomorrow is the gold medal match in the men's water polo. Greece are involved in that one against Serbia, so I'll be watching that one with a lot of interest. But that's it for the sport for the night session. Tomorrow night, we will be on air with you for the closing ceremony, so we'll take that from 8 o'clock here on SEN. In the basketball earlier tonight, Australia, the Boomers, their first ever medal, 107-93 winners against Slovenia, a bronze medal, the first time that the men's team have medalled at the Olympic Games after finishing fourth 4 times now in their history. They do get the bronze. Paddy Mills, the leader of this team, the spiritual leader of, well, not only the Boomers team, but really of the whole Olympic team. He was the flag bearer along with Kate Campbell heading into Tokyo 2020. This means a lot to him. This was Paddy Mills speaking in the aftermath of the match.
History's been made, and here he is, the champion. Sorry, himself, Paddy Mills. You mean so much, this team means so much to the nation. This has been your life's mission to create this history. Congratulations, you're on the podium, you've got that medal.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this time, for this moment for a long time, and you know, it's taken a lot of experiences, a lot of ups, a lot of downs for us to get over the hump. And it's our culture at the end of the day. It's our Australian culture, our Aussie spirit. It's the boys being able to hang together and understand the meaning of what it means to represent your country and how deep the layers go for it to just come pouring out in moments like this. And now that we've made it over the hill, this is the standard now of Australian basketball for men, and we take nothing less. We say that, you know, gold vibes only is the standard, and we don't accept anything less from on the court, off the court, all of our preparation, and it pays off in the long run. And I don't know whether to cry, laugh, smile, a lot of emotions.
I think everyone's been crying thanks to what you guys just did, but you said this is the standard now. I feel like for you and a lot of your teammates and former players, they believe for a long time, this is the minimum where you guys have deserved to be for a long time. And I know those scars for many examples, but say Rio, they were still raw coming into today.
Yeah, definitely. But look, I think where we've been able to build our Boomers culture is understanding the lay of the land that goes far beyond basketball. And for us, that's always giving back. And where we've been able to build our Boomers culture to this point is being able to understand where we've come from, where we see the future, you know, living in the present and who we represent. You know, our names are Boomers for a reason, you know, and for us to be able to give back to our nickname is where we started this campaign. So there's many different layers, and we were able just to dig deep and find all of those and really touched everyone. You know, for us older guys, we've been through a lot. For the young boys, for the new boys that have come into this, you know, they really understand this meaning now, what it means to be a Boomer, and, you know, hopefully the rest of the country does as well now.
Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogut, they're both in commentary, as you may well know, and they are absolutely loving it. They're emotional. What do you want to say to those guys?
Yeah, look, they've been a big part of this Boomers program for a long time, and they've been through, you know, just as much as we have. But, you know, we represent the past and the present and the future that's coming in, and they'll know, you know, we're only here because of all of them. You know, right back to the Tokyo team that first came over here, you know, we were able to touch base with them and understand who was on that team and what they were able to do. So it's guys like Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogut and Uncle Danny Morsu and you know, and the great Armat from day one. You know, it's all of these people that we went and touched and made sure we revisited where this Boomers program started.
What about your parents, your beautiful wife, and people so important to you that are watching this all together? They're watching this right now. What are you going to say to them?
Yeah, probably sitting at home right now. But it's time to bring an Olympic medal home back to our country, Australia, so I can hang it up at Mum and Dad's house.
Thanks, Paddy. Well done.
Paddy Mills speaking in the post-match after the Boomers get the bronze medal. Tears everywhere. It was just looking at the TV screens in front of me. Andrew Gaze, clearly one of the one of the figures who has the right to be emotional. He's one of the biggest figures in Australian basketball, and he's been teary-eyed. Mel McLaughlin there doing the interview couldn't even barely start the interview. She was that emotional after the win. This is a win that means a lot for Australia. It means a lot for the Boomers, and how incredible it is that they've broken the hoodoo of losing bronze medal matches. They finally get the job done and get that Olympic medal, and this Boomers team rightly deserves it. There's been things that they're doing bits in the football. The gold medal match, Brazil and Spain have been locked at 1 apiece since halfway through the second half. Let's take you in to see what's happened a few moments ago.
1 goal apiece. What can Salah do from this for Spain? In the delivery isn't what he would have wanted. See both sides waste corners. And Brazil will counter. Malcolm up against Vallejo, and there's only one player winning that for pace. Malcolm for Brazil. That's why he was brought on. And for once, Unai Simon can't keep it out. And are Brazil heading for back-to-back gold medals at consecutive Olympic Games? 2-1, they lead Spain in extra time.
What a massive moment, and what a great finish from Malcolm. Jesus.
So Malcolm gets the go-ahead goal for Brazil, and there is still time left, however, for Spain to try and pinch one back. They are still playing extra time. It is in the 113th minute of extra time, so still a good 8 or so minutes to go as Spain have a chance here. Let's take you into the football here in these dying stages. 2-1 Brazil lead.
Deflected, big shout for handball against Diego Carlos. First viewing, it looked as though it hit his head. Carlos is patting his chest. Another one for VAR.
I'm not sure Brazil's defenders were expecting such a long throw into the area there. They didn't defend it well at all. Nearly fell for Dani Olmo.
Renier up against Torres. Intelligent cutback. Look at the space here. Just past the post from Guimaraes, with Simon stretching.
Well, Spain don't have much time left in this game to rescue it. They are going to commit men forward, leave gaps at the back, and Brazil might be able to exploit that.
And Brazil using every second they can to make these changes. Less than a minute. After Menino comes on, Richarlison will make way. It's a big hug from Malcolm. In many ways, it's not been his night. Richarlison missed the penalty in the first half, hit the woodwork in the second. Looks as though he will still get the golden boot. But he wants that gold medal and he wants to contribute to it. But he has at this tournament. Paulinho of Bayer Leverkusen is on. And again, it's not a bold change from Andre Jardini. You can see exactly what he's trying to do. But even though he's missed the penalty, Richarlison is their main penalty taker. Would he have stepped up in the shootout had it gone to that? It still might if Spain can once again conjure up late drama. But Brazil committing to seeing this out in extra time. Spain committing the bodies forwards. Just too much on it from Pedri.
Well, the idea was good. The execution not quite there. Santos able to gather and again just kill a few more seconds as he lies on the ground there.
So Brazil have the 2-1 lead in the gold medal match in the men's football. Can they hold on and go back-to-back after taking it in Rio 2016, winning on their home turf back 5 years ago? We'll take a break. We'll come back after this and we'll wrap up for night 15 of the Olympic Games, Tokyo 2020.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
SEN's coverage of the games for Mates Internet and Mobile. Award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero XERO. Brazil still have that 2-1 lead over Spain in the football, looking to go back-to-back from Rio 2016. That's it for our coverage of the Tokyo Games tonight on 9:15. We'll have daytime coverage for you on SEN Flip tomorrow, and I'll be with you for the closing ceremony. The highlights: the Boomers, the bronze medal; Nicola McDermott, the silver. That's it. See ya.
And Australia's best.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50. But wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball. Kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick. Handball. Kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
So far this NRL season, we've enjoyed some huge moments.
That is a tremendous try from Reece Walsh.
And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Still going Hopewell, he stretches out and scores. Too strong.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are.
Scott for the corner, and Scott scores.
Join our NRL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment.
Good little kick. Tago is the star, and they score the try.
Rugby League Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
It was mistimed, and Mohamed Siraj gives him a send-off as well with his finger to his lips. I'm not quite sure that was needed. But he's a fiery character, is Siraj, as is Bairstow. Bairstow's been dismissed here for 30. India finally have their fourth wicket. England 177 for 4. And they lead by 82.
He's just reciprocating, isn't he? The gesticulating gestures that we saw from Ollie Robinson. Silencing, bringing a finger to his lips when he found a few of his wickets in England's bowling innings. It's been a hallmark so far of this test. Is a few send-offs, a few fiery characters out there on both sides. But there we go. We see 2 wickets fall in this session, last hour. Firstly, that of the sort of the deterrent, the wall that is Dominic Sibley. Slow strike rate, 28 from 133 deliveries, and Johnny Bairstow trying to speed things up, playing a bit more risk. Very talented white ball player, of course, as well. He's gone for 30 from 50. Amazing contrast and approaches, really. But once again, it means that England now just need to recalibrate, because now the lead only 82 runs. And a lot of time left to play in this match.
SEN Test Cricket 4, Henley Holmes delivering affordability. Yes, 6 wickets left here for England. Joe Root still out there, crucially, unbeaten on 83 from 112. It's been a really brisk effort from Joe Root. He's only looked in trouble on a couple of occasions, really. Has been mostly in control throughout this innings. Johnny Bairstow was going along with him at the other end very nicely indeed, 30 from 50. But he's gone. Lawrence takes strike. In comes Siraj, and Lawrence defends this onto the onside for no run. Immediately an extra slip brought into place. 2 slips and a gully for Dan Lawrence. Lawrence, in fact, it was Shami who took his wicket. He was just strangled down the leg side. He's getting a thin feather in the first innings. Sometimes people call that an unlucky dismissal, but maybe just a poor shot. Maybe as he takes guard once again, in comes Siraj. He leaves this one alone, Lawrence, outside the off stump. One ball remaining in this Siraj over. The sun just trying to poke its head through the clouds here.
Interesting so far how this bowling innings has gone for India, almost mirroring England's, and that it's two bowlers kind of leading the attack, leading the pressure. Two bowlers alone that have the 4 wickets to fall. We saw that with England. It was only Ollie Robinson and James Anderson. They were the ones that shone but couldn't find much support. Siraj and Bumrah.
Siraj into Lawrence again. Lawrence works him leg side but fielded at mid-wicket by Jadeja, and there is no run. So 58 overs gone now in this innings. Good over there from Siraj, picking up that wicket of Johnny Bairstow. Wasn't the best delivery he'll ever bowl to take a wicket. Caught out on the deep square leg boundary, but a deliberate plan, I think, with Jadeja in off the rope by a good 10-15 yards or so. Clearly looking for anything that was either mistimed or didn't get enough elevation. Bairstow can't quite believe it. Scratching his head there on the balcony of the England dressing room. It's going to be Jadeja to continue here. With Root on strike, unbeaten on 83. In comes Jadeja, and Root defends into the offside. And there is no run. Surprised by this? Jadeja still in the attack?
I'm not sure. I mean, I wonder whether you want to bring on your strike bowler for Lawrence entering the crease. Yeah, I think I am, actually, because Root plays spin so well. And you think, right.
Root just pushes this to extra cover, no run.
I want to capitalise on the early innings jitters, don't you? From the new batter, who's already been dismissed for a duck, he's on a pair. And I don't think Jadeja is necessarily the man to do that.
In he comes to Root again, delivers on the legs. He's flicked around the corner to short 45, and they scamper through for a quick single. Maybe they think Lawrence can't play spin. Not that it is spinning a great deal, but the slow left-arm bowler. I mean, Lawrence did play spin pretty well in South Asia over the course of the winter, in Sri Lanka and early on in India. Nobody played spin well for most of that India Test series. Jadeja into Lawrence and beats him on his outside edge. Well, maybe we were both wrong, Izzy. That one certainly did straighten there from Jadeja. It was a little bit quicker.
Yeah, that was a lovely delivery, wasn't it? That seam angle, almost at a 45-degree angle, really flat, and it ripped off the turf. Gosh, that makes me think, oh, where's England's spinner for that fourth innings?
Well, he's out there batting at the moment. Maybe both of them are. Jadeja into Lawrence, and again, a bit of a thick outside edge past a diving first slip fielder. Heading down towards the third-man boundary. Rohit Sharma will cut this one off. Lawrence will get a couple of runs. If it does start to turn, surely one of these two will have to have a little bit of a go in the Indian innings, Lawrence or Root.
Oh, Joe Root, known as the partnership breaker, Mr. Goldenarm quite often, does tend to get quite a lot of turn with his off-spinning deliveries. And Lawrence, well, it's a great odd bowler to watch. He too can be handy.
Jadeja, final delivery of this over. Two slips in place, but has it on the legs, and Lawrence gets it past that short 45 fielder, and he'll get his first boundary here. Lawrence, he moves on to 6, end of the over. England 184 for 4, leading by 89 runs.
Full and skipped down, didn't he? Just turn off the legs from Lawrence. I just wonder whether, I know that we saw on the fly past the outside edge from Jadeja, but will India rue that missed opportunity to really have a dart, a fast bowler nipping off the seam, swing in the air, clouded skies, dark as well. Man low on confidence. Of course, you can bring him back on now, but I'm not saying it's necessarily too late, but that's a golden opportunity.
Siraj to continue here to Joe Root, who just defends straight back down the pitch, and there is no run. Fancy dress day in the crowd. I've just seen some great sort of impersonations of classic footballers. We've seen Ruud Gullit, the dreadlocks, the moustache, the Holland kit on.
That was that Holland kit though. It was more of a 1980s kit. I feel it was an era out to Ruud Gullit, wasn't it?
No, Gullit was 80s.
Was it? Okay,
was
maybe.
80s.
There goes my football knowledge.
Then comes Siraj, who gets Root to defend, back at a point on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, there was Ruud Gullit. I can't remember the other. We're going to have to pan back to the crowd if we can.
There was Zinedine Zidane out there, I think.
Yeah, there was an Italian. I think that might have been a Maldini wannabe.
Maybe a Totti.
The Colombian with the great big blonde afro from the 1994 World Cup. Gosh, that was a good World Cup. Here comes Siraj to Root again, who flicks him wide of the mid-wicket fielder, and they jog through for a single.
Carlos Valderrama.
Yes.
Valderrama, that's the one.
These legendary figures, and you can buy those football kits, those soccer kits, those retro ones quite easily nowadays.
Yeah, I almost feel actually as though New Zealand cricket sort of started that trend when you used to be able to buy those beige ones, love or hate kind of association with them, nothing in between.
Even the 1992 kind of replica, I remember they had that way before anybody thought about that. This was going back sort of to 2004-05, around that time, in a series against Australia, I remember. Siraj into Lawrence, who flicks him backward of square on the leg side. Big shout of yes as Rishabh Pant does the fielding, and they get through for a single. Everyone's at it now. The Indians are at it in limited overs cricket with their 92 replica. England did it in 2019, of course.
The current Indian ODI and T20 cricket kit, in my mind, is a nice navy blue with a orange, green and white stripes across the shoulders. That to me, it's the best of the lot.
It's pretty smart. Root on strike now, and he cuts this one away down towards the third man region. Cut off though by Shardul Thakur, and they will get through for two more. The lead now 93, 188 for four. I don't feel football has quite done it that well in terms of bringing back those retro kind of kits. I like some of Manchester City's away kits. Their two away kits they had last season. They had a kind of Indian peacock design across both of them. Anything retro coming back. So Siraj comes into Root, who defends into the offside for no run. So end of that Mohammed Siraj over. Joe Root 87. Dan Lawrence rather 20 on 6. The lead now 93 runs, England 188 for 4.
G'day, it's Matt McKeldin.
And I'm Steve Johnson.
And we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat.
Each week we chat to some of the biggest names in supercars.
Jamie Whincup.
Firstly, thank you for the intro. Bit of work there, so I appreciate that.
And Charlie Robinson, welcome to The Driver's Seat.
Even during high fives, I'd run out the back in my dressing room and watch what laps they were up to.
Chaz Mostert.
All I knew I've had to do was win a race, and you guys had had me back on. I would have done it sooner.
Get radio's #1 motorsports show on your smartphone.
Download the Driver's Seat app to listen now.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. We're live across Australia on SEN and New Zealand on SENZ. Welcome if you are just joining us. With England 188 for 4 in their second innings on day 4 of the first test against India at Trent Bridge. They lead by 93 runs. Joe Root is still out there on 87. Lawrence on 6. Jadeja to continue. Here comes to Lawrence, who works into mid-wicket, no run.
I'll pick you up on the notion that there are no good sort of rehabilitations of the retro kits in football. in 1 second.
To Lawrence again, who pushes into the offside. No run once again.
Now you've given away that you're a Leicester fan. Well, Newcastle United, up in the north-east of England, is my sort of ancestral home.
Danger into Lawrence, who looks for a single on the offside. Could be a run-out chance here. There's an appeal. I think he's made his ground there, diving back into his crease as Rishabh Pant whipped the bails off. We'll wait and see how close this is. Is the bat slightly in the air as it crossed the line? We'll have to wait and see.
I feel as though the only way he'll be out is if his bat was raised as it came over the line. But I think he made this ground. It was more about whether the bat was in the air. But no, he's absolutely fine. We're seeing that replay now.
This is going to be absolutely fine. It was raised initially at the start, but then it was well over the line by the time the bails were whipped off. Not out confirmed on the big screen there. Direct hit might have been different.
Yeah, Virat Kohli, the fielder, was the one appealing straight away. He got his man. Not this time. Lawrence stays in 6 from 10. Newcastle United, they brought back their 1990s sort of maroon and navy hoops a couple of seasons ago. And it was gorgeous.
See,
the problem is
that was a good kit.
The problem that football has nowadays, they have horrendous sponsors.
Lawrence, who defends, no run.
Betting companies that you've never heard of, basically, that just seem to adorn football kits, and to me that takes it away. I'll add to that.
Into Lawrence, who pushes this time but fielded at extra cover, no run. You're a big fan of the Newcastle Brown Ale.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Or just nothing at all. And luckily, because I'm a woman and a little bit smaller, my perfect size is a large boys.
And
so they're not allowed.
As well. This one is work towards mid-on. There's almost a collision between Jadeja and Root. No run in the end. End of the over. England 188 for 4. Yes, not allowed alcohol or betting sponsors.
Absolutely. So I was able to purchase this navy and maroon horizontal hooped, wonderful Newcastle sort of throwback to the 1990s third kit without any of these nonsense sponsors on them. And it's up there with one of my favourite kits.
Yeah, I can imagine the clean look there.
Oh yeah.
Looking those sponsors. Doesn't matter who you sponsor, even if you've got a good sponsor, one of these classic sponsors, which some teams have been associated with for many years. It just, nothing beats clean football, clean cricket kits as well. And that's the one thing that has been criticised by a lot of people in India, that there's too much going on the front of that Indian shirt. Yes, the colours are good. The retro look is good. But they've got 2 sponsors on the front. They've got the India strapped across the front as well, which they don't, of course, have to do in non-ICC tournaments, but they continue to do so. Shami into the attack here, and it's short, and Root pulls away out towards deep mid-wicket. I think it was 1 bounce to Jadeja. He was a bit more in control of that than Bairstow was for his dismissal, but still a few nerves must have just pricked up there. Joe Root through for the single though.
Yeah, Joe Root tends to play the pull shot very well in Test cricket, almost always angled down and in control, but that one just caught him a little bit by surprise there.
Didn't go full-blooded though. I think that's what saved him, and that's how he controlled it in the end.
Where a lot of players will see a short ball like that, their eyes light up and go, right, this is going into the stands. Root is almost always in red ball cricket.
He was defended by Lawrence, no run.
Turning his bat face over the ball, so sort of turning his wrist with it. Butler does it quite well as well, so that it's always angled downwards. And that's so important, because it means that even if he mistimes it or miscues it, like here, it's not going to go up and out. It's going to go, it might loop a little bit.
Shami to continue here. None for 42 so far. And he comes wide of the crease, and Lawrence punches this to mid-off, and there is no run. Root 12 runs away from a century here, 88 from just 121 deliveries for a Curley looks up to the heavens as the sun pokes out once more over Trent Bridge. Arms folded. Hoping that one of these bowlers can get this breakthrough. Shami into Lawrence. Works this to mid-wicket. 189 for 4. So when that lead starts getting over sort of a 120, 130, then after that point, every run will be making the Indians more nervous, you feel. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but 4th innings of a test match. It's never easy chasing anything over 150. John Beach ball in the crowd, doing the rounds. Shami comes in once again to Lawrence. Again worked to Jadeja at mid-wicket, and there is no run. The beach ball has just been flicked over the back of one of the stands into the street. Loud boos from the crowd. And either somebody goes out quickly to fetch that, or this gust of wind that's blowing across the ground might blow that into the River Trent.
Almost as if the cricket isn't compelling enough.
189 for 4 then. Here comes Shami. Outside the off stump, so end of the over. England 189 for 4, and after this short break I'll be making way for Jeremy Coney.
This is the sound of a new Mercedes-Benz. And this is the sound of a Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned. Mercedes-Benz certified. Feels like new again. With factory-back warranty, comprehensive service history, 100-point safety check and 24-hour roadside assistance, you can be confident in a Mercedes-Benz certified vehicle. Find yours today, only at Mercedes-Benz Bunbury, DL 10123.
So then England 189 for 4, 62 overs gone. That lead now 94, creeping up to the 3-figure mark. Root on 88. Dan Lawrence, the new man in, he's on 6. Jadeja, the spinner, is bowling to Root. Full into the block hole there. Root gets back down on it. It's looking good out there. I'm not going to say anything more than that. Jadeja still trying to find his first wicket. Left arm round the wicket. Slower ball. Forward comes Root, just pushing into the covers. No run. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, here alongside me, watching proceedings at Trent Bridge. I'm Isabel Westbury. This is live on SEN radio. Cut away by Root into the offside. There's a cover point sweeper out there, so just the single. Ambles through, moves to 89. SENZ, New Zealand radio. If you're listening to us down under, down in the Antipodes, we like to call them. It's got to be awfully late, or awfully early, in fact, on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, well, New Zealanders, of course, they'll be up. Just played into the leg side, no run. They'll be up, of course, getting ready for church.
Right, yes.
It is quite early, but they like to get their best gear on.
What time do you have to get ready for church?
It'll be 20 past 2 in the morning. So, you know.
Jadeja into Lawrence, and that's poked back at the bowler. I'm trying to work out. I won't ask what they might be doing in order to get ready for church at that time, but I'll take your word for it.
Yes. So
Lawrence waits, and on his back foot, he's cutting that. Pass backward point. It's a dangerous shot for a while there. It was going to slip in place, but he found the boundary. Beaten point, in fact. And Awares Wally stands up in the crowd and signals for, as does the umpire. 194 for 4. Lawrence moves to 10.
Yeah, so it's an interesting phase, isn't it, now, this game? We've seen a little bit of turn from just the occasional one from Jadeja, about 58 miles an hour. And I saw Bairstow get out, hitting a ball extremely sweetly, I'd have to say, but picking out Jadeja deep square, and it eats away at you, a dismissal like that. Not because of the way, but the fact that you've got yourself in. I mean, you can put up with getting a real good one early on and getting out, but the fact that you've got yourself in, It really just, it does eat, and you sit down and you can't help thinking about it. You're changing it.
It's almost exactly like Rohit Sharma in his first innings, and that's what the Australian approach was to Sharma in that series. A lot of bumpers, pulls down the throat of back square. Here comes Shami into Root. And he's managed to cut that so hard into the ground that it's bounced, it's ricocheted over the top of Gully. And they've got just one for it, I think, as Root moves to 90. 195 for 4. Virat Kohli is off the ground currently, sitting in the stands, having a drink, having a little rest, as is his wont. Having a nice little natter to his support staff. Not quite sure why he's off. Must be for a legitimate reason. I'm sure it is. Wouldn't want to argue. Shami. Yellow flannel protruding from his trousers. This is straight, and Lawrence plays it into the onside turn. Flick of the wrists. Mid-wicket is there to stop it in its path. 195 for 4. That lead, by the way, now is at a clean 100. England leading India. They've got 4 wickets, India now. But England 195 for 4, so for all intents and purposes that's 100 for 4 in the scheme of this game.
So it's still just a wee bit on a knife edge for them. They're batting under good conditions.
Shami into Lawrence, and that was a flash of drive on one leg, trying to drive it back at the bowler, past the outside edge, through to the keeper, stayed low, and that's what you get with Lawrence.
Just a shot of ball, really, isn't it, from him?
But it's one of those players you just know early in his innings, just sitting there almost crossing your legs, fingers, everything. Anything could happen in a Dan Lawrence innings.
Well, England are going at 3 runs and over 3 runs and over. So 30 overs would get them to that 200 ahead.
Lawrence waits, and there's a thick outside edge, but it's run down. I wouldn't say that was soft hands, it was more he got so little on it that it didn't carry through.
He was lucky.
Yes.
It was a loose stroke, and it's gone straight to second slip off Shami, and it just hasn't carried. And it's bounced quite well short, actually, of second slip. And the new ball, of course, will be due in 18 overs. So that's about an hour, just over an hour's time. So that'll be in the last session as well. So there are some things that England have to negotiate. Sometimes that can go quite quickly.
Lawrence again onto one leg, and this one flicking it down to fine leg, beats the fielder there. You can hear the applause. That's a very Lawrence shot, sort of flashy. Always reminds me a bit of how Peterson liked to play. Whenever he played a shot, it wasn't just a conventional stroke. It was on one leg or a flick of the wrist.
Bit of the flamingo there about it, wasn't there?
Absolutely.
The back foot. Yep, you'd see that more in the dance halls.
I think so.
But he's hit it. He's struck this one well. You know, it's an extraordinary. I mean, he could have been out twice in this over, and yet he's got some runs as well. The flamingos like it in the crowd.
Shami through to Lawrence. That one was too full, and this time Lawrence is driving through the covers. The chase is on. Will it beat the fielder? It won't. Dragged in just inside the rope. But that one was an overcompensation, really, from Shami, and he's wicketless at the moment. They call him second innings Shami, but so far, the second innings into the batter's corner.
Well, as you say, it's literally a shot of ball, isn't it? In this over. So 64 overs gone now. The 200 is up. 202 for 4. The lead 107. So another 30 overs will get them there to that 200, I think, which is minimum, depending on what the weather is like. The weather is... The pitches, I can't underline it enough. The pitches in England are so dependent on what the weather is actually doing. And this game has changed completely today. It's like a different game. And how has it been different? It's been different from the point of view that there's been no swing whatsoever today. The bowlers have had to try and use their fingers to get the ball to move from the surface of the pitch, or they've had to use the crease to get width and angle the ball and deliver the ball from different angles. So that's really what they've had to work with. A bit of spin perhaps from Jadeja here and there, mainly there rather than here, and so it's been a nice time to bat as far as England are concerned. They must make the most of this. Root has been the one who's been responsible right at the core of getting them through to this total.
Shardul Thakur is in to Lawrence. He's starting a new spell, and it's outside off and left by Lawrence. He's only bowled 7 overs.
Yes. I wondered whether he was a little bit injured, actually. I saw him down...
Oh, it's a no ball. Retrospective no ball.
Yeah, I saw him down doing some stretching beside the physio from India as well. So whether he's got a little issue, but again, he's totally a swing bowler, and he needs to do other things with the ball. It's a sort of bowler that might get Lawrence, or Lawrence could just take him for a few runs.
This is 2 straight, and Lawrence onto his back foot, turning it backward of square. They're going to come back for 2, and easily enough they do. Young, dynamic player, Lawrence, on all fronts. You never know quite where it's going to go, but he's also fast between the wickets. He moved to 19. He's faced 28 deliveries. England 205 for 4. The lead now 110. And yes, Thakur, considering he was one of 4 frontline bowlers, the fact that he's bowled, what, 12% of overs, 13% so far of his Indian innings? It's not much. Here he comes, right arm over. And this one's swinging away from the left to the right-hander. Played nicely into the ground. Nice thwack with the bat there from Lawrence, only so far as cover.
That new ball, I think, is going to be important. I mean, if India can control their bowling resources so they get a real good crack at that, Bumrah particularly, he's looked the most dangerous today. And whether it's Shami to back him up, they've used Siraj mainly in that role at the moment in this innings, but Shami looks to me a little bit more dangerous.
Full down the leg side, clipped into the onside. Not quite 4 because the fielder, a deep backward square, gets there in time. This odd-shaped outfield at Trent Bridge. They come back for 2. Lawrence is 21, 207 for 4. And none of the Indian bowlers have managed to get into a rhythm.
They are different conditions to bowl in today, and no one's quite adapted to that. I mean, Butler is yet to come, so there's still some batting left in this England side. Every batsman that has come in today has looked comfortable.
Thakur down the leg side again. This is picked up off a length and flayed into the onside. 1 bounce for it. Was awfully close to going all the way. And Lawrence, well, we saw an awful, horrid duck in the first innings, but now he's getting going. He's 25 from 31, and that one was just all over the place, really, from Thakur. It was full down the leg side. I mean, it's freebie, really.
It's just a pick-up stroke. So it goes backward of square, and it goes with some power, too. Again, the flamingo, the back foot up.
211 for 4. Lead now 116. 8 already off this over. 2 balls still to come. And wrapped on the pads. LBW. That's what you get with Dan Lawrence. From the sublime to the ridiculous.
As you see, he could get him out, and he's hit him around a little bit. This, to me, looks out. It looks as if the slower pace, he's shimmied across his stump slightly to make it a ball that's on his pads that he could repeat the stroke.
So I think he's reviewing this because he thinks it's going down leg.
Yes, he does.
Going down leg, but I think that he's come across his off stump so much that he's over-exaggerated. So he thinks it's going down leg, but I reckon that's pretty plumb in front.
Which to me, that looks out. It's hitting on the knee roll. Because he's a slower pace, therefore he's bowling along the pitch a bit more. He's not going to get the bounce to go over the top. I'd be surprised if this one was over the top. If he's got an edge in it, I don't think he has. I think that's missed quite comfortably. So it's all about line now.
It's wrapped on the knee roll, so I don't think it's
we can see the leg stump.
So pitching outside off, impact in line, wicket is hitting, and not only does Dan Lawrence go, as we said, come LBW, but England lose a review. And well, has it swung back. The lead, 116, England 5 down. We've got another 20 minutes or so, more than 20 minutes of this session left. One session after this, then 4 more tomorrow should the weather hold. It looks patchy tomorrow. Showers around, a thunderstorm perhaps later in the afternoon, but India might not need all that. Again, this match sticks with you. The intrigue is there. England lose their 5th. 211 for 5. The lead by 116, and we saw how that England tail collapsed in the first innings. Can India repeat that this time round?
Well, it's an important... I mean, no one's really sort of staying with Root long enough. They're making little forward momentum from, well, Sibley at 20 and now Bairstow at 30 and now Lawrence at about a 20, something like that. But nothing to really nail the game for England and put it out of reach of the Indian side yet. Now, is it going to be Butler? Butler is going to be on a pair as well. So these are much better conditions, and he should get a start. And he's capable of batting very nicely. And when you get in these conditions, I think as a batsman too, you've got to be saying to yourself, look, I'm going to get some tough games in these, tough innings in this 5-test series. I mean, he's just got himself away. His head is way out of the line of the ball as he gets across to... it's like a heavy head falling off to the offside, and you can't get at the ball. And so he's created a problem for himself there, Lawrence. He's just played too many shots. So he ends up getting 25 off 32. Well, yeah, but it's not making a difference to your team.
Jos Buttler then on a pair. Here comes Thakur and pushed onto his back foot defending. And there is no run. Root at the other end on 90. England now 211 for 5. The lead is 116. 65 overs so far of this innings played. 5 more before we see a new ball. And the most interesting thing about the duck that Buttler got in that first innings is an 18-ball duck. And it was beautifully set up by a passage of bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. Just couldn't play at it. He couldn't get hold of it. And Buttler, such a talent, hasn't played that much red ball cricket. He just got almost frustrated out. Now, India haven't managed to find much of a rhythm so far. Now, need something similar to that first innings spell from Bumrah. Picking up his 5-fer as well. They're going to see the back of Jos Buttler. Precariously placed there. Yes, it is Bumrah. 2 for 34. His figures so far. He's into Roots onto his back foot. Stays low there. Plays it into the onside. No run. Mid wicket onto it. Lead by 116. We're about half an hour, in fact, to it. 20 minutes now before tea. It's a later tea, trying to reclaim some of the time lost from yesterday's play when we had rain and bad light affecting it. But England now looking to secure some kind of a total that will put it beyond India's reach. Bumrah, his unique run up and down the leg side, a bit of bat on that. I wonder, was that a drop from Rishabh Pant diving to his left? No. It's been signalled byes. Didn't take it cleanly there. Pant, as he just squats on his haunches, to move a long way to the left. He parried it almost, tipped it round the goalpost, run to the total, and he's just clutching his groin there. He just strained it, pulled it a little. It's Buttler now on strike. 212 for 5. What can he do then? He's faced one ball so far. Bumrah into him, the man that got him out yesterday. Onto his back foot, just poking it. No timing at all back at the bowler. There's a healthy slip cordon in there. India fancy this, Jeremy.
Yeah, they do. And Butler, he has to now survive this. Then he's going to have a break. Then a few overs before the next ball. He's going to have to face the new ball again. So there's a few little things he has to cope with in this innings.
So they did have 3 slips and a gully. They've just brought Gully now out and put him into catching at a rather square cover, a couple of pitches away from the one we're playing on. Butler waiting. Trigger across the offside, and that one spat up past the off stump, past the outside edge, in fact, of Butler, who immediately knows he's beaten and starts scraping at his crease, almost trying to say, oh, nothing happening here, it's all fine. Well, it's not. He's finding it difficult, but that's a no ball.
He's moving just a little bit too far at his trigger, which usually is anxiety and a wee bit of nerves early on in an innings. So he's actually getting outside his off stump. You couldn't see the off stump at all there. As he moves that right back foot across, you've got to leave your head there, your right eye over the stumps.
3 more balls left to face. That trigger again, and he's off the mark. Plays it down to square leg, off the hips. A bit of work to do by the fielder. And oh dear, that's a horrid misfield. That was just lazy, wasn't it? Fine leg, Mohamed Siraj running through. He got there in time and then just stuck out one hand, and the ball kind of trickled over the boundary rope, and he's going to get an earful there from the crowd, and possibly his captain and bowler as well. As Butler is off the mark with a 4, and that's a reprieve. Not so much a wicket reprieve, but just the fact that he got 4 runs for it. Every run here, it's going to be a matter of small margins. England 217 for 5, Butler on 4. Again that trigger onto his back foot, plays it more resolutely. You almost feel as though he's calm there. No run, but he was all over that. Getting in, that's what he wants. It's a mind game out there. Root at the other end on 90. Butler desperately wanting to support his captain. Arms folded, chewing gum, Virat Kohli. Grimace on his face. Didn't like that. The lead now 122. Bumrah, the final ball of this over. Outside off and driven nicely by Butler. Bat on ball all right. Through the covers, through his hands, and it raced along the outfield. He struck it well. He moves to 8. He doubles his score. And England now lead by 126. 66 overs gone. They're 221 for 5.
Well, Butler's a key component now in the remainder of this game for England. I mean, not just with his keeping as well. He is vice-captain. He's quite a calming influence, actually. And the word on the street says that he's actually quite a good captain as well. And that's why he can help Joe Root, who's moved into that first slip position. They can discuss things together. And I'm sure we were talking about reviews a while ago and when to take them and when not to. Takur bowling another over, and that's outside the off stump of Joe Root. And so he's going to play an important role here, getting Root through to 100, to playing his shots. It was a square drive. He just reached for it a little bit, looking as if he's not quite sort of warmed up yet. But he's going to play an important role here. It might just be he could be the difference for England today.
I just feel that those few balls, as in comes Takur into Root, plays onto the onside, into mid-wicket, no run. Those few balls where he got 8 runs from it for little risk. There's such a confidence booster that's almost settled him already. That could really change things here. Talk about turning points and these cliches, but he looks so vulnerable in the first innings against Bumrah, and suddenly he knows that he can score.
Well, I think all the English batsmen have found that today, haven't they? They're comfortable.
Tucker into Root forward, bat aligned neatly next to his pad, pushing it into the offside. He repeats the stroke.
Comfortable compared to the first innings, I mean, where they were a little bit frantic. And the movement exposed them a bit. Here there's just not that movement at all. So they've got some relative success comparatively.
So tea's going to be taken at 3:55. So another 13 minutes. Here comes Tucker. And Root is pushed onto his back foot and just turns it off his hips. Square leg comes in from the boundary. Single then to the total. Butler back on strike. He's 8. Root on 91. I think Butler thought that T was the conventional time. Forgotten that there's time being made up, and he actually just went up to the umpire and said, "Aren't we supposed to be off by now?" He said, "No, sorry, mate. You've got another 15 minutes to survive out there." All right, okay, thanks.
Perhaps he's ordered his scone or something like that to be in his place, and yeah, that'll be gone. The other boys have been into that.
Absolutely, it's a dog-eat-dog out world out there. 222 for 5, full. Butler advances down the track, and he pushes that into the offside and to mid-off. But this is now Butler feeling a bit more confident. This is not so much white ball mode, but just bat on ball. He's already got some runs where he just was stuck in his crease in that first innings, couldn't move, couldn't time it, couldn't find anything really. All of a sudden, he's in the game. The lead now, 127. Tucker tosses the ball between his hands as he begins his approach. Ambles through, stays low, that one. But a variable bounce on this pitch. Wide of off stump, through to the keeper. And after 67 overs, lead by 122.
So the new ball. Now using Bumrah at this stage, and another, you'd imagine he would probably bowl through to T at this stage, which is about sort of 10-12 minutes away. So there's maybe possibly 3 overs, more likely 2. Then he's going to have what? They'll be how many overs at T, do you think, is he? And how many to go to the new ball? So we've got to get to 80. And we've had 67 now, so that's 13. Say another 3 overs here now.
Might almost be coming out after tea with the new ball, if that makes sense.
Well, that's 10 overs into it, isn't it, really?
And here comes Bumrah, bowling to Root onto his back foot, turning into the onside, no run. Double Nelson at the moment, if you're a superstitious spectator. Hope you're hobbling on one leg out there somewhere, bouncing up and down in the manner of the late umpire. Here comes Jasprit Bumrah again. Right arm over the wicket, wide of the crease of delivery, angling into the right-handed Butler, who's advancing down, trying to get moving, and there is no run. He's on 91. Used to be a lot of conjecture, speculation, talk about Joe Root's relatively poor conversion from 50s to 100s, but I tell you what, he gets past 50 more often than not. Accomplished batter. He waits. Upright stance. Bumrah descends upon him. Little handball. And through. And Root pushing that nicely square of the wicket into the offside. Gully comes out and fields, beat the cover point, fielder on the boundary. And Root settling for a single, 92 he moves to, 223 for 5.
It's batted beautifully today. Full range of shots, virtually 360 degrees, some lovely drives, delicious drives actually. And he's used third man, just harnessing the power of the bowler and angling it down there. He's got obviously leg side. He's played this little sweep stroke against Jadeja. He's punched off the back foot. Full range of strokes, front and back foot. Hard to bowl to.
Bumrah into Butler past the outside edge. That was a delicious delivery. That's the one he's looking for. Butler can't do anything about that.
He hasn't quite lined Bumrah up yet, has he? With that angle and that leaning kind of delivery coming back, and he'll take some time to get used to him. Now, you'd think that he'd be playing against him in the IPL and those sorts of things, so he will have seen enough of him, but he isn't lining it up quite yet.
Penultimate delivery. Butler, full outside off, driven. Loses his balance, Butler, slips in his crease, doesn't matter. Through the covers. All that really mattered was where his hands were. And where his bat was, his feet could go anywhere, and they did. Butler moved to 12. England 2-2-7 for 5.
Yeah, he went after the wide delivery, and he just kept his poise a little bit just by sinking low to the ground. Just the back foot just slid slightly. But he got a really good contact on it. It flew.
Bumrah admonishes himself. Final ball coming up then of the 68th over. Butler on 12. Back of a length, and this one plays into the offside, cutting it. No timing. And it trickles, pulls up short in front of the man at point. So 68 overs gone. Butler there on 12, Root on 92. And England 2-2-7 for 5.
The Doyens of Drive, Joel Kane and Brian Fletcher.
Hello, Robert.
I know you love it, Rich. The AFL, 78,000 people at the MCG.
Did you mention AFL, Rob? That was Rob, ladies and gentlemen.
That was Rob from Blacktown. You can see Rob in such films as AFL No One Cares.
Driving you home weekdays from 5 on SEN Track. With thanks to Kennard's Hire. Make trade easy, Ken Oath.
Right then, more to play for. Final few minutes before tea. Tea being taken in about 7 minutes or so. Here comes Tucker. Root forward, pushing the ball again. Backward of point, his favoured area. He moves to 93 to 2-8 for 5. We saw a wonderful wagon wheel of Dominic Sibley earlier on in his innings, where we saw 70% of all his runs were being scored backward of square leg. Amazing flick of the wrist. That's why he really likes it. But Root, I think, I would almost say that he's the mirror opposite. He loves that cover drive, but a square one, pushing it into the offside and cutting it down as well, backward of point. That's his area. Butler on 12, forward, defending, no run.
Well, so much so that Coley's actually put someone back there, hasn't he? That he's now containing and not allowing those boundaries at all. So that's why the singles are coming, and that means, of course, that gets Root off strike. India would be quite happy to leave him in the 90s, I think, over tea, just a little bit longer. That won't worry Root too much, I don't think. He's got to 100 enough, but it'll be his first 100 in England for a while.
Oh, wrapped on the pad there, Butler, to one that just launched back into the right-hander. I think that was a pretty good shout there from Tucker.
Well, no shot is the thing. It certainly hit him outside the line. It was heading back in. Punt is smiling behind the stumps, but it's not a smile that says, I think we should support the bowler a bit more there. Back she comes, hitting very high, though, hitting the inside thigh of the back leg. So just going over the top.
So Butler there, trying to leave the ball off from no shot, as Jeremy says, and it just reared on a length. A little bit high, perhaps. Butler, that one swinging away from the right-hander, well wide of the crease, well wide of the batter. He leaves it alone. We're just seeing original decision not out, impact, no shot outside the line.
But it was going over the stumps. It was the line would have been okay, but it was height.
For no shot and its impact in line, and we're in trouble. The height saved him. Butler shakes his left shoulder, gets into position, forward, defending, stays in position for a little while, does some gardening. Once again, grinding the spikes of his shoes, making sure of his mark.
He's shaking it almost as if the shake of the shoulder, just to obviously to loosen it, but at the same time remind yourself that and the chin work together all the time. That's how you play cricket, getting the head and the shoulder together over the ball, over the shots.
Final ball of the 69th. Butler forward, and again once more defending, end of the over. Butler on 12. Root will be facing on 93. The lead now 1-3-3. England are 5 wickets down.
It's what Sibley has trouble with. They separate sometimes, and so that's why he can't keep himself side, because that keeps you side on to the ball. And so once you separate those two items of the unit, if you like, I'm afraid the bat's going everywhere, and you're playing across the ball, And that's what we see Dom Sibley doing at the moment. He'll work at it. I'm sure he's very, very a hard worker, I think. And he'll be keen to do well. And he'll know much better than any of us about his shortcomings. And so he's got lots to work on. And we might very well see him over the next year or so, a development process, and he's a work in progress at the moment.
Jasprit Bumrah then to continue. 15 overs he's bowled, 2 for 48 into Root on 93, and that one's always angled back into him and tries to turn it into the onside, toppling over onto the offside himself. His head just a little bit heavy there. He got back to ball, that's the important thing. 228 for 5. It's funny because it's one of those that you can see how much Rory Burns has worked on making sure his shoulder and his head are aligned, because it's so overpronounced almost. He's almost looking back over his left shoulder in his unconventional crab-like stance at the crease, the left-hander. Sorry, it was right shoulder because he's a left-hander. Here comes Bumrah. And forward, pushing his Root again, that favoured area, backward a point. They're going to come back for 2. Yes, they are. Too much work for the fielder. Down on the boundary at third man to stop them coming back, to double it up. Root, he moves to 95, twists his bats in his hands. England 230 for 5. Butler there on 12 alongside him, trying to partner his captain, offer him the support that not many have been able to. Root waits, Kohli in the slips behind him. Here comes Bumrah, tighter at the crease, and again pushed onto his back foot and guiding it down. I think they may be restricted to a single. They are. The fielder attuned to that move from Root. He likes it so much. Is onto it reasonably quickly. Root to 96 then. A boundary away from 3 figures. England 231 for 5. On the cusp of 70 overs. The lead now 136. He needs to draw it away from India. After this session, on the cusp of tea, I don't think Root's going to get to his century before tea. If he does, Bumrah forward into Root, pushing it into the offside. Butler, he's there on 12. I think this will be the final over before tea, in fact. It's one of those horrid ones where you go to tea knowing that you're so close and yet not quite there to the 3 figures. Root, not the kind of man, I think, to get too flustered by those thoughts. Bumrah, penultimate delivery of a 70th over. Here he comes. Into Butler, pushing him onto his back foot. No run.
So 136 runs at the moment in the session. It's been an extended session, of course. So 2 hours 15, like that, and so that's been as far as the runs are concerned. It's been a reasonable rate, and as I say, Root's been at the heart of that. They've lost 2 wickets. Lawrence and Bairstow, and Sibley.
Butler waiting onto his back foot. Backward a point, and another easy 2, doubling it up to end that over and to bring England to tea. The lead is 139. Butler is on 14. Root is on 96. There was a no ball in that somewhere. Yeah, there was a no ball at the previous delivery. Once again, just pushing that front foot, Bumrah. So Butler will have one more delivery to negotiate. It's Bumrah in. Butler waiting, trigger, and drives it nicely into the offside. Mid-off. Takes a few steps to his left to intercept the ball. They come through for a single. Butler retains the strike. The lead, a neat 140. England 235 for 5. 70 overs in. And that session again brought 2 wickets. But England's lead now, Jeremy, 140.
140 is still not enough, of course. So it's 3 wickets in, I think, because Sibley, it feels like a long session, doesn't it? So 2 hours, 15 minutes. Run rate nearly getting towards 4, 2.9, 3.87 runs in that session. So very good run rate by the English. As I say, Root's been the man. 96 from 138 balls there. And all the others, Bairstow 30 off 50, Lawrence 25 off 32. They've scored at a reasonable clip as well, and Butler is up and running now at 15 from 20. So all the England batsmen haven't found it difficult to score, but they've got themselves out, and they still aren't out of the woods yet, because if the weather is going to be okay, then India are going to score at a decent clip as well.
So a sense of jeopardy remains, but still some frustration as far as India are concerned. They haven't been able to prize out the England batters as easily as they could in the first innings. England's first innings, they only made 183. Currently 235 for 5. Joe Root there on 96 not out as England go into the tea break on day 4 here in this first test match between England and India at Trent Bridge. We've got 4 more sessions of this game left. It's intriguingly poised. England lead by 140 runs. The score will return to you in about 15 minutes or so. England leads 140. They're 5 wickets down.
We've seen some memorable moments in football over the years, Andy.
Oh, spot on, Robert. Great goals, high-flying marks and some real clangers.
There's been a few of those. For Amy, we're looking back at some of the greatest clangers in AFL history.
Comes from the bottom of our hearts. Never forget that. Corey Enright, playing against the Lions, lost his shorts in a tackle.
He lost his stats. He even got a kick.
Yeah, he's going to get a kick.
Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
This will stop you in your tracks.